Before there was Japan, there was nothing. Not the nothing of an empty room, or the nothing of a field in winter, or the nothing of the space between stars. This was a different kind of nothing, a nothing that had not yet decided what it wanted to be, a nothing that was still, in some sense, everything, all the possibilities of the world, held together in a state before choosing, before shape, before the distinction, between above and below, between light and dark, between the thing that breathes and the thing that does not. The ancient people of Japan called this state the age before heaven and earth were separated. They described it as something like an egg, not a chicken's egg, small and ordinary, something vast beyond imagining, the entire universe contained in a single form, warm and dense and rotating very slowly, the heaviest parts sinking, the lightest parts rising, until the rising could no longer be contained, and the egg cracked open, and the world began. What rose became the sky, what sank became the earth, and in the space between, in the thin and luminous air that separated the high from the low, something came into being that had not existed before. The first to exist was Okuninushi. The name means the Lord of the august center of heaven. He was not born. He simply came into being, the way certain things come into being, not through cause and effect, but through the simple fact that the universe had reached a point where such a thing was necessary, where the space required someone to occupy it, and so someone did. He was alone. There was no one else yet. He existed in the center of the new sky, in the first moment of what would become the long story of the world, and then he became hidden. This is how the Kojiki describes many of the first gods. They came into being, they existed, and then they became hidden, their presence embedded in the structure of the world, rather than in any continuing story, the way the foundations of a building are not visible in the finished house, but are present in every room of it, holding everything up. After Okuninushi came Takamimusubi, the High Creator, and after Takamimusubi came Kamimusubi, the Divine Creator. These two existed in the high plane of heaven, Takamagahara, the place above all other places, the place where the gods live, when they live anywhere at all. They too became hidden. Their work was not the work of action and story. Their work was the work of possibility, of making the world the kind of place where other things could happen. Then came two more, Umashiya Shikabihikozi, whose name means something like the Lord of the pleasant reed shoots, the God of the first green things, pushing up through the mud of the newly formed earth, and Amenotokotachi, the eternal heavenly stand, the god of the stability of heaven itself, the one who makes sure that what is above stays above and does not come crashing down. These the five separate heavenly gods, the Kotoa Matsukami, existed before the world had its present form. They were the world's intention, its direction, the shape it was moving toward, before it arrived, and then they were hidden. After the five separate heavenly gods came 7 generations of paired gods, male and female together, the world learning how to exist in 2 forms at once, how to be one thing. That is also 2 things, the beginning of the pattern that would run through everything that came after. The names of these gods are long and difficult, and they carry in them the entire vocabulary of the early Japanese world, words for earth and sky and water and growth, for the things that stand and the things that flow, for the things that resist and the things that yield. Most of them are mentioned only once, their names spoken into the record, and then allowed to be quiet, their function completed by the simple fact of their existence. But the last of the 7 generations were different. The last of the 7 generations were 2 gods, whose names would be spoken for as long as Japan has had a language to speak them in. The last 2 were Izanagi and Izanami, the man who invites and the woman who invites, or perhaps the male one who calls and the female one who calls. The exact meaning is disputed, in the way that the meaning of very old words is always disputed, the original sense worn smooth by 1,000 years of use, but the feeling of the names is clear. These are 2 beings who reach toward each other, 2 beings who call out into the space between them, 2 beings for whom the world is not complete until it is shared. They stood on the floating bridge of heaven. This bridge is called Amanuki Hashi in the old language, the heavenly floating bridge, and it hung between the sky and the sea below, not anchored to anything, simply floating the way a thought floats, between sleeping and waking, present but not fixed, existing in the space between one state and another. Below the bridge, the earth was not yet the earth. It was a soup, a thick, chaotic, drifting soup, like oil floating on water, like the sea before the sea has decided what the sea should be. Jellyfish-like, the old text says, drifting and formless, waiting. The gods of the high plane of heaven had given Izanagi and Izanami a task. They had given them the jeweled spear of heaven, Amenonu Hoko, a spear whose tip was hung with jewels. That caught the light of the new sky and threw it back in colors that had no names yet. They had told the 2 gods to go to the floating bridge and to stir the chaos below them. to take the formless soup of the not yet earth and give it form. And so Izanagi and Izanami stood on the floating bridge, side by side, and lowered the jeweled spear into the sea below. They stirred. The sound the old text uses for this stirring is korokoro, a round, tumbling sound, the sound of something that rolls and tumbles and goes on rolling. They stirred the sea with the spear, and the sea churned, and the jewels caught the light, and the sound of it was korokoro, korokoro, like distant thunder, like a river going over stones, like the world deciding to begin. And then they lifted the spear, and from the tip of the spear, as they raised it out of the churning sea, drops of brine fell, not ordinary drops, not the drops that fall from a fishing pole or from an oar lifted from the water. These drops were the first solid thing, the first thing that was not soup, not formless, not waiting. They fell from the spear, and they piled up, and they hardened, and they became an island. This was Onogorozima, the self-curdling island. The island that came into being by its own nature from the weight of the brine, and the motion of the spear, and the will of the two gods, who had been sent to make it so. It was not yet Japan. It was not any of the islands that would follow. It was the first island, the starting place, the point from which everything else would measure its distance. Izanagi and Izanami looked down at it from the floating bridge above. Then they descended. They stepped off the bridge and down onto the new island, the first land that any being had ever stood on, the first solid ground in all the world. On Onogorojima, the two gods raised a great pillar. The text calls it the Pillar of Heaven, and it stood at the center of the island, the way all great pillars stand at the center of what they mark, the way the trunk of a very old tree stands at the center of its own rings. Around this pillar, Izanagi and Izanami would walk, each from a different direction, until they met on the other side, and the world could begin in earnest. But before that, before the walking, before the meeting, there was a question. Izanagi asked Izanami about her body. The question in the old text is direct, in the way that very old texts are sometimes direct, in ways that later texts learn to soften or avoid. He asked her where her body was not yet finished, where there was a place that was still forming, still incomplete, and Izanami answered honestly, the way she answered everything. She said that her body had grown, and formed, and come to itself, but there was one place where the forming was not finished. And Izanagi said that his body too had grown, and formed, and come to itself, but there was one place where there was something extra, something formed beyond what was needed, and he said, "Let me use what is extra in my body." to fill what is not yet finished in yours, and from this let us make the countries." Izanami said yes, and so they walked around the pillar of heaven, each from a different direction, Izanagi from the left, and Izanami from the right, walking slowly around the great pillar, in the new light of the new world, until they met. When they met, Izanami spoke first. She said, "What a lovely young man." And Izanagi said, "What a lovely young woman." But something was wrong. The children they made from this first meeting were not the children they wanted. The first was Hiruko, the leech child, boneless and soft, a child that could not stand, a child that drifted, the way the world had drifted. Before the spear stirred it, they put Hiruko in a boat of reeds and sent it out to sea. The text does not say what became of Hiruko after. The second was Awashima, the Pale Island, the Foam Island, also counted as not good. They did not understand why. They returned to the high plane of heaven and asked the gods there what had gone wrong. The gods consulted. They used the bones of a deer and the wood of a cherry tree and the movements of fire to read what the error had been, and they determined that the error was the speaking. When the two gods had walked around the pillar and met, it was the woman who had spoken first, and the woman was not supposed to speak first. The man was supposed to speak first. This is how it is explained in the Kojiki, without further commentary. In the matter-of-fact way the Kojiki explains many things that later readers have found troubling. Izanagi and Izanami returned to Onogorojima. They walked around the pillar again, each from their direction, until they met on the other side. This time Izanagi spoke first. He said, "What a lovely young woman." And Izanami said, "What a lovely young man." And the world became possible. Part 2. The Birth of the Islands. The islands of Japan were not made, they were born. This is the understanding that runs through the oldest layer of Japanese thought, the understanding that the land is not a thing constructed or arranged, but a living thing, something that grew from what came before it, something connected by blood and breath to the gods who made it, and the gods who live in it, and the people who have walked its paths. For as long as there have been people to walk, the Kojiki uses the same word for the creation of the islands that it uses for the birth of children, to give birth to produce. Izanagi and Izanami did not build Japan. They gave birth to it. The first island they produced was Awaji. In the old texts it is called Awazi no Hono Sawakeshima, the island of Awaji, long and narrow, lying between the mainland and Shikoku, like a hand reaching across a gap. It is still there. You can visit it. You can stand on its shores and look out at the same water that surrounded it when it was the first thing that had ever been called an island, when the word island was new and the world was still learning what it meant to have solid ground surrounded by water. The second island they produced was Iyo, which is now called Shikoku, the four-country island, the island with four faces. The Kojiki says this island had one body, but four faces, and each face had its own name, and each name was the name of a country within the island, a region, a place with its own character and its own relationship to the sea around it. This is how the Kojiki thinks about islands, not as undifferentiated land, but as personalities, beings with faces, things that can be known. Then came the island of Oki, hidden in the sea to the northwest, old and remote, a place that has always been a little separate from the rest, a little further from everything, as if it arrived knowing it would spend its life at a certain distance. Then came Tsukushi, which is Kyushu now, the great island to the southwest, also with four faces, also with four names, each face turned toward a different part of the sea that surrounds it. One face looked toward the open ocean, one face looked toward the mountains, one face looked toward the strait that separates it from the mainland. One face looked toward the islands to the south, the chain that trails away toward the horizon. Then came Iki and Tsushima, small islands between the mainland and the continent, stepping stones across the sea, places that have always mattered, more than their size suggests, because position matters, and these islands were positioned exactly where the world needed them. Then came Sado, the island of sadness, or so the name is sometimes interpreted, the island where exiles were sent in later centuries, the island that accumulated history, the way certain places accumulate it, drawing to themselves the weight of what happened there. But in the beginning it was simply an island, new and unnamed and full of possibilities that had not yet become stories. And then came the great island Uyamato Toyowakidushima, the great Yamato abundant dragonfly island, which is what is now called Honshu, the largest of all the islands, the one that holds within it the mountains and the rivers and the plains and the forests, and all the places where the story of Japan would most famously be told. The dragonfly is part of the name. This is not accidental. The dragonfly has been a symbol of Japan for as long as Japan has been called anything. There is a story that the Emperor Jimmu, the first human emperor, climbed a mountain and looked down at the shape of the land below him and said it looked like dragonflies, mating twisting together, and from that day, the island was called the Dragonfly Island. Whether that story came before the name or after it is difficult to say, but the dragonfly is in the name, in the oldest name, the one given before there was a Japan, to give names to things. These 8 islands together are called Uyashimakuni, the Great 8-Island Country. This was the original Japan. The Japan before Japan knew it was Japan, the land that came into being when Izanagi and Izanami walked around the pillar and the world became possible. But they were not finished. They continued. They produced 6 more islands, smaller, tucked into the spaces between the larger ones. Islands that fill the geography, the way details fill a painting, completing it, making it the thing it is, rather than the sketch of the thing it could be. The Child Island of Kibi, the Lentil Island, the Large Island, the Woman Island, the Chica Island, the Twin Child Island. 6 more after the 8, 14 in total. The islands of Japan born one by one from the bodies of 2 gods who stood on the floating bridge of heaven and were asked to make a country. When the islands were finished, Izanagi and Izanami turned to the gods. The islands needed gods. Every mountain needed a god. Every river needed a god. Every sea and wind and tree and rock needed a spirit to inhabit it, a presence to give it character, to make it the particular thing it was, rather than merely a feature of the landscape. And so the 2 gods began to produce again. They produced Ukotushio, the god of the great harbor, the god of the sea crossing. They produced Iwatsuchibiko, the god of the rocks, the god of the things that do not move. They produced Iwasubime, the goddess of the spaces in the rocks, the goddess of the shadows and the small places. They produced Utohiwake, the god of the gates, the god of the openings, through which things pass from one world to another. They produced Amenohukyo, the god of wind, the god of the breath that moves across the water and makes the surface of the sea into something alive. They produced Oyabiko, the great field spirit, the god of the plains, and the crops that grow in them. Each god had a name. Each name carried a meaning. Each meaning was a description of a thing in the world that needed a presence, a guardian, something to inhabit it and give it its character. The Kojiki lists them carefully, name after name after name, the genealogy of the world's inner life, the roll call of the spirits that make Japan what it is. Some of these gods produced more gods between them. Iwatsuchibiko and Iwasubime produced 8 more between them. Uyamatsumi and Kayanohime produced 8 more. Some of them, 49 in total, the world filling up with presences, with spirits, with the particular living quality that makes Japan the kind of place where the mountain is not just a mountain, but a place where something lives, where the river is not just water, but a being with a name and a history, where even the stone by the road might be looking back at you. And then came the fire god. His name was Kagutsuchi, the shining prince of fire, and he was born last after all the other gods, after the sea gods and the mountain gods, and the gods of wind and stone and water. He was born last, and his birth was the end of Izanami. Fire is what it is. It does not know it is dangerous. It does not mean to harm. It simply is what it is, the most honest thing in the world, the thing that cannot pretend to be other than what it is. When Kagutsuchi was born, he burned. He burned his mother as he came into the world. He burned her body, the way fire burns everything it touches, without malice, without understanding, simply because fire and flesh are not compatible, because fire does what it does, and that is all. Izanami fell ill. She lay down on the earth of Onogoro-zima, and the earth where she lay became sacred, became different from other earth, the way places where something important has happened are always different from other places, holding something of what occurred there, in their soil and their air. As she lay there, even in her illness, even in her dying, she produced more gods. From her vomit came 2 gods of food, gods of nourishment, the gods of the things that keep life going, even when life is ending. From her body as it failed, came the gods of clay and the gods of water, the gods that are born from the meeting of earth and moisture, the gods of the fertile and the sustaining. Even dying, she gave birth. Even at the end of herself, she was still making things. And then Izanami died. She died on Onogoro-zima, in the new world they had made together, surrounded by the islands she had helped to birth, and the gods she had helped to produce, surrounded by the entire world, as it existed in that moment, which was entirely the result of what she and Izanagi had done together, walking around the pillar, speaking the words in the right order, lowering the jeweled spear into the sea. She died, and Izanagi was alone. He wept. The Kojiki is specific about this. It says that he wept, that his crying reached from the top of the head of the dead god to her chest, and from that crying came a god, Nakisawame, the weeping woman, born from grief itself, from the sound of a god who had lost the one he had made the world with. Then he killed Kagutsuchi, the fire god who had caused it, the fire god who had burned his mother as he was born. Izanagi killed him with the sword he wore at his side, the 10-grasp sword, the sword that takes 2 hands to hold and from the killing came more gods. Gods born from the blood of the fire god, gods born from the way the blood flew and fell on the rocks, and the rocks were changed by what fell on them. This is how it goes in the Kojiki. Even from destruction, more things are born. Even from grief and violence, even from the death of a god, and the killing of the god who caused it, the world fills up with more presences, more spirits, more of the particular life. That gives everything its name. But Izanagi was not done with his grief. He was not ready to accept that the one he had made the world with was simply gone. He went to find her. Part 3. The Land of the Dead. There is a place beneath the world called Yomi. The name is old, older than most Japanese words, and its meaning has been debated for as long as scholars have studied it. Some say it means the dark land. Some say it means the place beneath the earth. Some say the word is connected to the word for night, the word for the darkness that comes when the sun goes down and the world becomes something other than what it is in the day. Whatever its etymology, its character is clear. Yomi is the place where the dead go. It is not a place of punishment. It is not a place of reward. It is simply the place where things go when they are finished with the world above, when the thread of their life has run all the way to its end, and the world above no longer has a place for them. Yomi is underground. It is dark there. It is not cold exactly, but the warmth that things have when they are living is absent there, and the absence of that warmth gives the place a quality that feels like cold even when it is not. The dead in Yomi are not suffering. They are not happy either. They are simply there, existing in the way that things exist, when they are no longer quite themselves, when the particular force that made them, the individual thing they were, has quieted down, and they have become something more like the general state of having been than the specific state of being. Izanagi followed his wife there. He had not been asked to go. There was no instruction, no command from the gods of the high plane of heaven, telling him to descend into the land of the dead and speak to his wife. He simply went. The way people go to places, they know they should not go, but cannot stop themselves from going because the person they love is there, and that fact overwhelms every other consideration. The entrance to Yomi is called Yomotsu Hirasaka, the even slope of Yomi, a long and gradual descent from the world of light into the world below. Izanagi walked it in the dark. He had no light. There is no light in Yomi, or rather, the light there is different from the light above, a gray, diffuse light, That makes everything equally visible and equally unclear. That shows you where you are, without telling you anything about it. He called his wife's name. He called Izanami into the darkness of the land of the dead, and his voice went ahead of him into a place no living god had been before. She came, or rather, he heard her. The text is careful about what he saw and what he heard. In Yomi, things are not quite as present as they are in the world above. Izanami came to the gates of the hall where she had been staying since her death, and she spoke to him from behind the gate. She said she was glad he had come. She said it in the way someone says it, when they mean it, and also know that it is more complicated than gladness. She said that he had come too late. She said that she had already eaten the food of Yomi, the food that ties you to the place, the food that makes you of this world, rather than of the world above. This is a rule that appears in mythologies all around the world, the rule that if you eat in the land of the dead, you belong to the land of the dead. It is as if the food of that place contains the place itself, as if eating there means taking the land of the dead into your body, and so becoming it, so that you can no longer simply leave. Izanami had not meant to eat, but she had been there for some time before Izanagi arrived, and the body, even the divine body, needs food, and the only food there was the food of Yomi. She said she would ask the gods of Yomi if she could leave. She said she would try. She said he must not look at her. Whatever happened, however long it took, however curious he became, he must not light a light and look at her in the darkness of Yomi. Izanagi agreed. He waited. The waiting was long. The Kojiki does not specify how long. Time in Yomi is not the same as time above. In Yomi, there is no sun to mark the hours, no season changing to mark the months. There is only the gray light, and the silence, and the particular quality of a place that is full of what has ended. Izanagi waited, and waited. And then he could not wait any more. He broke off one of the teeth from the left side of his hair comb, the comb he wore in his hair, and he set the tooth alight. In the old world, a tooth of a hair comb was a source of fire. This is how you made light when you needed light and had nothing else. He broke the tooth from the comb and lit it and held it up, and he saw his wife. What he saw cannot be described in the way that ordinary things are described. The Kojiki describes it carefully, respectfully, with the seriousness of something that happened and must be recorded, even though the recording is difficult. Izanami was no longer as she had been. Her body, which had been the body that made the world, which had walked around the pillar of heaven, and spoken the words, and produced the islands and the gods, was now something else. It was rotting. The gods of thunder, 8 of them, lived in the different parts of her body, taking up residence there, the way things take up residence, in places that have become available, in places that are no longer fully occupied by what occupied them before. Izanagi was afraid. The Kojiki says this simply. He was afraid, and he ran. This is one of the moments in the Kojiki that has been discussed for centuries. The moment when the god who made the world ran from the sight of his dead wife. Some readers have found it unforgivable. Some have found it deeply human. Some have found it both. What is certain is that he ran, and that Izanami, when she knew he had looked, when she knew he had broken his promise, was furious. She was furious in the particular way that people are furious when they have been seen in their most vulnerable state, in the state they specifically asked not to be seen in, when the person they most trusted has seen exactly what they most feared to be seen. She sent the ugly women of Yomi after him, the Shikome, the servants of the land of the dead, 8 of them, then 1,500 warriors of Yomi, all of them pursuing Izanagi, up the long slope from the land of the dead, toward the world of light. Izanagi ran. He pulled the black vine band from his hair and threw it behind him, and it became a cluster of grapes, and the pursuing women stopped to eat them. He pulled a comb from his hair and threw it behind him, and it became bamboo shoots, and the pursuers stopped to eat them. Even in flight, even terrified, he was making things. Even running, his hands reached back and transformed what they touched into something that could stop the pursuit. But the 8 gods of thunder were not slowed by grapes or bamboo. They continued. They came close. Izanagi reached the slope. He reached the place where Yomotsu Hirasaka begins, the long slope that leads from below to above, and he pulled 3 peaches from the peach tree that grew there, and threw them at the gods of thunder, and the gods of thunder stopped. 3 peaches, the fruit of the peach tree that grows at the border between the world of the living and the world of the dead, the fruit that has been, ever since this moment, the fruit that drives away evil, the fruit that the gods of death cannot approach, the fruit that appears in Japanese life whenever something needs to be protected from what should not be there. Izanagi spoke to the peaches before he left the border. He thanked them. He told them that, just as they had helped him in his time of need, they should go on helping the living people of the land whenever those people were in difficulty. This is why peaches appear in Japanese festivals and rituals. This is why peaches are given as gifts when people are sick or struggling. This is why when the demon comes, the fruit that stops it is always the peach. Izanagi reached the top of the slope. He found a great boulder, and he rolled it across the entrance to Yomi, blocking the passage between the worlds, sealing the land of the dead below and the land of the living above. Izanami came to the boulder. She stood on her side of it, in the gray light of the land of the dead, and she called to him. Through the stone, she said she would kill 1,000 people every day if he sealed the entrance. Izanagi said, "Then I will build 1,500 birthing houses every day. For every death you send, I will answer with more life." They stood on either side of the great stone and made their agreement, the agreement that has governed the world ever since. Every day, 1,000 deaths. Every day, 1,500 births. The world always slightly on the side of living. The balance never quite even, always tipped a little toward continuation. Then they said to each other the words of ending. Izanagi said, "My beloved wife, between us it is finished." Izanami said, "My beloved husband, if you do this, I will take 1,000 lives every day." And that was the end of the marriage of the gods who made Japan, the man who invites and the woman who invites, separated forever by the great stone at the slope of Yomi, one above and one below, one in the light and one in the dark, both still present in the world, but present in it differently now, in the way that every ending leaves both things still there, but changed by what has ended between them. Izanagi left the entrance to Yomi and came to a place called Owakihara, the plain of the rushing water, or perhaps the plain of purification, a place by the sea, where the water was clean, and the air was clear, and the world above was fully itself again, after the gray world below. He washed. This is the origin of Misogi, the purification ritual, the washing away of what should be washed away, the cleansing of the self after contact with what contaminates. He washed the things he had worn in Yomi, and from those things as they fell into the water, more gods were born, the gods of the clothing and the adornments, the gods of the things that touch the body, and take on something of where the body has been. Then he washed himself. He dove into the sea, and from the different parts of his washing came more gods, the gods of the left eye and the right eye, the gods of the nose, the gods of the different waters, the gods born from the sea, in the place where a god cleansed himself of the contamination of death and came back to the living world. The last three gods born from Izanagi's purification were different from all the others. From his left eye as he washed it came Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, the great illuminating deity, the one who lights the world above, the way the sun lights everything it touches, equally and without favor. From his right eye as he washed it, came Tsukuyomi, the god of the moon, the reader of the moon, the one who measures the nights, and the months, and the tides. From his nose as he washed it, came Susanoo, the impetuous male, the god of storms, the god of the force that moves through the world, like wind through grass, bending everything before it, and leaving everything changed when it has passed. Izanagi looked at his 3 children. He said, "Here are 3 noble children." He gave them their assignments. He told Amaterasu to rule the high plane of heaven, Takamagahara, the sky and the light, and all the things that happen in the space above. He told Tsukuyomi to rule the realm of the night, the dark half of the world, the hours between the setting of the sun and its rising. He told Susanoo to rule the seas, the great water that surrounded the islands and connected them to the rest of the world. And then Izanagi, having washed himself, having given birth to the sun and the moon and the storm, having made his agreement with death, and sealed the entrance to the land of the dead, having done everything he had come to the world to do, became hidden. The Kojiki says he went to his palace, and he rested there. He had earned the rest. Part 4. The Storm God's Grief. Susanoo did not want to rule the seas. His father had given him this task, the vast and difficult task of governing the water that surrounded the world, the water that was always moving, always changing, the water that gave life, and also took it, that connected everything and divided everything. That was the most powerful thing in the world, and the most restless. This was the assignment, and Susanoo wept. He wept the way storms weep, which is to say he wept enormously, without restraint, his crying shaking the mountains, and drying the rivers and the seas, his grief so large that it altered the landscape, the way very large feelings sometimes alter, the places where they happen, leaving behind something of their weight in the ground and the air. Izanagi asked him why he was weeping, and Susanoo said, "I want to go to my mother. I want to go to Izanami. I want to go to the land of the dead, where she is. This is all I want. I do not want to rule the seas. I want my mother." Izanagi was furious. He had just come back from Yomi. He had sealed its entrance with a great boulder. He had made his peace with the ending of his marriage and the death of his wife, and now his son was telling him that he wanted to go there, that he was weeping for the place, that Izanagi had just fled. He banished Susanoo. He told him to leave. He told him he could not stay. in the world that Izanagi had purified, and shaped and assigned, and Susanoo, weeping still, decided that before he went, he would say goodbye to his sister. He rose toward the high plane of heaven to find Amaterasu. When Amaterasu saw him coming, she was afraid. This seemed strange at first. He was her brother. He was coming to say goodbye. But Amaterasu knew Susanoo. She knew his nature. She knew that he was the god of storms, that where he went, things were disturbed, that his presence alone was enough to change the quality of the air, the way a storm changes everything it touches, without meaning harm. She knew he was grief-stricken. She knew he was angry. She knew that all of that together made him unpredictable, that a god whose grief has been denied, and whose father has banished him, is not a god who should be trusted to come in peace. She armed herself. She put on the armor of war, the helmet and the quiver, the bow and the sword. She bit her bow until it sparked. She stood on the border of her realm, and she challenged him. Susanoo said he came in peace. He said he only wanted to say goodbye. He said he bore her no ill will. Amaterasu did not entirely believe him, but she asked him to prove it. She said, "Let us produce children together. If the children we produce are male, it will prove your heart is pure. If they are female, it will prove you came with evil intent." This is the old logic of divine testing, the idea that the nature of what you produce reflects the nature of your intention, that the world around you knows what you are, even when you try to hide it. Susanoo agreed. He asked Amaterasu for the long string of jewels she wore around her neck, the jewels that were part of her divine regalia, the things that were most essentially hers. She gave them to him. He broke the string. He bit the jewels. He breathed out, and from his breath came 5 male gods, 5 of them, born from the jewels of his sister, and the breath of the storm god, each one male, each one proof, or so Susanoo claimed, that he had come with a good heart. Amaterasu had taken the sword Susanoo wore, his 10-grasp sword, and from it she produced 3 female gods, 3 goddesses, 3 of the most important presences in Japanese religion. The 3 were Munakata no Sanjoshin, the 3 goddesses of Munakata, the goddesses of the sea crossings, and the safe passage of boats, and the commerce between islands. That has always been the commerce between people. Susanoo said, "You see, my heart was pure. The male children came from my breath. I am innocent." Amaterasu was not entirely convinced by this reasoning, but the test had been proposed and the test had been done, and the result was what it was. And then Susanoo, having been told he could stay, or at least having decided he was no longer leaving, began to behave in ways That made everyone around him understand why Amaterasu had been afraid. He broke down the borders between the rice paddies. The rice paddies in Japan are separated by low earthen walls, channels that direct the water, boundaries that define which field belongs to which person, which water comes from which source. These borders are essential. Without them, the paddies don't work. Susanoo broke them. He filled in the ditches. He covered up the channels. He wrecked the careful system that makes rice cultivation possible, the system that has fed Japan for as long as Japan has been a place. He defiled Amaterasu's weaving hall, the weaving hall where the sacred weaving is done, where the cloth of the divine is made, the cloth that is the fabric of the world. In the same way that cloth is the fabric of a coat, the material from which the surface of things is constructed, he opened a hole in the roof of the hall, and he dropped a dead horse through it, a horse that had been flayed, its skin removed. The horse fell through the roof and onto the weaving looms, and the weavers were startled, and in their startlement, one of them injured herself on the shuttle of her loom and died. The Kojiki says this was the last thing. Amaterasu had tried to explain his behavior. She had said that the broken borders must have been done with good intentions, that he was trying to make the fields easier to use. She had said that the filled-in ditches must have been an expression of generosity, that he wanted more water to reach more places. She had tried to see his actions in the best possible light, the way a loving older sister sometimes tries to explain the behavior of a difficult younger brother. But after the horse came through the roof and the weaver died, there was nothing more to explain. Amaterasu Suichi. She went to the rock cave of heaven, Amano Iwato, the cave in the cliff face of the sky, and she pulled the great stone door closed behind her, and the world went dark. This is one of the central moments of Japanese mythology. The sun hiding, the world without light. It is not the same as night, which is the ordinary darkness, the darkness that comes every day and is expected and understood. This was the sun hiding. This was the light that makes everything possible, refusing to come out, withdrawing into the rock, taking itself away from a world that had become, through its own violence and excess, unworthy of being illuminated. With Amaterasu hidden, the world became dark. The darkness was total. The 8 million gods, the Yaoyorozu no Kami, all the gods that had been born from the great work of creation, stood in the darkness and did not know what to do. Evil spread, disasters came. Bad things happened everywhere at once, the way bad things happen when the light goes out and the darkness gives them permission to exist. The 8 million gods gathered together. They gathered on the dry riverbed of heaven, all of them, every god in the world, and they held a council to decide how to bring the sun back. Omoikane, the god of wise thought, the god whose name means the one who bears wisdom, was the one who devised the plan. He was the planner, the strategist, the one who looked at the situation and understood what was needed and organized the gods accordingly. The plan was elaborate. The plan involved everything. It involved the roosters of the long crying kind, the roosters that crowed at dawn, being gathered together and made to crow all at once. If the sun could not see the sky, she could at least hear that the dawn birds were calling. It involved a great mirror, Magatamano Kagami, hung from the branches of the Sakaki tree, the evergreen sacred tree, hung with jewels and with cloth, so that it caught whatever light there was and reflected it back, so that when the sun emerged, the first thing she would see was her own reflection, brilliant and complete. It involved the jewels and the sword and the sacred things of the gods, all of them arranged in front of the cave, all of them saying in their own way that the world was ready for the sun to return. And it involved Ameno Uzume. Ameno Uzume is sometimes described as the goddess of dawn, sometimes as the goddess of revelry, sometimes as the goddess of the arts. She is the goddess of the thing that cannot be contained, the energy that comes out of you before you decide to let it, the laugh that escapes before you know you're laughing. She took the branches of the sacred tree and she held them. She overturned a tub in front of the cave and she stood on it and she began to dance. Her dance was not a formal dance. It was not the dance of ritual or ceremony. It was the dance of a god who had decided that the situation required the full force of her nature, that nothing held back would be enough, that only everything would do. She danced so freely that the things she wore fell away from her, and she danced in a state that no god had ever danced in the presence of all the other gods. And the 8 million gods laughed. This is the moment. This is the turning in the darkness of a world from which the sun has hidden in the silence of a plain, where all the gods stand worried and afraid. Ameno Uzume dances, and the gods laugh. They cannot help it. The laughter comes before the decision to laugh. It comes from somewhere deeper than where decisions come from. It comes from the body's recognition that this is funny, that this is joyful, that this is the kind of thing that makes you feel, even in the dark, even when things are terrible, that life is still life, and you are still in it. Amaterasu heard the laughter. She was in the cave. She had shut the world out. With the great stone door, she had taken herself away from the world that had become unworthy, and through the stone she heard 8 million gods laughing. She did not understand. If the world was dark, if everything had gone wrong, if she had withdrawn, and there was no light, and the bad things were spreading, why were the gods laughing? She opened the door just a crack, just enough to look. At that moment, one of the strong gods, Takeru, the god of powerful arms, took her hand and pulled her out, and the world was light again. The 8 million gods roared. They roared in the way that a crowd roars when the thing they were waiting for finally happens, when the moment that seemed impossible arrives. They stretched a rope of woven straw across the entrance of the cave behind Amaterasu as she emerged, so that the door could not be closed again, so that the sun was committed now, committed to the world, committed to the task of illuminating whatever came next. Susanoo was punished. His nails were pulled, his hair was cut. He was fined a great fine, the fine of 1,000 tables of tribute, and then he was expelled. He was sent out of the high plane of heaven into the world below, the world of the islands and the humans, and the things that happen in the realm between the gods and the dead. He came down to the land of Izumo on the coast of Japan, where the clouds come in from the sea, and the rivers run to the water's edge, and the world is always half mist, half real, the kind of place where things happen that happen nowhere else. He came down weeping. He came down the way he had always done things, with his full nature, nothing held back, the grief and the energy and the force of him, all present at once. He came down to Izumo, and there, at the river, he found chopsticks floating in the current. This matters. Chopsticks floating in a river means people upstream. People upstream means a story. Susanoo followed the chopsticks upstream. Part 5. The 8-Headed Serpent. At the headwaters of the river, Susanoo found an old man and an old woman sitting together and weeping, with a young woman between them. He asked them who they were and why they were crying. The old man said his name was Ashinazuchi, the foot-stroking elder. The old woman said her name was Tenazuchi, the hand-stroking elder. These names carry in them something of who they were, the parents who stroke the feet and hands of the children they love, the parents for whom the body of their child is precious and known, each part of it familiar and dear. They said the young woman between them was their daughter Kushinada Hime, the wondrous Inada princess, named for the rice paddies that are the heart of Japanese life. Susanoo asked why they were weeping, and they told him. There was a serpent. Its name was Yamato Orochi, the eight-forked serpent, the eight-headed serpent, the serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails, 8 of everything, a creature so large and so old that its body stretched across 8 valleys and 8 mountains, that moss grew on its back, as moss grows on old stones, that cedar trees grew along its spine, the way trees grow along a ridge. Its eyes were red as the winter cherry. Its belly, when you saw it from below, was always bloody, always inflamed, the belly of something that has been eating and eating for longer than anyone can remember. Every year the serpent came, every year it took one of their daughters. They had had 8 daughters, 7 were gone. Kushinada-hime was the last, and tonight was the night it would come. Susanoo looked at Kushinada-hime. The Kojiki says he found her beautiful. This is stated plainly, the way the Kojiki states many things plainly, without elaboration, as if beauty is simply a fact, to be noted and recorded, alongside the other facts. He asked the old man and old woman if they would give him their daughter, if he defeated the serpent. They said yes. They said yes immediately, without hesitation, because what parent would hesitate when someone offers to save their child? Then Susanoo transformed Kushinada-hime. He turned her into a comb and placed her in his hair. This is how the Kojiki describes it, without further explanation, in the manner of a text that has been through many tellings and has distilled each moment to its essential form. She became a comb. He wore her in his hair. She was safe there, in the most intimate place, the place closest to the mind and the intentions that live there. Then Susanoo prepared. He told the old couple to brew sake, a specific sake, a sake brewed 8 times, stronger than ordinary sake, the strongest sake that can be made, by the methods known to the people of Izumo. When the sake was ready, he told them to build a fence with 8 gates, and to place a platform behind each gate, with a tub of sake on it, and then they waited. The serpent came. It came down from the mountains, the way things that have been coming, for a long time come, without urgency, without hurry, because they have always come, and they have always gotten what they came for, and they have no reason to believe. This time will be different. It came to the fence. It found the 8 gates, and through each gate it smelled the sake. 8 heads, 8 gates, 8 tubs of sake. Each head went through its gate and lowered itself to the tub and began to drink. The sake was very strong, The sake brewed 8 times is not the sake of a feast or the sake of a ceremony. It is the sake of deep forgetting. It is the sake that reaches the place behind the eyes where decisions are made and softens that place until the decisions stop. The serpent drank, all 8 heads drank, and then all 8 heads lay down, and the great body stretched across the mountains and the valleys, and the serpent slept. Susanoo drew his sword. He cut the serpent. The text is plain about this. He drew his sword and he cut it into pieces, as you cut anything you need to cut, steadily and completely, until the work is done. The river ran red, the red river of Izumo, the river that runs red to the sea, the river that has been red in the old stories ever since this night. When he reached the serpent's tail, his sword struck something hard, something that should not be there. He looked. Inside the tail of Yamato Orochi, wrapped in the flesh of the serpent, was a sword. This sword is one of the 3 sacred treasures of Japan. Its name in the Kojiki is a Menomuraku Mono Tsurugi, the sword of the gathering clouds of heaven. Later it would be called Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting sword, and it would pass from God to human, and from human to legend, and from legend into the regalia of the Japanese emperors, where it remains today, one of 3 objects that define the right to rule. Susanoo knew he had found something extraordinary. He sent the sword to Amaterasu in the sky above. He sent it up to his sister as a gift, or perhaps as a peace offering, or perhaps simply because he understood that a thing this important belonged in the highest place. Then he built a palace. He chose the place in Izumo where he would build it, and the clouds around the place rose in a great column, and he knew this was the right place. He said, "From this place the clouds rise up high," and he made a poem, the first poem in the Kojiki, the first poem in Japanese literature. He said something that becomes, in translation, something like this: "Many-fenced palace of Izumo, where the clouds rise many-fold. To dwell there with my bride, I build a many-fenced palace. Oh, those many fences." It is a love poem. It is a poem about wanting to build walls around the person you love, to protect them, to make a place for them that is entirely theirs and yours together. And it is the first poem out of everything that has happened, out of the making of the world and the death of the Creator, and the theft of the sun, and the killing of the serpent. The first poem is a love poem. Susanoo took Kushinada Hime back from her comb shape. He turned her back into herself, and he built her a palace in Izumo, in the place where the clouds rose, and they lived there together. This is how the Kojiki understands Susanoo. He is not simply the god of storms, he is the god of what happens when force and feeling are not channeled into anything useful. The storm that wrecked the paddies and threw the dead horse through the roof, that was one Susanoo, the suitor who turned his bride into a comb to keep her safe, the poet who built walls of love around the person he loved, the warrior who faced the great serpent and came out carrying a sword he had not known was there, that was another Susanoo. Both are true, both are him. This is what the Kojiki offers as an understanding of the storm. Not that it is good or that it is bad, but that it contains both, that the same force that destroys the careful arrangements can also protect the thing worth protecting, can also defeat the thing worth defeating, can also find inside the destruction something that was hidden there, something that would not have been found by any gentler means. Susanoo stayed in Izumo. He did not go back to the sky. He did not go back to his father's world. He stayed in the world below, in the land of clouds and rivers and mist, in the place where the great work of building was going to happen. He became the ancestor of the gods of Izumo, the great-great-great-grandfather of Okuninushi, the one from whose line came the god who would build the country into the place it needed to be. The storm became a foundation, not a peaceful foundation, not the foundation of order and light that Amaterasu provided in the sky above, but a foundation of force and wildness and the particular kind of creativity that comes from having nothing to lose and everything to find. Izumo is still the land of Susanoo. The great shrine of Izumo is the place where love is prayed for. It is the place where people go when they want to be found, when they want to be matched, when they want the thread that connects one person to another to be the right thread, the thread that holds. The god they pray to there is Okuninushi, but behind Okuninushi is Susanoo, the one who built the first many-fenced palace, the one who made the first poem about it, the one who understood, before anyone else, that the reason to build walls is to hold something precious inside them. Every October in the old calendar, which is Nakaya Oki in Japanese, the literal meaning of which is the month when the gods are absent, all the gods of Japan travel to Izumo. They leave their shrines, they leave the mountains and the rivers, and the crossroads and the forests where they normally live. They all go to Izumo, to the great shrine, to the place of Susanoo and Okuninushi, to sit together and decide who will be joined to whom. That is why October is the month when the gods are absent They are not gone. They are in Izumo, at the great conference of matches, deciding the threads. In Izumo itself, October is called Kamiaritsuki, the month when the gods are present, because they go there, because Izumo is where they gather, because the first many-fenced palace, built by the storm god who became a poet, is still the place where the gods do their most human work. This is the end of the age of Izanagi and Izanami, the age of the parents who made the world. What comes next is the age of their children, the age of Amaterasu in the sky, and Susanoo in Izumo, and the long story of how the world came to be the world that people live in. But for now, the world is at rest. The sun is back in the sky. The serpent is gone. The sword is with the gods. And in Izumo, on the coast where the clouds come in from the sea, a god who once wept for his mother sits in his many-fenced palace with the woman he rescued, and the poem he made, and the new life he has built from what he destroyed and what he found. The world continues. Part 6, Okuninushi and the White Rabbit. Time passed in Izumo. The children of Susanoo and Kushinada Hime grew and produced children of their own, and those children produced more children, and the generations accumulated, in the way generations accumulate, when you are a god in a place that has decided to be full of life. Each generation added to the story. Each generation left something behind, a name, a deed, a particular way of doing the thing that needed doing. The most important of them all was Okuninushi, the great landmaster, the god who would come to be, the central figure of the Izumo tradition, the god whose story fills more of the Kojiki's pages than the story of any other single being. His name tells you what he became. He became the master of the land. He became the one who organized the world below, the way Amaterasu organized the world above, the one who made the earth a place where living things could live. But before he became the great land master, he was simply one of the gods of Izumo, with brothers who resented him, and a path ahead of him that he could not yet see. The story begins with a rabbit. On the coast of Inaba, on the island that faces Izumo across the sea, there was a white rabbit. The rabbit had come from an island far out in the water, a small island, just a rock with some grass on it, and it had wanted to reach the mainland, but there was no way across. The rabbit is clever. This is understood from the beginning. Not clever in a dishonest way, but clever in the way that small creatures who live among larger ones must be clever, the cleverness of attention, of noticing what is available and using it. The rabbit had an idea. It went to the sea creatures. It went to the wani, which the Kojiki calls sea creatures, but which is sometimes translated as sharks, or as crocodiles, or simply as the great things that live in the sea, the things with teeth and size and presence. The rabbit said to them, "Let us count which of us is more numerous. Line up from this island to the mainland, and I will count you." The sea creatures, who had never been asked this question before, who had never thought about which species was more numerous, agreed. They lined themselves up from the small island to the coast of Inaba, their backs making a bridge across the water. The rabbit ran across their backs, counting as it ran. 1, 2, 3, counting the sea creatures as it crossed from island to mainland. But when it reached the last one, when it had almost made it, when the shore was right there, the rabbit made a mistake. It said, "I have crossed. You were only a bridge for me." The last sea creature heard this, and the last sea creature, furious, stripped the rabbit of its fur. This is the version in the Kojiki. The rabbit had deceived. It had used the sea creatures without their full understanding of what they were being used for, and when it gloated at the end, when it revealed the trick, it lost everything. It lay on the beach of Inaba, bare and bleeding, its skin gone, the wind and the salt, burning it. The 80 brothers of Okuninushi passed by. They were going to Inaba to court the Princess Yagami-hime, all 80 of them, each one hoping to win her, each one carrying his own luggage, and giving the heaviest bags to Okuninushi, who was the youngest, who was considered the least, who was made to walk behind the rest, carrying the weight they did not want to carry. The 80 brothers passed the rabbit. They saw it lying on the shore, skinless. They had advice for it. They said, "Go to the sea and wash in the salt water, and then lie in the wind until you are dry." The rabbit did what they said. The salt burned it. The wind dried it. The skin cracked and peeled, and the pain was worse than before. Then Okuninushi came, walking behind his brothers, carrying the bags. He saw the rabbit. He asked it what had happened. The rabbit told him everything. The island and the sea creatures and the trick, and the brothers and their bad advice. Okuninushi said, "Go to the mouth of the river and wash yourself in the fresh water, then take the pollen of the rushes that grow at the water's edge and spread it on the ground and roll in it." The rabbit did this. The fresh water cooled the burning. The pollen of the rushes, soft and fine and gentle, settled on the bare skin, and something happened there, some healing, some restoration, the skin coming back, the fur returning, the rabbit becoming itself again. The rabbit looked at Okuninushi, and it said, "Those 80 brothers will not win the princess. You will win her, you who have been made to carry the weight, you who stopped to help." The rabbit of Inaba is sometimes called a god. Sometimes it is called a disguise, a test in the form of an animal, the divine taking on the shape of a small creature, to see who would stop and who would walk past. What it said came true. Yamata chose Okuninushi, not the brothers with their confidence, and their sharp advice and their light loads. The youngest one, the one who had been carrying everything, and had still stopped when he saw something suffering. The 80 brothers did not accept this quietly. They tried to kill Okuninushi twice. The first time they told him there was a wild boar trapped in a mountain, and that he should catch it, and they rolled a great heated stone down the mountain at him, and he died. But his mother went to the heavens, and she appealed to the god of shells and the god of clams, and the god of shells ground herself to a powder, and the god of clams mixed the powder with water, and together they restored Okuninushi, covering his body with what they had made, filling in the death with something that was not death, until he was alive again. The second time the 80 brothers tricked him again into a hollow tree, and they wedged him in there with a wedge of wood, and he died again, and again he was revived, this time by his mother sending him away, sending him to the place she knew he needed to go, the place where the real test was waiting. She sent him to Susanoo. She sent him to the storm god's realm, the realm called Nenokuni, the root country, the deep country, the country beneath the world, where the roots of things go, when the surface of the world is not enough to hold them. Okuninushi went to Nenokuni. He arrived at Susanoo's palace, and he saw Susanoo, the daughter of Susanoo, and she saw him, and the Kojiki says that their eyes met, and they decided everything. In that moment, the way eyes sometimes meet, and the decision is made before the words are spoken. Susanoo went to her father and told him that a wonderful god had arrived. Susanoo said, "That is Okuninushi." He knew. He had always known. Okuninushi was of his lineage. He was the great descendant. He was the one who was supposed to come here and prove himself. Susanoo gave him a room to sleep in. The room was full of snakes. Okuninushi went to sleep. Susanoo had given him a scarf, a snake-repelling scarf, and he waved it at the snakes, and the snakes were calm, and he slept through the night. The next night, Susanoo gave him a room full of centipedes and wasps. Okuninushi had a centipede and wasp repelling scarf, and he waved it and slept. The night after that, Susanoo shot an arrow into a great field and told Okuninushi to fetch it. When Okuninushi was in the field looking for the arrow, Susanoo set the field on fire. The fire surrounded him. The flames were coming from all sides, and then a mouse appeared. The mouse said, "The inside is hollow, hollow. The outside is narrow, narrow." Okuninushi understood. He stamped the ground, and it opened, and he fell through into the hollow below, and the fire passed over him. The mouse brought him the arrow. When Okuninushi came back with the arrow, Susanoo was asleep. Okuninushi looked at the sleeping storm god. He looked at the hair, the great mass of hair of the god of storms, and he tied it to the rafters of the palace, all of it, tied it carefully and completely to every rafter, so that when Susanoo woke and tried to move, his hair would hold him. Then he took the sword and the bow and the arrows and the speaking lute of Susanoo, and he took Susanoo on his back, and he ran. As he ran, the speaking lute brushed against a tree, and the tree rang out, and the sound woke Susanoo. He tried to rise. His hair pulled at the rafters. The palace shook. By the time he had freed himself, Okuninushi was gone. Susanoo came to the border of Nenokuni and called after him. He called, "Use the sword and the bow and arrows I gave you to drive back your brothers, and marry Susanoo as your main wife, and become the great land master." This is how it goes in the Kojiki. The test becomes the blessing. The challenge becomes the gift. Susanoo had put Okuninushi through every trial he could devise, and Okuninushi had passed every one, had survived the snakes and the centipedes and the fire, and had even found the cleverness to escape. And now Susanoo was telling him to go and become the thing he was supposed to become. Okuninushi returned to the world above. He drove away his 80 brothers. He took Susanoo as his wife. He built a palace in Izumo, and he began the great work that was waiting for him. Part 7. Building the Land. Okuninushi did not build the land alone. This is one of the things the Kojiki understands, that later stories sometimes forget. The great works are not done alone. The great works require helpers, companions, the small god who appears at the right moment, with the knowledge you did not know you needed. Okuninushi was standing on the shore of Izumo, looking out at the sea, when he saw something coming across the water. It was very small. It was floating in something, a vessel made of a pod, a small pod like the pod of a gourd, split in half and dried, sealed with the wings of a moth. To make it watertight, it floated toward him across the dark sea. Inside was a very small god, a god so small that Okuninushi could not recognize it. Its name was unknown to him. None of the gods he consulted knew it either. Then a toad spoke up. The toad said, "Ask Quebiko. Quebiko knows everything." Quebiko is the scarecrow in the mountain field, the figure that stands in the field to keep the birds away, the one who stands still and watches everything, the one who never moves and therefore sees every single thing that moves around it. Quebiko knew who the small god was. Quebiko said, "That is Sukunabikona, the god of small things, the child of Kamimusubi." Okuninushi and Sukunabikona worked together. Sukunabikona was small, but he knew medicine. He knew the medicine of the gods, and the medicine of the body, and the medicine of the land. He knew how to make the land fertile, how to make the soil produce, how to turn the ground into something that could feed the living things that lived on it. Together they built the country, not the islands, which were already there, but the country as it works, the fields and the medicines and the ways of keeping things alive in a world that is always trying to let things die. They worked for a long time. They worked through seasons, through the changes of the sky, through the things that come and the things that go. And then Sukunabikona climbed a stalk of millet and was flung away to the land of Tokoyo, the eternal land, the land beyond the horizon, where things go when they are done with this world, but not yet ready to be nowhere. Okuninushi stood alone again and said, "How shall I build this country alone?" And a light appeared on the sea. A god came to him across the water, a shining god, a god who said, "I am your spirit. I am the spirit of your good fortune. I am the one who makes you, more than you would be without me." This god said, "Enshrine me properly, and I will help you complete the work." The god was called Umononushi, the great master of things, and Okuninushi built him a shrine on the mountain of Miwa in the land of Yamato, a shrine that stands there still, that has stood there since before history was written, since before the word shrine existed to describe what it was. With Umononushi enshrined, Okuninushi continued. He built more than the land. He built the way of living on the land. He built the means by which the people who would come after would be able to stay alive in the world that had been made for them. The Kojiki says he established the methods of farming and fishing, the ways of treating illness, the charms and the practices that protected people from the things that threatened them. He learned from Sukunabikona and from Umononushi, and from the trials he had survived, and from the love of Suseribime, and from the rabbit on the beach. Who had told him, before he even knew it was true, that he was the one? He became Okuninushi, the great landmaster, not because he was given the title, but because he earned it, because the country that had been a chaos of competing gods and violent brothers and dangerous trials became, under his care, a place that worked. The world below was built, Ashihara no Nakatsukuni, the middle country of the reed plains, the world between the high sky of Amaterasu and the deep roots of Ninokuni, was ready. And then the sky noticed. Amaterasu looked down from Takamagahara and saw the land that had been built. She said, "The middle country of the reed plains is full of light." She said it as you say something, when you realize that a thing you are going to do needs to be done now, that the situation has arrived at the point where waiting is no longer possible. She said, "That country should be ruled by my child." She had a child, Ameno Oshihomimi, and this child was the one she intended to send, but things are rarely that simple. Ameno Oshihomimi stood at the floating bridge of heaven and looked down at the world below and said, "The country is very noisy." He was not wrong. The world below was full of gods, and the gods were not entirely quiet, and the noise of the world below was considerable. He said he did not want to go. So a different messenger was sent first, then another, then another. Some of them forgot their mission. Some of them joined the world below and did not come back. Some of them were defeated by the world they were supposed to pacify. The world below was stubborn. It had been built by gods who were not gods of heaven, and the gods of heaven were finding that the act of taking it over was not as simple as declaring that it should be taken over. Eventually, 2 gods were sent who were suited to the task. They were sent with a mission that was, at its heart, a negotiation. They went to Okuninushi, and they asked him, not ordered him, not conquered him, but asked him, "Will you hand over the land?" This is the moment, called Kuniuzuri in Japanese. The giving of the land, the negotiated transfer of the world below from the gods who had built it to the gods who had been born to rule it. It was not entirely peaceful. Some of Okuninushi's children resisted. One of them refused outright. The negotiations were long, and there were more than one of them, but in the end, Okuninushi said yes. He said, "If you build me a shrine as tall as the high plane of heaven, with pillars as thick and deep as the earth, a shrine that is as grand as the world I have built for you, I will hand over the land." This is what it takes, not force, not war, recognition, the acknowledgement that the one who built the world deserves a place in it, even after he is no longer the one who rules it. The shrine was built. It was built at Izumo, the place where the clouds rise, the place where Susanoo had made his poem, the place where the great work had begun. The Izumo Grand Shrine stands there now. It is one of the most sacred places in Japan. Millions of people visit it. They go there to pray for love and marriage, because Okuninushi became the god of those things, because the god who was carried by the love of Susanoo and the wisdom of the white rabbit and the mercy of the mouse in the field, became the god of all the kinds of love that make life worth the living. Okuninushi withdrew. He went to the inner sanctuary of his shrine. He went behind the great pillars. He went to the place that was built for him, and he is there still, in the old understanding, in the tradition that says that the gods do not disappear, but become present in different ways, that what withdraws from the visible world remains in the invisible one, present in the places that were made for them, available to those who come to ask. The land was clear. The world below was ready. Now there was nothing standing between the gods of heaven and the country they had decided to govern. Part 8. The Descent of Ninigi. Amaterasu called her grandson. The plan had changed. Ameno Oshihomimi, her original choice, had a son now. His name was Ninigi, and Ninigi was the one who would go down to the world below. Amaterasu gathered everything he would need. She gave him the 3 sacred treasures. The first was Yasakani no Magatama, the curved jewel of 8 feet, the jewel that hangs at the center of every sacred ritual, the jewel whose shape is the shape of the soul, the curved kama shape that appears in Japanese art wherever the deepest things are being indicated. The second was the mirror, Magatama no Kagami, the mirror that had been hung in the sakaki tree when the gods needed to lure Amaterasu out of the rock cave. Amaterasu held the mirror and looked at it and said, "When you look into this mirror, you are looking at me. This mirror is me. Honor it as you would honor me." The third was Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting sword, the sword that Susanoo had found in the tale of Yamata no Orochi, and sent to her, the sword that had passed from the serpent to the god of storms, to the goddess of the sun, and would now pass to the god who was going to govern the land below. These 3 things together, the jewel and the mirror and the sword, are the imperial regalia of Japan. They are the objects that define the right to rule. They are present today, or believed to be present, in specific shrines, specific places held in the dark behind closed doors that are not opened, kept in the old way, the way of a tradition that understands that some things are more powerful when they are not seen. Ninigi was given companions. There were 5 gods who went with him, gods who would become the ancestors of the great clans of Japan, the families that would manage the rituals and the prayers and the sacred music and the mirror and the jewels and all the things that the divine relationship between the sky and the land required for its maintenance. Amenokoyane and Hutodama, who had arranged the ritual of the rock cave. Ameno Uzume, who had danced. Ishikoridome, who had made the mirror. Tamanuya, who had made the jewels. These 5 went down with Ninigi. Their descendants would serve the imperial house for as long as the imperial house existed, each family keeping its particular part of the inheritance intact, generation after generation, the unbroken chain of service. That is one of the things Japan means when Japan talks about continuity. And with these 5 came 800 myriads of gods. 800 myriads is a way of saying all of them, every god there was, all the presences that had been born from the great work of creation, all the spirits that had accumulated over the long age of the gods, they all went. Ninigi descended. He descended through the 8-fold clouds, pushing them apart, as you push apart something that is in the way of where you need to go. He descended through the heavenly path, through the space between the sky and the land, through the air that separates the world of the divine from the world that the divine was descending into. He landed at the peak of Takachiho, in the land of Hyuga, in what is now called Miyazaki, on the southern island of Kyushu. He landed on the floating peak, the peak that seems to float above the clouds, the mountain so high that when you are at its top, the clouds are below you, and the sky is very close, and the distance between where you are and where you came from is smaller than it seems. He said, "This is a splendid place." He said, "Here I will make my palace." And he did. He built his palace at Takachiho, and he ruled the land below, as he had been sent to rule it. But before he entered his palace, something happened on the way. There was a god at the crossroads, where the road from heaven meets the road of the land, a god standing there with a light so bright that it illuminated everything, above the sky and below the sea, and all the world between. Ameno Uzume was sent to ask who this was. She was sent because she was the one who had danced without fear, because she was the one who had stood at the entrance of the cave and refused to be diminished by what was large and dangerous, because she was the one who could face a stranger with the full force of her presence and ask what she needed to ask. She went to the crossroads. She asked the bright god who he was. He said his name was Sarutahiko, the earth god, the god of the roads, the god of the pathways, and the crossings, and the places where one way meets another. He said he had come to serve as a guide. He had heard that a heavenly god was descending, and he had come to light the way. Amenozume guided Ninigi to Sarutahiko. Sarutahiko led Ninigi down the road to Takachiho. Afterward, Ameno-Uzume accompanied Sarutahiko to the land of Issei, where he would take up his permanent station, the place that is still his. This is why Ameno-Uzume is the ancestor of the Sarume clan, the clan of performers, the clan that kept alive the tradition of the dance that brought the sun back from the cave. This is how the Kojiki keeps track of origins. Every story is also an explanation. Every event that happened in the age of the gods left something behind in the world of humans, a practice, a place, a family, a way of doing things. That points back, if you follow it, to the moment it began. Ninigi settled at Takachiho, and one day he saw a woman. Her name was Konohana no Sakuyabime, the princess who makes the flowers of the trees to bloom, the goddess of the flowering, the goddess of the brief and brilliant beauty of things that come into being and then pass. She was the daughter of Ohyamatsumi, the great mountain master, the god of the mountains, who had been born from the killing of Kagutsuchi, who had been present in the world since the earliest days of its making. Ninigi asked her to marry him. Oyamatsumi was delighted. He sent both of his daughters, Konohana no Sakuyabime, who was beautiful, and Iwanohime, who was not beautiful, whose name means the Long Rock Princess, the goddess of permanence, of the things that endure. Ninigi sent Iwanohime back. He kept only Konohana no Sakuyabime. Oyamatsumi was sad when Iwanohime returned. He said, "I sent both daughters so that the lives of the heavenly grandchildren would be as enduring as the rock and as blooming as the flowers of the trees. I sent both of them so that their lives would be long and full. But because Iwanohime has been returned, the lives of the heavenly grandchildren will be like the flowers, beautiful, brief." This is why the emperors of Japan are mortal. This is the explanation the Kojiki offers for the one thing that seemed hardest to explain, the thing that required explaining more than anything else, the fact that the descendants of the gods die. They die because their ancestor, chose beauty over permanence. He chose the flowering over the rock, and from that choice, the brevity of human life followed, the way all the most important things follow, from a single decision that seemed small at the time. Ninigi and Konohana no Sakuyabime had children. Their children had children, and those children became the direct ancestors of Jimmu, the first human emperor of Japan, the beginning of the imperial line that has continued from that descent at Takachiho to the present day. But before Jimmu, there were two more generations. The next story belongs to Hawori, who is also called Yamasachibiko, the Mountain Luck Prince, and his brother Umisachibiko, the Sea Luck Prince. Two brothers, two kinds of luck, two ways of understanding the world, and between them the story of how the sea and the land were reconciled, and how the divine bloodline took on the last of what it needed before it became at last the bloodline of the first emperor. Part 9, Yamasachibiko and the Lost Hook. There is a rule in the old stories that brothers understand themselves through their differences. Umisachibiko was the Sea Luck Prince. His luck was in the sea. His tools were the fish hook and the line, and the knowledge of where the fish were, and the patience to wait for them. He went out on the water, and the water gave him what he asked for, not always immediately, not always easily, but eventually, reliably, the sea came through. Yamasachibiko was the Mountain Luck Prince. His luck was in the mountains. His tools were the bow and the arrows, and the knowledge of where the animals moved, and the stillness to wait for them. He went up into the hills, and the hills gave him what he asked for, not always immediately, not always easily, but eventually, reliably, the mountain came through. Each of them had his world. Each world provided. Neither brother had reason to want the other's world, and yet Yamasachibiko asked his brother if they could exchange tools for a day. He wanted to know what the sea felt like. He wanted to know how the water moved, and how it felt to wait for fish rather than game. Umisachibiko was reluctant. The Kojiki says he refused several times before agreeing. This is important. The reluctance matters. The tools were not just tools. They were the particular luck of each brother, and luck is not something you lend casually. But eventually Umisachibiko agreed, and Yamasachibiko took the fish hook and the line and went to the sea. He caught nothing. He sat there all day, and nothing came to his line. The sea knew he was the wrong person. The sea luck was not his luck. The fish did not come. And then he lost the hook. He lost it in the sea, somehow, in the water, the borrowed hook gone. the thing that was not his to lose, lost in the place that was not his to fish. He went back to his brother without the hook. He made a new hook. He made 1,000 new hooks from his own sword. He offered them all. Umisachibiko said no. He wanted his hook, only his hook, not a new hook, not 1,000 hooks, that hook. Yamasachibiko stood at the edge of the sea and wept. He was there, weeping at the water's edge, when an old man appeared. The old man was the god of the sea approaches, Shiotsuchi no Kami, and he asked the mountain prince, what was wrong? Yamasachibiko hanashimashita. The hook, the sea, the brother, the refusal. The old man made a small boat, a boat woven of bamboo, sealed tight, and he put Yamasachibiko in it. And he told him where to go. He said, at the end of your journey you will come to a palace. The palace is the palace of Watatsumi, the sea god. At the top of the gate there is a cassia tree. Climb the tree and wait. The daughter of the sea god will find you. Yamasachibiko got in the boat. The boat carried him down, not across the sea, but down into the sea, to the place below the water where the sea god's palace stands. He arrived. He climbed the cassia tree at the gate. He waited. A woman came from the palace to draw water from the well beneath the tree. She looked up. She saw him. She went back to her father and told him. There was someone in the tree. Watatsumi came out. He looked up at the young man, sitting in the cassia tree above his gate. He invited him in. Inside the sea god's palace, Yamasachibiko met Toyota Mabime, the jewel-rich princess, the daughter of Watatsumi. They looked at each other across the great hall of the underwater palace, and the decision was made before either of them spoke. They were married. They lived together in the palace of the sea god for 3 years, 3 years under the water, in the place where the sea god lived, with all his court and all his fish, and all the things that belonged to the deep. But Yamasachibiko remembered the hook. He had been there 3 years, and the hook had not left his mind. He had tried to let it go. He had lived well and been happy, and loved Toyota Mabime, but the hook was there, the thing he had lost. That was not his to lose. He told Toyota Mabime he was sad. He told her about the hook. She told her father. Watatsumi gathered all the fish of the sea together. He asked them, "Is anyone carrying a hook?" The fish said, "The Red Sea bream has had a sore in its throat for some time and cannot eat properly. Perhaps that is the hook." Watatsumi had the Red Sea bream brought forward and examined, and inside its throat was the hook. Watatsumi gave Yamasachibiko the hook. He also gave him 2 jewels, the tide-controlling jewels, one that makes the tide come in, and one that makes it go out, the jewels that are the master switch of all the water in the world. He said, "When you give your brother the hook, give it to him with these words. Tell him this hook is a poor hook, an unhappy hook, a hook that wants to sink. And when your brother struggles, use the tide-rising jewel to drown him. When he begs for mercy, use the tide-ebbing jewel to save him." Yamasachibiko returned to the surface. Toyota Mabime sent a message with him. She said she was pregnant, and when the time came, she would come to the shore to give birth. She said he must not look at her when she was giving birth. She said the same thing that Izanami had said in Yomi, the old prohibition, the old understanding, that there are forms that should not be witnessed by the ones who love them. Yamasachibiko returned to the land. He gave his brother the hook. He said the words he had been taught. Umisachibiko struggled in the way that people struggle when the things they relied on stop working. The tide rose against him. He begged for mercy. The tide ebbed. He submitted. He said, "I will be the guard of your person, forever and always, day and night." And so the Sea Luck Prince, who had been the older and the prouder, became the servant of the Mountain Luck Prince, and the reason the Emperor's guards perform the ceremonies they perform, the reason they make the gestures they make, the reason the imperial attendants have always acted as they act, is traced back to this moment, to Umisachibiko saying, "I will serve you, for as long as serving is required." When the time came, Toyota Mabime came to shore. She had built a parturition house at the edge of the water, and she came to it, and she told Yamasachibiko not to look. He looked. He could not help it. He is like his ancestor in this. He is like Izanagi in Yomi, like the man who could not keep from knowing what he had promised not to know. He looked, and he saw Toyota Mabime in her true form, her sea form, the form she wore when she was entirely herself, and not the form she wore for the land. She was a great crocodile, a great sea creature, the truth of what she was, when she was not accommodating, the world above the water. She gave birth to the child. Then she saw that she had been seen. She was ashamed, not because her form was wrong, because she had asked, and he had looked anyway, because the same thing had happened. That always happens in these stories. The thing you ask not to be seen. Being seen, the privacy you ask for. Being broken, the form you wear for love. Being insufficient, in the end, to hold the relationship against the pull of wanting to know. She walled up the passage between the sea and the land. She went back to the sea. She was gone. But she sent her sister, Tamayoribime, to nurse the child, and the child grew. The child's name was Ugayahukiaizu, a name so long and specific that it sounds like a description rather than a name, the name of someone who was being carefully placed in the exact moment of their beginning. Ugaya Hukiaizu grew up, being nursed by his aunt, the sister of the mother who could not stay. He married his aunt. This is how the old genealogies work. The categories are different. The relationships are structured around different rules. And from this marriage came 4 sons. The 4th son was Zinmu. Zinmu, the name means divine valor, the name given to the first human emperor of Japan by the tradition that came after him, looking back at the beginning and deciding what to call it. Zinmu looked east. He stood at the tip of Kyushu, where his grandfather Ninigi had landed, where the descendants of the gods had been living, since the sky had been willing to give the land its air, and he looked east. He said, "I want to go to the east. I want to reach the center of the world. I want to go to the place from which everything can be governed, and from that place govern everything." He gathered his brothers. He told them his plan. He said, "The divine ancestors came from the sky and built this world, and now it is time to complete what they began, to go east, to find the center, to build what needs to be built." And so Zinmu began his eastern campaign. The Kojiki follows him through battle after battle, through the obstacles and the divine help, through the crow that guided him, the divine 8-legged crow Yatagarasu that appeared in the sky above him when he was lost in the mountains and led him forward. The crow with 3 legs, the sun crow, the crow that is the symbol of the sun and its guidance that appears in Japan wherever guidance is needed, wherever the path is unclear and something needs to show the way. Zinmu followed the crow. He fought the gods who would not submit. He received dreams and visions that told him what to do and what not to do. He was helped by his divine ancestors, who had never quite left the world they had made, who were still present in it, still available, still willing to send a crow, or a sword, or a dream, when one was needed. And then Zinmu arrived in Yamato. He subdued the land. He built a palace. He established the first human rulership of the land that had been made by the gods who had come before him, the land whose islands had been born from the salt that dripped from a jeweled spear, whose mountains were inhabited by spirits that had been there since the mountains were made whose rivers were the same rivers that the gods of rivers had been governing since water was first called water. He built his palace and he ruled, and the Kojiki, having brought him to this moment, having traced the unbroken line from the first stirring of the universe to the first human emperor, pauses here, not ends, pauses, because the story continues. The Kojiki continues through the emperors, through the generations of human rulership, through the stories and the battles and the poems of the long age of the early emperors. But this is the pivot point. This is where the age of the gods gives way to the age of the emperors. What comes before Zenmu is myth. What comes after Zenmu is history, or at least history as the old understanding imagines it, the stories that connect the divine to the human, the sky to the earth, the age when gods walked the world openly, to the age when gods became hidden and the world was left to those who had inherited it. This is the Kojiki, the record of ancient matters, written in 712 of the Common Era by Onoyasumaro, who set down what Hiranoware remembered, who had carried the stories, in memory alone, since the Emperor Tenmu had ordered the old records to be preserved. It is the oldest surviving literary work in Japan, not the oldest writing, not the oldest record, but the oldest work, the first thing that can be called a book, assembled from what had been spoken before it was written, from the oral tradition that had kept the stories alive through the generations before there were characters to write them in. The people who first told these stories did not have a writing system. They told the stories to their children, and their children told them to their children, and somewhere in the long chain of telling and listening, the stories changed and were shaped and became the versions that were finally written down. We are at the end of that chain. These are the old stories, the stories of the age before history, the stories that explain why the world is the way it is, why the mountain has the name it has, why the shrine stands where it stands, why the emperor's guards make the gestures they make, why the peach keeps evil away, why the cherry blossoms fall, why the dragonfly is the symbol of Japan. These are the stories that the people who lived in the old world told themselves, about where they came from, and why they were here, and what the world around them was trying to tell them. The sky is still up there. The earth is still below. The mountains still have gods in them. The rivers still run. The stories are still true, in the way that old stories are true, not factually but essentially, not as history but as understanding, as the shape of how a people sees itself in the world that it inhabits. Rest now. The world was made. It is still being made. You are part of it, the part that is alive right now, in this moment, in the long story that has been going on since the egg cracked open, and what was above rose, and what was below sank, and in the space between, something came into being that had not existed before. The world continues, as it always has. Part 10, What the Stories Leave Behind. Every story leaves something behind. Not always what you expect, not always what the story seems to be about. Sometimes the thing that lasts is something small, a detail, a name, a gesture that survived because it was embedded in the larger story, and so was carried forward along with everything else. The Kojiki is full of these small survivals. The peach tree at the entrance to Yomi is still known as the tree that drives away evil. Peaches are still given as gifts when protection is needed. The story explains why. The practice precedes the explanation. Both are true simultaneously. The mirror that was hung in the Sakaki tree is still at the heart of the most sacred shrine in Japan. It is kept in a box inside another box, inside a building that is never opened. No one alive has seen it. In the living memory of scholarship, it may be a mirror. It may be something else. The point is that it is there, held in the dark, the way certain things must be held, the way the most important things are sometimes the most invisible. The sword from the tale of Yamato Orochi is at a shrine in Nagoya, and also at the shrine of Issei. Depending on which tradition you follow, the sword has traveled. The sword has a history, longer than the history of the country. That keeps it. The three treasures together have been present at every enthronement of the Japanese emperor since Jimmu. More than 125 generations, more than 2,000 years by the traditional counting. Each emperor has been enthroned in the presence of the same objects that Amaterasu gave to Ninigi when she sent him down from the sky. The mirror that is Amaterasu herself, the jewel that is the soul's shape, the sword that was found in the body of the serpent. Whatever else you say about the Kojiki, whatever questions you have about its historical accuracy or its relationship to what actually happened, this is undeniably true. These three objects are still here, still present, still at the center of the ceremony. That makes the emperor the emperor. The story is still going. Think about what was made. In the beginning, there was the egg. The egg cracked. The sky rose and the earth sank. The first gods came into being. Then two of them were sent to the floating bridge. They had a spear. They stirred the sea. The first island formed from the dripping brine. They walked around the pillar. They spoke the words. The islands were born. The gods were born. The world was filled. Then Izanami died, and Izanagi went to find her, and came back changed, came back carrying in his body the sun and the moon and the storm. The storm went to heaven, and wrecked the patties and the weaving hall, and the sun hid in the cave, and 8 million gods stood in the dark, and did not know what to do. Then a goddess danced. She danced without restraint. She danced with her full nature on display, and the gods laughed, and the sun came out of the cave. Then the storm god was cast out. He went to Izumo. He found the old couple and their daughter. He fought the serpent. He found the sword. He made a palace. He made the first poem. Then Okuninushi built the land. He was helped by the small god in the gourd pod. He was helped by the mouse in the field. He was helped by the white rabbit on the beach, who saw him before he saw himself. He built and built, and the land became the land. Then the gods of heaven came down. Ninigi descended through the clouds. He brought the mirror and the jewel and the sword. He landed at the mountain. He married the daughter of the mountain god. He chose the bloom over the rock. His grandson found a lost hook at the bottom of the sea. His great-great-great-grandson went east. The crow led him. He arrived in Yamato. He built his palace. He became the first emperor. This is what the Kojiki is. It is the story of how everything got from nowhere to here. The nowhere of the egg, the here of the palace at Yamato, the long, slow journey from one to the other, passing through all the things that had to happen for the destination to be possible. The egg had to crack. The spear had to stir the sea. Izanagi had to go to Yomi and come back and wash himself in the sea. Susanoo had to behave badly and be cast out and find the serpent and kill it and find the sword. Okuninushi had to help the rabbit and survive the fire and negotiate the giving of the land. Ninigi had to choose this particular mountain and make this particular family. All of it, every part of it. Nothing could have been skipped, or the destination would have been different, or the destination would not have been reached at all. Japan, in the Kojiki's understanding, is not an accident. It is the result of an intention that was present before the world began. the intention of Amanomanakanushi, who existed first, at the center of everything, before anything else, whose name is the name of that intention. And the intention was not just to make some islands. The intention was to make a place where certain things could happen, where the rice paddies could be tended, and the silk could be woven, and the fish could be caught, and the prayers could be said, and the mirror could be kept in the dark, and the peach could keep the evil away, a place where the stories could be told. The Kojiki ends as all the best things end, not with a conclusion, but with a continuation. The story of the emperors goes on. The story of the country goes on. The gods do not disappear. They become embedded in the landscape, in the shrines and the mountains and the rivers, in the practices that survive long after their origin is forgotten, in the shapes we make and the words we say, and the things we do without knowing why, that point back, if you follow them, to the moment in the story when they began. The white rabbit is somewhere on the beach of Inaba. The peach tree is somewhere at the slope of Yomi. The first poem is still being written in Izumo. Every time someone builds a wall around the person they love. The world was made. It is still being made. Every generation adds its part. Every person who comes into the world and does the work that is theirs to do is part of the continuation of what started when the egg cracked and the sky rose and the first gods came into being in the space between. Sleep now, the world is quiet, the rivers are running, the mountains are still, the peach tree is at the border of where you are and where you are going. Outside somewhere, there is a sky, and in that sky, there are stars. Some of those stars have names. The names are old. The names came from people who looked at the same stars you would see if you looked up now and found in them the shapes of the things they most needed to believe. The summer stars include Amaterasu's light, reflected down through all the miles of dark air to where you are, not metaphorically, literally, the sun, whose light you see every day, is the descendant, in the old understanding, of the goddess who hid in the rock cave and was coaxed out by laughter. Every morning is her emergence. Every day is her agreement to keep illuminating the world. That asked her back. The world is old. The stories are older than the writing. The writing is older than almost anything else. That survives. And you are at the far end of the chain, lying somewhere in the night, carrying everything that came before you, without knowing most of it, the way everyone carries everything, without knowing most of it. The egg cracked. The world began. The story ran from there to here. Here is where you are. rest. The world continues. Kojiki, Records of Ancient Matters, Part 2, Yamato Takeru. Every story has a before the hero becomes the hero, before the name is given, before the first journey begins. There is the before, the ordinary time, the time when the person who will become remarkable is still simply a person living in the world that made them, in the family that made them, in the particular circumstances that will eventually push them out of the ordinary and into the story. The before of Yamato Takeru was not peaceful. He was born the second son of the 12th emperor, Keiko Tenno, the great emperor who ruled from Yamato, from the heart of the islands, that had been born from the salt dripping off a jeweled spear in the age before history. His name at birth was Wusunomi Koto, the small mortar prince, a plain name, a simple name, the name of a boy. His brother was Osunomi Koto, the large mortar prince. These are not grand names. They are the names of two boys, given before anyone knew what either of them would become. Wusu was strong, not strong in the ordinary way, not strong the way a farmer is strong, from years of lifting and carrying, not strong the way a soldier is strong, from years of training, strong in a way that was deeper than that, strong in a way that came from somewhere, that had nothing to do with training or effort, strong in the way that certain people are simply made strong, the way certain rivers run faster than other rivers, not because of anything they have done, but because of the shape of the land they run through. The first thing the Kojiki tells us about Wusu is something his father asked him to do. His brother Osu had been neglecting his duties. He was not appearing at meals. He was not presenting himself at the times and places required. Keiko Tenno asked Wusu to go to his brother and speak to him, to encourage him, to bring him back to his responsibilities. Wusu went. He was gone for some time. When Keiko Tenno asked a few days later whether Osu had been spoken to, the answer that came back was yes, he had been spoken to, but Osu did not appear. The emperor asked why, and the answer was that Wusu had found his brother and had grabbed him by the hand and twisted him until something broke, and then had taken what remained and wrapped it in a mat of reeds and thrown it away. This is the Kojiki. It does not soften. It says what happened, the way it always says what happened, without comment, without the careful distancing that later storytelling learned to use. When the truth was too direct, Wusu killed his brother, not in battle, not in war, in the ordinary space of a family, with his hands, because something in him that his father had not counted on was always present, always at the surface, always looking for a place to go. Keiko to know was afraid of his own son. This is also stated plainly. The emperor who ruled all of Yamato, who commanded armies, and received tribute, and whose word was law, in every province of the islands, was afraid of this boy. Not the boy's strength exactly, or not only that, but the quality that the strength pointed to, the quality of something. That does not fit in any container you put it in. The quality of something that will always exceed whatever space is given to it. So the emperor sent him away. He sent him west to the land of Kumaso in the southern island, where there were people who did not submit, people who had always been outside the authority of Yamato, people who needed to be dealt with. He sent his dangerous son toward the dangerous people. Two dangers pointed at each other. What he expected was perhaps that one danger would eliminate the other, that Wusu would go south and either defeat the Kumaso or be defeated by them, and either way, the problem of the boy would be resolved. This is not what happened. Wusu went to his aunt first. His aunt was Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the princess who served at Ise, the great shrine of the sun goddess, the shrine that had been built for Amaterasu in the age when the gods still walked among the things they had made. She was the sacred keeper, the one who maintained the relationship between the divine and the human, who held the thread of connection that had run from the age of the gods to the age of the emperors, and needed someone in each generation to hold it. Wusu came to her and wept. He did not try to hide it. He wept in front of his aunt, the way someone weeps when they are very young and have not yet learned that weeping in front of others is something to be ashamed of. He said to her, "Does my father want me to die? I have only just returned from the west, and already I am being sent east, without rest, without time, without anyone beside me." This is the other side of Wusu, the warrior who could not be contained, the boy who wept at his aunt's shrine. Both are true, both are him. The Kojiki holds both without trying to resolve them, the way it holds most things, understanding that the most interesting people are always more than one thing, always exceed any single description, always contain within them qualities that should not coexist, but do. Yamato Hime listened to her nephew. Then she gave him a robe and a bag. She said, "When things are most dangerous, open the bag. This is how help comes in the Kojiki, not the help of armies, not the help of gold or weapons, the help of a robe and a bag from a woman who serves the divine and knows things that warriors do not know." Wusu went south. He traveled to the land of Kumaso, the land in the far south, where the mountains come down to the sea, and the people who lived there had always lived outside the reach of Yamato's authority. The leaders of Kumaso were two brothers. Their name Kumaso Takeru, the valiant ones of Kumaso. They were celebrating. They were building a new hall, a great feasting hall, and they had gathered people from everywhere to celebrate, and the celebration was going to last for days, and the brothers were at the center of it, eating and drinking, and feeling the full weight of their power and their position. Wusu looked at the celebration. He looked at the robe his aunt had given him. Then he put it on. He combed out his hair. He tucked flowers into it. He put on the robe of a young woman. He became, to all appearances, a young woman, and he walked into the celebration with the ease of someone who has decided that the situation requires the full flexibility of their nature. The brothers saw him, or rather they saw what they thought they saw, which was a beautiful young woman entering their celebration alone, and they invited her to sit between them. Wusu sat between them. He smiled when they smiled at him. He accepted the cup when they offered it. He watched the celebration the way a hunter watches, with attention to everything, with patience. When the celebration was at its deepest, when the drinking had gone on long enough that the brothers' attention was softer than it should have been, Wusu reached inside the robe. He took out a sword. He killed the elder brother first, then he turned to the younger. The younger brother, finding himself at the point of the sword, said something remarkable. He said, "Wait." He said, "I have something to say." Wusu waited. The younger brother said, "In all the West, in all the land I have known, I thought there was no one stronger than us. But you exist. Someone stronger exists. I will give you a name. From now, you should be called Yamato Takeru, the valiant one of Yamato." And Wusu, having heard the name, killed him. This is how the name was given. Not by a parent, not by a ceremony, by a man who had just been defeated, in the last moments of his life, giving his conqueror the greatest gift he had left to give, the name of the strongest. Wusu no Mikoto became Yamato Takeru, and the story began. Part 2. The Western Campaign. Yamato Takeru did not return to his father immediately. He was in the south, in the land that had been outside Yamato's authority, and now that the leaders of Kumaso were dead, he moved through the land, the way water moves after a dam breaks, finding every place that had been blocked, and flowing through it. There were gods in the west who had not been brought into the order of things, gods of the mountains and the rivers and the sea crossings, old presences, things that had been in the land before the first emperor came down from the sky, before the land had any name other than what the things living in it called themselves. Yamato Takeru spoke to them. Some he persuaded, some he defeated, some simply withdrew before the force of him arrived, understanding, the way old things sometimes understand, that the time had changed. and what was coming could not be stopped. He went to Izumo. Izumo is the land of the great shrine, the land of Okuninushi, the land where the gods gather in October to decide who will be joined to whom. In Izumo there was a man called Yamato Takeru, not the god, a man, a strong man, a man who had made of his strength something like a religion, who believed in it the way some people believe, in anything that has not yet failed them. Yamato Takeru did not fight him directly. He made a sword, a fake sword, a sword with a blade of wood, finished carefully, wrapped carefully, placed in a scabbard, so that it looked like a sword, felt like a sword, seemed in every particular to be a sword. He went to Izumo Takeru and suggested they swim together in the river. They swam. When they came out, Yamato Takeru put on Izumo Takeru's sword, his real sword, and he suggested they exchange swords as a gesture of friendship. Izumo Takeru put on the wooden sword. Yamato Takeru drew his real sword. Izumo Takeru reached for his own and found wood. This is how the West was pacified, not always by force, sometimes by something more like water, which finds every weakness and uses it, which does not break what it encounters, but shapes itself around it until the encounter is over and the water is on the other side. He came home. He came to Keiko Tenno's palace in Yamato, and he reported what he had done. All the enemies subdued, all the gods brought into the order of things. The West, as far as it needed to go, now under the authority of the Emperor. Keiko Tenno listened. Then he said, "Go east. No rest. No recognition. No time in the palace. Just the next direction." The east was restless. The east had its own gods, its own strong people, its own resistance to the idea that anywhere should be subject to anywhere else. "Go east," said the Emperor. "Bring the east into the order." Yamato Takeru went to his aunt. He went to Yamato-hime at the shrine of Issei. He said the words he had said before. He said, "Does my father want me to die?" He said, "I have only just returned, and I am sent again, with no rest, no army, no one beside me." He wept. Yamato-hime listened. She had listened before. She would listen again. This is what she does, this keeper of the divine relationship, this woman who stands at the meeting place of the human and the sacred, who holds the thread. She gave him the sword from the tale of Yamatano Orochi, the sword that Susanoo had found in the body of the serpent and sent to his sister Amaterasu, and that had been kept at Issei in the innermost place since the age of the gods. She gave it to her nephew. She said, "Be careful. Do not be careless." She gave him the bag with the fire inside, the bag she had given him before with its instruction, When things are most dangerous, open the bag. Yamato Takeru took the sword. He took the bag. He went east. The east is different from the west. In the west, the land is old. In a particular way, the shrines of Izumo are among the oldest things in Japan. The mountains of Kyushu have been mountains for as long as mountains have been mountains. The West has its own settled heaviness, the weight of things that have been, exactly where they are, for a very long time, and have accumulated that weight in their soil and their air. The East is different. The East has a different quality, newer, or at least newer in its relationship to the authority coming from Yamato, wilder in the sense of being, less shaped by that authority, less worn into the pattern that the pattern makers of Yamato had been making for generations. Yamato Takeru moved through the eastern provinces. With the sword at his side, the sword was already famous. It had been in the tail of the serpent. It had been given to the sun goddess. It had been kept in the innermost place of the most sacred shrine in Japan. To carry it was to carry all of that. Every person who saw him and knew what he carried understood what they were looking at, not just a sword, but the accumulated authority of everything that had led to this moment. Some submitted, some fled, some did not. In the province of Sagami, near the sea, a man who governed that land invited Yamato Takeru into a great field. He said there was something there, worth seeing. He said, "Come into the field, and I will show you." Yamato Takeru went into the field. The man set it on fire. This is the oldest trick. The field, the fire, the invitation, the understanding that even the strongest person can be caught in the middle of a fire with no way out if you plan it carefully enough and move quickly enough. The fire came from all sides. The grass was dry. The wind was moving. Yamato Takeru remembered the bag. He opened it. Inside was a fire striker, the stones that make fire, and he had the sword. He used the sword the way it had never been used before. He cut the grass around him, the dry grass that was burning. He cut it and cut it, clearing the ground around him, creating a space where the fire had nothing to feed on. Then he used the fire striker. He lit a fire of his own, a counter fire, a fire set against the fire, meeting it in the open, burning toward it rather than away from it. The two fires met, and the fire that had been set to kill him found its own fire coming toward it, and there was nothing left for either of them, and both went out. Yamato Takeru stood in the burnt field. He looked at the sword in his hand. He had used it to cut grass. The sword from the tail of the serpent, the sacred sword of the three treasures, had cut grass. And because of the grass it had cut, he was alive. He named the sword then. He called it Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting sword, the name it still has. the name by which the third of the three treasures is known today, kept in the dark of Atsuta Zingu, the great shrine of Nagoya, where it has been kept since Yamato Takeru's wife placed it there. After his death, he killed the man who had set the fire. He killed the man's companions. The place where the fire had burned is called Yaidu now, a city on the coast of Shizuoka, a city named for the burning. The Kojiki knows this. This is one of the things the Kojiki does that no later text quite does in the same way. It watches how the present grew out of the past. It traces the roots. It says, the place is called this name because this thing happened there, because this person passed through, because this fire burned, because this sword cut this grass, because the world remembers in its names what happened in it. Part 3. Ototachibana Hime. There was a woman traveling with him. Her name was Ototachibana Hime, the younger princess of Tachibana, the wife of Yamato Takeru. She had been with him since before the Eastern Campaign began, since before the fire in Sagami, since before the sword had its name. The Kojiki does not dwell on when they met, or how the decision was made, or what she thought of the man she married. It simply includes her in the story. At the moment her inclusion matters most, which is how the Kojiki handles many of the women in it, present when they are essential, not explained before, or much mourned after. What she thought of him, what it was like to travel with him through the provinces, watching him defeat one enemy after another, watching the fear in people's faces when they understood what had come to their territory, what it was like to love someone who contained that much force and could not entirely control where it went. The Kojiki does not say. What it says is what she did. From Sagami, the province of the burnt field, Yamato Takeru moved toward the sea. He needed to cross to Kazusa, to the province on the far side of the water, to continue his campaign eastward. He stood at the shore and looked at the crossing and did something that the Kojiki records, without particular emphasis, the way it records many things that later seemed important. He said, "This is a small sea. I could jump across it. This is the quality that will eventually destroy him, not the strength, the pride, the inability at the moment of success to keep the full weight of himself from tipping forward into the space where caution should be." He called the sea small. He said he could jump across it. He stepped into the boat and began to cross. The sea god heard him. The sea gods are not inclined toward patience with those who call their waters small. The water that has crossed the whole width of the ocean, the water that swallowed ships and held the drowned in its deep cold dark, the water that had been there before the islands were made, and would be there after the islands were gone, did not appreciate being called small by a young man in a boat. The sea rose, the waves came, the boat was thrown. The crossing that had seemed like nothing became suddenly everything, became the entire world, became the difference between arriving on the far shore and being at the bottom of the water. Ototachibana Hime was in the boat with him. She looked at the water. She looked at Yamato Takeru. She understood what had happened, why the water was rising, what would stop it. She spoke. She said that she would enter the water, the way someone says something that does not require explanation. This is all she said. One sentence. The Kojiki gives her one sentence before the act. Not because she was asked, not because anyone required it of her, because she saw what was needed, and she was the one standing there, and she chose it. She laid down sedge matting on the water. She spread deerskin on the matting. She stepped out of the boat, and onto the matting, and down into the sea. The waves calmed. The water that had been raging went still. The sea god, given what the sea god required, withdrew. The boat reached the far shore. Yamato Takeru went on. He went on east past the burnt field, and the calmed sea, past the place where the woman who loved him had walked into the water. He went to the mountains of Kai, and through them into Shinano, and through that into Owari, and through all of it, continuing the campaign, subduing the gods who needed subduing, speaking to the people who would speak, fighting the ones who would only fight. But something had changed. The Kojiki notes it. In a small moment, Yamato Takeru came to a peak, a mountain pass, and he looked back. Over the ground he had crossed, over the sea he had crossed, and he said, "Azumahaya, my wife." The word Azuma meant east, but when Yamato Takeru said it, looking back at the sea, it meant my wife. It meant the person who went into the water. It meant the one who is not here, and the place where he stood, when he said it, became the place called Azuma, the east. The word for the east became the word because of what he said. When he looked back from a mountain pass at the sea that had taken her, the names remember. The names carry what was felt long after the person who felt it is gone. He went on to Sagami again, to the mountains, to the land near the great mountain that the old Japanese called Fuji, the mountain that stands alone in the center of the islands, visible from a long way away, perfect in its shape, the way that things that have grown for a very long time become perfect, become exactly the shape they were always going to be. He passed that mountain on his way north and east, and further east still, through Michinoku, through the farthest reaches of what was then Japan's edge, the place where the emperor's authority reached its limits, and the people who had always lived there in their own way were being asked for the first time, to be part of something larger. Some agreed, some did not. Yamato Takeru dealt with both. He was going home. The campaign was done. The East, as far as he had been asked to go, was brought into the order. He had done what his father asked. He was going home to Yamato, through Owari, through the province where a woman named Miyazuhime was waiting for him, a woman he had promised to come back to, a woman who had kept that promise, in her own way, holding it carefully, keeping it safe, waiting. He arrived in Owari, he went to Miyazuhime, she had kept something for him, she had kept the possibility of rest, the possibility of a quiet room, and familiar company, and the particular piece of a place that knows you, and has been waiting for you to come back. He stayed. For a while he simply stayed. The campaign was over. The East was done. He was in a house in Owari, with a woman who was glad to see him, and the sword was hanging on the wall, and there was food and warmth, and the things that warriors are always thinking about when they are far from them. But then he heard about Ibukiyama, the mountain of Ibuki. There was a god on that mountain, a god who had not submitted, a god who was still outside the order, still in the old way, the old resistance. Yamato Takeru heard about it, and thought, I will go. He did not take the sword. This is the thing that is always noted. The sword that had saved him in the fire. The sword that had been in the tail of Yamata no Orochi. The sword that his aunt had given him. He left it with Miyazuhime. He said, I will not need it. He said, I am strong enough. He said, it is only one God. Pride. The same pride that called the sea small. The same pride that was always there, just below the surface of the force, always looking for a moment of success to step forward into. He left the sword. He went to the mountain. Part 4. The Mountain God. The god of Ibukiyama appeared as a white boar. Yamato Takeru saw it on the mountainside, white and large, standing in the path, very still. He said, that white boar must be a messenger of the god. I will deal with the god when I come down. I will leave the boar for now. He was wrong. The white boar was not a messenger. The white boar was the god itself, the god in the form it had chosen for this particular encounter, and in saying I will deal with it later, in treating the divine as something that could be scheduled, as something that could wait, while more important things were handled first. Yamato Takeru made the last of the mistakes that his pride had been building toward. The mountain god struck, not directly, not with the simple force that Yamato Takeru had always faced before. The fire and the swords and the enemies who came at him from outside, this was different. Hail came down, ice, cold so intense that it entered him, the way cold enters, when something inside you has already opened to it, when the protection you always carried has been left somewhere else. The cold got into him. He came down the mountain, confused. His mind was not clear. His legs were not steady, in the way they had always been steady. The mountain had done something to him that nothing in the west and nothing in the east had managed to do. There was a spring at the foot of the mountain. He found it. He drank from it, the cold, clear water of the mountain spring, and his mind cleared a little. Not entirely, but a little. Enough to move. Enough to know which direction was home. The spring is called Tachizumi now, the Standing Well Spring, named for the moment when the man who had defeated everyone he had ever faced stood at a spring and held himself upright by drinking cold water. He walked. He walked toward Owari, toward Yamato, toward home, but his legs were not right. Something had been taken on the mountain that did not come back. With the cold water of the spring, he walked with a staff. The ground in that part of the country is called Susanoo now, the place where the staff was planted, because Yamato Takeru drove his staff into the ground there when walking became too difficult to do. Without that support, he kept walking through Nobono, through the land that is now in Mie on the coast, where the sea comes in and the wind smells of salt, and the distance between where you are and where you want to be feels very large. He stopped there. He made poems. This is what the Kojiki does. At the end of a life, it gives the poems the last things said, the things that were said when there was nothing left to do but say them. He looked toward Yamato, toward the homeland. The word he used was Kunishinobio Mohu, missing the homeland, longing for the place that had sent him away again and again, and that he was trying for the last time to reach. He said something that means, roughly in the translation that cannot quite catch it, "Oh, Yamato, it lies like folded cloth in layers of mountains. Among the mountain-enclosed Yamato, it is the most beautiful. Yamato was the palace. Yamato was the emperor's court. Yamato was the father who had sent him away, and sent him away again, and who he was trying to return to, even now. He missed it. Despite everything, despite the sending away, despite the exhaustion, despite the cold on the mountain, and the woman in the sea, and all the things that had been taken, he missed the folded mountains, and the enclosed landscape, and whatever it meant to him to have come from that particular place, and to be trying to get back to it. Yamato Takeru died at Nobono. He died as the heroes of the old stories die, not peacefully, not after a long life, not in the ordinary way of someone who has lived their full measure of days and come to the end of them without urgency. He died in the middle of things, still strong in most of him, still the person who had not been defeated by any person, defeated only by the mountain, and by what the mountain had pointed to, the thing inside him that had always been a little too much for the world it was in. When he died, a white bird flew up. The Kojiki says this clearly. He died, and a white bird rose from the place where he lay, and flew away, large and white, flying toward the sea, flying south, flying toward Yamato. The people who had loved him followed the bird. They could not keep up on land. They waded into the sea, into the shallows, their robes wet, their legs struggling against the water, following the bird. The way you follow something you know you cannot catch, but cannot stop yourself from following. This is what the Kojiki says in the poem they made as they followed. In the sea where we walk, the grass of the sea, the grass of the shore, the grass of the beach, we are in the sea. The bird is in the air. The distance between us is complete, and we walk anyway. He was buried at Shiratori, the white bird tomb, and the white bird flew toward Yamato and landed, and they buried him there too, at the place where the bird rested. And then the bird flew to Kawachi, and they buried him there as well. 3 tombs, 3 places where the earth was opened for him. 3 places in Japan that carry something of him still, that hold in their ground the weight of what passed through. This is Yamato Takeru, the boy who was too strong for his family, the man who was too strong for most of the people he met, the one who wept at his aunt's shrine, the one who called the sea small, the one whose wife walked into the water, the one who left the sword, the one who missed Yamato in the last poems he ever made, not the hero of a story that ends well, the hero of a story that ends the way most true stories end, with the person in the middle of it, still wanting the thing they always wanted, still unable to get there, still trying. The white bird, flying the long way home, Part 5, The Emperor's After. The Kojiki does not end with Yamato Takeru. His story is the most vivid in the middle volume, the most complete, the one given the most space and the most poetry, the one that reads most like a story, and least like a chronicle. But the Kojiki continues after him. It continues through the emperors who came after, one generation at a time, each one adding something to the record, each one leaving something behind that the Kojiki thought worth keeping. The emperor who came after Keiko Tenno, the father who had sent Yamato Takeru away again and again, was Seimu Tenno. He was Yamato Takeru's brother, not the brother who was killed. Another brother, the one who survived, the one who was not too strong and was therefore allowed to stay. Seimu Tenno ruled for long years. The Kojiki gives him his genealogy, his wives, his children, the careful accounting of the line. That was the whole reason. The Kojiki was compiled in the first place, the line from the gods to the living emperor, the unbroken thread. He had children. His children had children. The line continued. This is what the Kojiki is doing in these later sections, what it is always doing. Underneath the stories, it is documenting continuity. It is saying, look at this line. Look how it runs. From the age of the gods, from Izanagi washing his face in the sea, and producing the sun and the moon and the storm, through all the generations of the divine, through Ninigi descending from the sky, with the mirror and the jewel and the sword, through the long line of the early emperors, all the way to the living moment, unbroken. The line was everything in the understanding of the people who compiled the Kojiki. The line was the reason Japan was Japan, not the land, not the people. The line, the continuous bloodline, from the gods to the emperor, that made everything else what it was. Then came Chuai Tenno. He was the son of Yamato Takeru, the white bird's son, the son of the man who had been too strong and had gone to every corner of the islands and had died looking back toward the folded mountains of home. Chuai Tenno was not his father. No one was his father. But he had his father's task, which was the task of all the emperors, to extend the reach of Yamato, to bring the people who were not yet part of the order into the order, to go where the authority did not yet go, and establish it there. He was interested in the sea beyond the islands, the land across the water to the west, the land called Chiusen now, which was in those days a collection of kingdoms with their own histories and their own gods and their own ways of doing things. That had nothing to do with Yamato. A god spoke to him through his wife. The wife of Chuai Tenno was Jingu Kogo, the Empress Jingu. The god spoke through her using her voice, the way divine messages sometimes come in the Kojiki, not through thunderclaps or visions in the sky, but through a person, through the body of a person who is capable of being used that way, who is open to it. The god said, "There is a land to the west. There is a land across the sea, a land of gold and silver, and all the beautiful things. I will give it to you." Chuai Tenno was skeptical. He looked westward. Across the sea, he could not see any land. He said, "If I look, there is no such land. The god must be deceiving me." The god was not pleased. The god said, "You do not believe. Then the land will not come to you. It will go to the one who is not yet born." Chuai Tenno died shortly after. The Kojiki is matter of fact about this. He doubted the god. He died. The connection between the two is left for the reader to understand. Jingu Kogo did not doubt the god. This is the beginning of one of the most extraordinary sections of the Kojiki, the story of an empress who took her dead husband's campaign and completed it herself. She was pregnant, the child not yet born, the child the god had said would receive the land that Chuaiteno had doubted. She prepared herself for the crossing. She made sure the child would wait until she returned. She was going to go west, and she was going to win, and then she was going to come back, and only then would the child come into the world. She led the army herself. She went down to the southern sea, to the crossing, and the god helped her. The fish came under the boats, and the wind came from behind, and the waves drove the fleet forward, and the land across the water rose, out of the sea ahead of them. The kingdom of Shiragi, one of the kingdoms of the land to the west, submitted without fighting. The king looked at the fleet coming toward him, and understood what he was looking at, and said, "From this day forward, we will serve you." The other kingdoms followed. Jingu Kogo came back. She came back to the islands, with the submission of the western lands, with the beginning of a relationship between the islands of Japan and the peninsula to the west that would shape the next several centuries of what Japan would become. The child was born. His name was Ujin Tenu, the Emperor Ojin, and Ojin is one of the places where the Kojiki ends, or begins to end, where the chronicle that started with the cracking of the cosmic egg and the rise of the first gods approaches the present moment of the people who compiled it. Ojin was deified after his death. He became Hachima no Kami, the god of war, the god of archery, one of the most widely worshipped gods in Japan. There are more shrines to Hachiman in Japan than to any other deity. They are in every city. They are in small towns. They are on mountainsides, and at crossroads, and in neighborhoods, and at the edges of rice fields. The man who was born after his mother held her pregnancy, with stones bound to her body, while she led a fleet across the sea, became the god, whose shrines are everywhere. This is the Kojiki's understanding of how the divine and the human move into each other, how a person becomes a god, how the human accumulates enough of the extraordinary that after death it is recognized as something more than human, something that should be approached with the particular attention we give to the things that exceed ordinary explanation. The Kojiki's middle volume ends here, not because there is nothing more to say. The lower volume goes on through more emperors, more wives and children and campaigns, more poems and more stories, and more of the careful genealogy. That was the whole purpose of the compilation. But the middle volume, the volume of Yamato Takeru and Jingu Kogo, and the crossing of the sea ends with Ojin, ends with the man who would become the most widely worshipped god of the ordinary Japanese world, the god in the neighborhood shrine, the god at the crossroads, the god whose shrine you pass on your way to work without necessarily knowing what it is you are passing. You are passing Ojin. You are passing the son of the woman who bound stones to her body and crossed the sea. You are passing the grandson of the man who called the sea small and paid for it. You are passing the great descendant of Ninigi, who came down through the clouds from the high plane of heaven with the mirror and the jewel and the sword. All of that is in the small shrine at the corner of the street. All of it is present there, or the Kojiki believes it is, which is perhaps the same thing. Part 6. What the sword carries. There is a sword in Japan that has been in one place for more than 1,000 years. It is in Atsuta Zingu, the great shrine of Atsuta, in the city that is now called Nagoya, on the coast of the central island. The shrine is old. Its trees are old. The camphor trees of Atsuta are among the oldest living things in Japan, their trunks wider than several people, standing arm to arm, their canopies covering ground that has been sacred since before sacred was a word anyone had for it. In the innermost building of that shrine, in the place that is not opened, in the dark that is maintained, because certain things require darkness. To remain what they are, the sword is kept. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting sword, the third of the 3 sacred treasures. No one living has seen it. It is not shown. It is not displayed. It is simply there, in the dark, held in the dark, the way certain truths are held, the way certain facts about the world are more powerful when they are not exposed to ordinary light. The sword has a history. It began, as we know, in the tale of Yamato Orochi, 35 centuries ago, or 5,000 years ago, or in the time before time is counted, whenever Yamato Orochi fell at last in the river red with its blood, and Susanoo's sword struck something in the tale that should not have been there. He pulled it out. He sent it to Amaterasu. She kept it. She gave it to Ninigi. When he descended through the clouds, it came down to the earth with the divine lineage, one of the 3 things that meant the right to rule. Then it moved. This is the part of the sword's history that the Kojiki touches on, but does not fully explain. The sword left the imperial palace. At some point in the early generations, it did not stay with the emperors. It moved. Some traditions say this was because the sword began to affect the place it was in, that its presence was too powerful, that things in the palace went wrong in ways that could be traced back to the force of what was kept there, a sword that came from a serpent, a sword that had been in the dark, inside that vast and terrible body, for longer than anyone knew, a sword that carried in it the particular energy of the serpent's age and the serpent's power, and the serpent's relationship with the river and the mountain and the land of Izumo. This sword was not a neutral object. It was not simply metal. It was not simply a weapon. It was the concentrated presence of something very old that had been there before the gods came down from the sky and organized the world. The emperors kept it, and it disrupted things. They moved it away, and the disruption eased. This is the Kojiki's understanding of how powerful objects work. They have their own requirements. They need to be in the right place, with the right person, handled in the right way. Otherwise, their power does not serve. It simply is, indifferent to whether what it does is helpful or harmful. The sword was given to Yamato-hime, the keeper of the shrine, the aunt of Yamato Takeru, the woman who stands at the meeting place of the human and the divine. She kept it at Ise, in the innermost place, until her nephew came weeping to her door, and she gave it to him, to take east. He took it east. He named it. He left it with Miyazu-hime. When he went to Ibukiyama, he did not come back for it. Miyazu-hime kept it. The wife in Owari, the woman he had stayed with briefly, after the Eastern campaign, the woman he had promised to return to, and had returned to, and had left again, for the last time. She kept the sword. She took it to Atsuta. She established the shrine. She put the sword in the dark, where it has been ever since. This is how the Kojiki traces things. The sword that came from the serpent, that was given to the sun goddess, that came down from the sky with Ninigi, that was given to the weeping young man at the shrine of Ise, that cut the grass of Sagami and named a city that was left on a wall in Owari, while its owner went to his death on a mountain, that was carried to a shrine by a woman who had waited for a man who did not return, is still there in the dark of Atsuta Zingu, in the city by the sea, still there, still present, still held. The woman who placed it there loved the man who carried it. Her love is in the placement. Her faithfulness to what he had left behind is in the dark of the shrine, along with the sword. The two things together, the sword and the love that kept it. The name matters too. Yamato Takeru, the valiant one of Yamato, given by a dying enemy, the last thing the leader of Kumaso could offer to the person who had just defeated him. This is one of the things that the Kojiki understands about names, that they are not given by the person who carries them. They are given by the encounter with the world, by the moments that reveal what something actually is. Wusuno Mikoto was the name he was born with, the small mortar prince, a boy's name, the name of someone who had not yet done what would make the name inadequate. He became Yamato Takeru when the person he had defeated recognized in him something worth recognizing. The name was a gift from defeat, given at sword point, given by someone who had nothing left to give, except the acknowledgement of what had just happened to them. There is something in this that the Kojiki returns to again and again in different forms, the idea that the most important things come from the encounters you did not plan, from the places you were sent, rather than the places you chose, from the people who recognized something in you that you had not quite seen in yourself yet. Wusu became Yamato Takeru. In the land of Kumaso, far from Yamato, far from the father who sent him, far from any place where anyone knew who he had been before, he became what he became because of where he was sent and what happened there, and how the person whose death he caused responded to that death. The name carried everything after. It carried the female disguise and the sword hidden inside the robe. It carried the false sword of wood and the real one in the scabbard. It carried the fire in Sagami and the grass cutting and the name of the sword. It carried the sea and what it took. It carried the poems from the mountain pass and from Nobono, and all the longing for home that ran through them. Yamato Takeru, the name that was given and the name that was earned, were the same name. The name that was given by the dying became the name. That meant all of that. The sword is still there. The name is still there. The things that mattered remain in one form or another present in the world that was shaped by what happened to them. Part 7. Jingu Kogo. The Kojiki gives women less space than men. This is simply true. The genealogies are mostly of men. The stories are mostly about men, the gods who descended from the sky and built the land and made the first poem and found the sword in the serpent, were mostly in the telling centered on male figures. The women are present. They are often essential. They are sometimes the most important person in the scene they appear in, but they are given less space. Jingu Kogo is an exception. She is given more space than almost any other woman. In the Kojiki's 3 volumes, her story is told in detail. Her actions are recorded carefully. What she did is described in the particular register the Kojiki uses when it wants you to understand that this was important, that this happened, that this matters. She was the wife of Chuaiteno, the 14th emperor, the son of Yamato Takeru's son, the great-grandson of the white bird. Chuaiteno was not a bad emperor. He was not a weak emperor. He was simply an emperor who, when the god came to him through the voice of his wife and told him there was a land to the west, looked at the sea and saw no land, and said so. There is a kind of honesty in this, the honesty of a person who will not pretend to believe what they cannot see. the honesty that serves well in many situations and badly in others. In this situation, it served badly. The god did not want to be disbelieved. The god had come to offer something real, something that could change the shape of what was possible, and the emperor had looked at the sea and said he could not see what was being offered. The emperor died. The god went to the wife. Jingu Kogo received the god. She did not look at the sea and say she saw nothing. She listened. She received. She understood that the thing being offered was real, that the land to the west existed, that the god knew things she did not, and was offering to share them. She was pregnant. The child inside her was the son of Chuai Tenno, the son who would become Ojin Tenno, the son who would become Hachiman. She was pregnant and her husband was dead, and the god was telling her there was a land to the west that should come under the authority of Yamato. She picked up the stones, the cold stones, the river stones, smooth and heavy. She bound them to her body. She pressed the pregnancy back, made the body understand that this was not the time, that the time would come, but not yet. That first there was something to do. The stones were cold, and the pressure was constant, and she wore them for the length of the campaign, and the crossing, and the return. She went to the sea. The preparations were made. The ships were gathered. The army was assembled. But before any of that, she went to the water, and she performed the rituals. She asked the sea. She asked for permission. She asked the gods of the water and the gods of the wind to let the crossing happen. The fish came. The fish came under the ships, in the way that fish come, when something is right, when the conditions are aligned, when the water itself is willing to carry what is on it. The wind came from the right direction. The waves pushed the fleet forward, rather than against it. The crossing that might have been difficult was not difficult. The sea that had given Chuai Tenno no land to see, when he looked at it from the shore, now showed the land to the west, to the fleet that was crossing toward it. She arrived at the western land. The king of Shiragi stood at the shore and looked at what was coming. The fleet, the army, the woman at its head. He had heard things, perhaps, or he read the moment correctly, the way certain people can read a moment and understand what it requires of them, without being told explicitly. He submitted. He said, "From this day forward, I will serve you. My horses will cross the sea to you. My ships will cross the sea to you. I will serve the land of Yamato, as long as there is land and sea." The other kingdoms followed. Kudara, Kokuri. They sent tribute. They made the acknowledgments required. They entered into the relationship that would shape the next centuries. Of both places, the relationship between the islands and the peninsula, the exchange of things and people and ideas. That gave Japan Buddhism, and written characters, and silk and iron, and everything that changed. What it meant to be Japan, all of that began here, with a woman who bound stones to her body and crossed the sea. She came back. She removed the stones. The pregnancy resumed its ordinary time. The child descended into the world in the way children come at the proper time when the body said it was time. They called him Ojin. He grew up knowing what his mother had done. He grew up in the space that she had made, the space of what was now possible. That had not been possible before, the changed shape of the world that her campaign had created. He became a great emperor. The Kojiki gives him long life, great accomplishments, many children. He was honored after his death in the way that certain people come to be honored after their deaths, not through formal decision, but through accumulation, through the slow gathering of reverence. That happens when enough people, over enough time, come to a shrine and ask for help, and feel that the help arrived. Hachiman, the god of the 8 banners, the god of war and archery, and the protection of the state, enshrined everywhere, in every city, at every crossroads, the child who was held in place by stones, while his mother crossed the sea. The Kojiki does not moralize about any of this. It does not say that Jingu Kogo was heroic, or that Chuai Tenno was wrong. It does not offer a lesson. It does not tell you what to think. It records. It says, this is what happened. This is the sequence. This is what one thing led to. The husband doubted. The god offered it to someone else. The wife did not doubt. The son was born after the crossing. The son became a god. The god is at the corner of your street. This is the chain. These are the links. The Kojiki lays them out and trusts the reader to understand what they mean. And what they mean is something like this. The world is not random. The things that happen are connected to the things that follow. The doubt and the death and the crossing and the child and the god are one sequence, one thing leading to the next. You cannot pull one link out and leave the chain intact. You cannot have the god at the corner of the street without the doubt. That sent the task to someone who would not doubt. You cannot have the crossing without the death that made it necessary. You cannot have the child without the stones that held him, while his mother did what needed to be done. The bad things and the good things are in the same chain. The doubt and the god, the death and the crossing, the impossible choice, and the thing that became possible because of it. The Kojiki does not say this is just. It does not say this is kind. It simply records that this is how it went, and it trusts the reader to sit with that and find in it what there is to find. Part 8. The Shape of Heroism. The Kojiki's heroes are not simple. This is one of the things that separates it from later versions of the same stories, the versions that come down through centuries of retelling and get simpler with each telling, the rough edges worn smooth, the complications resolved, the character made consistent in the way that a person you don't know is always consistent, always explainable by a single trait rather than the multiple contradictions that define an actual life. Yamato Takeru is not a simple hero. He killed his brother. He wept at his aunt's shrine. He wore a woman's robe to kill an enemy. He called the sea small and paid for it. His wife died because of his pride. He left the sword when he should have kept it. He died in the middle of things, still trying to get home. All of this is him. The Kojiki does not try to remove the killing of the brother from the story of the hero. It does not try to make the pride into something else. It does not soften the ending or provide a redemption that cancels out the failures. It says, here is the person, here is all of it, here is what they did, and what it cost, and what was left when they were gone. This is one of the oldest things about the Japanese literary tradition, the thing that will become, in later centuries, the aesthetic concept of mono no araware, the pathos of things, the sadness that beautiful things exist and pass, the feeling that the world is more moving, precisely because it does not last, that the cherry blossoms are beautiful, because they fall, that the hero is moving, because he dies, that the love is worth remembering, because it ended. Mono no araware is often attributed to later writers, to Murasaki Shikibu and the Genzi Monogatari, to the poets of the following centuries, who made the awareness of impermanence into a philosophy of beauty. But it is already here, in the Kojiki, in the poems Yamato Takeru makes at Nobono, in the way he misses Yamato, just before he dies, in the white bird flying, over people wading into the sea. The Kojiki did not know it was creating an aesthetic tradition. It was simply recording. But what it was recording contained in it already the emotional intelligence that would define Japanese literature for the next 1,000 years. The woman who enters the water, Ototachibana Hime's moment, is one of the briefest in the Kojiki. One sentence. She said she would enter the water, and then she stepped out of the boat and down into the sea, and the waves calmed, and the story continued. Without her, this is how sacrifice works in the Kojiki, not with great drama, not with long speeches, or the careful explanation of motivations, with a statement, with a step, with the body doing the thing that the situation requires, before the mind has time to argue against it. And then the world continues. The boat reaches the shore. Yamato Takeru goes on. The campaign continues. The East is pacified. and later, at a mountain pass, he looks back at the sea and says her name, Azuma Haya, my wife. This is all he says. The Kojiki does not give him a long speech. It does not describe grief in detail. 2 words, my wife, and the place is named for those 2 words, and the naming explains why the East is called the East in the old language. This is the Kojiki's understanding of how loss works. It becomes a place, it becomes a name, it becomes something in the geography of the world that other people will walk through long after the person who felt it is gone. The grief becomes a landmark. The landmark tells the story to everyone who passes it, and everyone who passes it understands at some level what happened in that place, even if they do not know the details, even if the story has been worn smooth by time. The aunt, Yamato Mikoto, appears twice. The first time to send her nephew south with a robe and a bag and an instruction she did not explain. The second time to send him east with a sword and a bag and a warning she could not help being specific about. Be careful. Do not be careless. She knew, or she intuited, or she had been at the shrine long enough to understand that the people who are most likely to die by carelessness are the ones who have never been careless before, because they have never learned to respect the moment when the carelessness arrives. She gave him everything she could, the sword, the bag, the warning, and then she watched him go east. She would not see him again. The Kojiki does not tell us what she felt when his death was reported. It does not give her a poem. It does not give her a scene at the end of his story where she learns what happened and responds. She simply disappears from the narrative after the second time she appears. But everything that came after in his story was shaped by what she gave him. The sword named the fire. The bag saved him from it. The warning was given and not heard, and the not hearing of it was the beginning of the end. She is in all of it, even when she is not there. This is how the Kojiki treats the important women, not by making them central, not by giving them the most space, but by making the things they give, the things that everything else depends on. Izanami made the world and died. Amaterasu hid and came back. Ototachibana Hime went into the sea. Yamato Hime gave the sword. Jingu Kogo bound stones to her body and crossed the sea. Without any of these, the story would not be the story. The world would not be the world. The shape of things would be different. The Kojiki knows this, even if it does not say it in so many words. It knows it in the way it includes them, in the precision of what it records, in the moments it chooses to preserve in its pages, and the moments it lets pass without recording. The white bird, This is the image that stays, not the fire in Sagami, not the sword in the serpent's tail, not the female disguise. In the hall of Kumaso, the white bird, rising from the place where he died, flying south, the people wading into the sea, the Japanese word for the crane, and the Japanese word for the white bird, and the Japanese understanding of what it means for a soul to take the form of a bird are all present in this image. The bird that flies too high to follow, the bird that can go where people cannot, the bird that carries the soul to the place the soul needs to go. Yamato Takeru flies home. He could not walk home. He was too sick to walk. He was trying and failing, and the trying was killing him, faster than the mountain had. But after he died, he flew. In the white bird image, the Kojiki offers something it does not often offer. In the histories of the emperors, a kind of grace, a kind of mercy, the acknowledgement that the thing the person most wanted was the thing that came to them. At the end, he wanted to get home. He could not walk there. He flew. This is the ending the Kojiki gives him. Not the failure, not the slow dying at Nobono, not the 3 tombs, the white bird, flying, south and home. Part 9. The names the land carries. Japan is full of names. Every mountain has a name. Every river, every province and district and harbor and cape, every place that was ever significant to anyone who passed through it and understood what had happened there and wanted to mark it in the way that humans mark things, which is by giving them a name and telling the story of the name to everyone who will listen. The Kojiki is partly a book of these names. It explains them. It says, this place is called this because this thing happened here. This bay is called this because of the wave that came. This mountain is called this because of the god who settled there. This plain is called this because of the fire that burned. This spring is called this because of the man who stood there and gathered himself. When you know these stories, Japan becomes a different kind of place, not a landscape, a text written in place names, in the shapes of mountains, in the courses of rivers, in the locations of shrines, and the distances between them, in the particular associations that certain places carry. In the Japanese imagination, the way that certain words carry more than their dictionary definition. Yaidu, the city on the coast of Shizuoka, named for the burning. Yaidu means something like the burning place, the place where fire spread. You can go there, you can stand on the coast and look at the bay and know that the story of the grass-cutting sword happened somewhere near there, that the fire was set here, that the counter fire was lit here, that the sword became what it is called somewhere in this landscape. The name carries it. The name has been carrying it for more than 1,000 years. Every person who has ever lived in Yaidu, or passed through it, or shipped fish from its harbor, has been living in the place where the sword got its name, whether they knew it or not. Azuma, the East, the word for the eastern part of Japan, the word for the eastern half of the country, for the whole direction, for everything that is on that side of the mountain passes that divide the island. The word came from two words, Azumahaya, my wife, the words that Yamato Takeru said at the mountain pass when he looked back at the sea. Every time someone says the word Azuma, they are, in the Kojiki's understanding, saying those two words again. Every time someone refers to Eastern Japan, they are referencing the moment of a hero looking back at the water that took someone he loved. This is how the Kojiki understands language. Words are not arbitrary. They are not agreed upon sounds with agreed upon meanings. That could as easily be different. Words came from somewhere. They came from moments. They came from the specific occasions when someone felt something strongly enough to say it, and what they said became the word for what they felt and what they were looking at when they felt it. Tachizumi, the standing well spring, the spring at the foot of Ibukiyama, where Yamato Takeru stopped after coming down from the mountain that had struck him with cold. He stood there. He drank. He steadied himself. The spring is called the spring where he stood. This is what springs are for. In the Kojiki, not for irrigation, not for drinking water in the ordinary sense, for the moment when someone who has been struck by something they underestimated finds the cold, clear water at the base of the mountain and drinks and is able for a little while to be steady. The spring is still there in Mie, on the way between Ibukiyama and the coast where Yamato Takeru died, Shiratori no Misasagi, the White Bird Tomb. There are 3 of them, 3 tombs in 3 provinces where the White Bird rested. The first is in Nobono, where he died. The second is in Yamato, where the bird flew and landed. The third is in Kawachi, where the bird flew and landed again. 3 places, 3 openings in the earth, 3 times the name. The name of the tomb is the name of the bird. The name of the bird is the name of the soul. The soul is still in motion, in the name, even after the tomb is closed, even after the earth is sealed. The name says the bird says the flight says the soul says him. This is what the Kojiki preserves, not just the events and their names, the events and what the events became in the ongoing life of the place. The Kojiki understood, the people who compiled it understood, that a story is not finished when the events in it are done. The story continues, in the names the events leave behind, in the places the events shaped, in the understanding that the people who came after carried with them as they moved through the landscape that had been shaped by what happened in it. To read the Kojiki is to learn how to read Japan, not Japan as it is described from outside, from the perspective of someone who is looking at it as a place that is different from other places, but Japan as it understands itself, as a place whose every significant feature has a story behind it, a story that explains why the place is what it is, and how it got its name, and what happened there that was worth remembering. The cherry blossoms fall. This too is in the Kojiki. The princess Konohana no Sakuyabime, whose name means she who makes the flowers of the trees to bloom, whose father was the mountain god, who was offered to Ninigi, along with her sister Iwanohime, whose name means long rock, permanence, endurance. Ninigi chose the blossom. He sent the rock back, and so the imperial line lives, like the blossom, beautiful, brief, not like the rock. The cherry blossoms fall every year, and every year Japan stops to watch them fall, and every year the falling is the same as the falling. It has always been beautiful precisely because it ends, moving precisely because it passes. This was always in the choice that Ninigi made on the mountain of Takachiho when the two sisters came to him, and he chose the one whose name was the blooming, rather than the one whose name was the staying. The land carries all of it. The mountains carry it. The rivers carry it. The shrines carry it. The names of the provinces and the cities and the springs and the tombs carry it, and the stories carry it. The stories that were told before there was writing, and that were written down so they could be told forever, so that the knowledge of what happened in the land could survive the people who first knew it and pass to the people who came after and would need to understand the place they had been born into. This is what the Kojiki is, a way of carrying the land. Part 10, The Emperors Between. The middle volume of the Kojiki contains more than Yamato Takeru, between Jimmu, the first emperor, and Keiko Tenno, the father who sent Yamato Takeru away. There are 11 generations of emperors, 11 generations of the line that came down from the sky with Ninigi and had been building its authority in Yamato and spreading its reach through the islands. Most of them are names. The Kojiki gives them genealogies, wives, children, lifespans that grow shorter as the divine blood is diluted by the human, and the human lifespan asserts itself more fully. But some of them have stories. Susanoo, the 10th emperor, is called the first emperor by some scholars of the Kojiki, not because Zinmu was not the first, but because Susanoo is the first emperor, whose reign has a character beyond the genealogy, whose time had things happen in it that the Kojiki thought worth recording in detail. In Susanoo's time, there was a plague. The people were dying. The fields were not being worked. The country was struggling in the way that countries struggle when the invisible force that underlies things is not aligned with what is happening on the surface. Susanoo asked why. He was told through a dream. The god Okuninushi came to him and said, "The plague is because of me. I am not worshipped properly. Find the man whose name is Ototachibana. Have him worship me. The plague will end." The emperor sent out messengers to find Ototachibana. He was found in Kawachi, a man who did not know. He was who the god wanted, a man living an ordinary life in an ordinary province, who turned out to be the great-great-great-grandson of the god himself, the descendant of Okuninushi, and the woman he had loved, born generations later, in a different province, but still carrying in his blood the particular relationship with the divine that made him the right person to perform the worship. Ototachibana was brought to the emperor. He was identified. He performed the worship. The plague ended. This story is doing several things at once. It is explaining why certain families in Japan have the right to perform certain rituals, why the priesthood of a particular shrine belongs to a particular family, why the blood connection to the divine that was established in the age of the gods still matters in the age of the emperors, but it is also saying something about how the divine works. The divine did not send a message to the emperor directly. It did not say, "I am Okuninushi, the god who helped build the land," with Okuninushi, the god who was enshrined at Miwayama, and I am not being worshipped properly, and this is why people are dying. It came in a dream. It gave a name. It said, "Find this person." The divine works through the particular, through specific people, through the particular person whose blood or whose attention or whose willingness to be present makes them the right vessel for what needs to be carried. This is consistent throughout the Kojiki. The gods do not act directly on the physical world in most cases. They work through people. They find the person who is capable of receiving what needs to be received, and through that person, they do what needs to be done. Susanoo also sent armies. He sent armies to the north and south and east and west, in his time establishing the reach of Yamato in the four directions, bringing the distant provinces into relationship with the center. He is remembered as the first emperor to truly govern the land in the practical sense, as opposed to the mythological sense, in which Jimmu descended from the sky and built a palace His reign is when the country became something closer to what Japan would become when the authority of the center started to have reach, when the order that the gods had intended, when they agreed to give the land to Amaterasu's grandson, started to become real in the ordinary life of the people who lived in the land. Susanoo, the 11th emperor, is known for a different kind of story. He had a woman named Sahobime, who was his consort, his great love, the woman he chose above others. Her brother was Sahobiko, and Sahobiko tried to use his sister's position to overthrow the emperor. He came to Sahobime and said, "Who do you love more, your husband or your brother?" She said, "My brother." He gave her a knife. He said, "Then kill the emperor while he sleeps." Sahobime took the knife. 3 times she raised it over the sleeping emperor. 3 times she could not strike. The 3rd time she wept. Her tears fell on the emperor's face. He woke. He asked what had happened. She told him everything, her brother's plan, her own inability to carry it out. The emperor sent armies against Sahobiko. The brother made a fortified granary and retreated into it and burned it with himself inside. Sahobime was pregnant. She had the child born inside the granary, inside the fire, the child coming into the world, in the place where her brother was dying. Then she died there too, in the fire, with her brother. The emperor had her child raised. He gave the child the name that connected it to its mother. This story is not about heroes or gods. It is about the impossible position of someone who is loved by 2 people who are in conflict with each other. The impossible choice between the loyalty of birth and the loyalty of love. Sahobime could not kill the emperor. She could not betray her brother. She died in the place where both of those things were true at once. The Kojiki records this. Without judging, it gives her no resolution, no redemption, no explanation for what should have been done differently. It says, "This happened. These were the impossible positions. This was the outcome," and moves on. Keiko Tenno, the 12th emperor, the father of Yamato Takeru, had more children than any other emperor. In the Kojiki, 80 children by multiple wives in multiple provinces. The Kojiki lists them, all of them, their names and their mothers and their provinces. This is the Kojiki in its genealogical mode, the mode that most readers find least engaging and most essential to the Kojiki's actual purpose, because the purpose was never only the stories. The purpose was the line. The purpose was to show that the lineage was real, that the connections existed, that the blood of the gods ran in a traceable path from the beginning to the present, and 80 children means 80 more lines, 80 more branches of the family that descended from the sky, 80 more people carrying in their blood the particular history that made them who they were. One of those 80 was Wusuno Mikoto, the small mortar prince, the one who would become Yamato Takeru. Among 80 children, he is the one the Kojiki gives most of its attention, not the oldest, not the heir, not the one who succeeded, the one who was sent away, the one who was too strong, the one who became the white bird. The Kojiki knows something about which stories matter, not the stories of uncomplicated success, not the stories of the emperors who ruled long and built palaces and had many children and died at a great age and were buried with ceremony. The stories that matter are the ones where something was impossible and someone tried it anyway, where the situation required more than the person had and the person gave it anyway, where the ending was wrong, in the way that certain endings are wrong, not because of incompetence or failure, but because of the gap between what a person was and what the world they were in could accommodate. Yamato Takeru was too much for his world. He was too strong for his family. He was too proud for the sea. He was too careless with what he had been given. He died before he could come home, and the Kojiki loves him for all of it, or at least it gives him the most space. It gives him the most poems. It gives him the most carefully observed and deeply felt of all the endings in the middle volume. The white bird, the waiting people, the 3 tombs, more than any other emperor, more care, more attention, more love for the one who was too much. Part 11, Ojin Tenno and What Came from the Sea. Ojin Tenno was born on a ship. Not exactly. He was born on land, but his mother was returning from the sea when she removed the stones that had held the pregnancy in place, and the story of his birth is inseparable from the story of the crossing, from the ships and the fish, and the calmed water, and the kingdoms that submitted. He was born as the consequence of a crossing. He was, in some sense, made of what his mother had done. He ruled for a long time. The Kojiki gives him a long reign, many years, many accomplishments. He established connections with the Western kingdoms that his mother had brought into relationship with Yamato. Those connections brought things to Japan that Japan had not had before. Writing. The Kojiki itself mentions this. In the reign of Ojin Tenno, a man from Kudara named Wanikishi came to Japan and brought the Anareku no Humi, the 1,000-character classic, and the Rongo, the collected sayings of Confucius. This is the moment when Japan encounters written language in a formal way, the moment when the spoken stories, the oral tradition that had carried everything until then, began to encounter the possibility of writing things down. The Kojiki was not written until 712 CE, more than 3 centuries after Ojin Tenno's reign. but the chain that connects the oral tradition to the written record passes through this moment, through the man from Kudara and the text he brought. Across the sea, everything that was later written down in Japan was made possible by this crossing. The Kojiki itself, the Manyoshu, the Genzi Monogatari, everything that Japan would give to the world through its literary and artistic tradition, possible because a man brought books across the sea, possible because Ojin Tenno's mother had crossed the sea and made that relationship between the islands and the peninsula. The connections multiply. This is what history does. When you follow it far enough back, it becomes a web rather than a line. Every event connected to every other event by paths you did not expect, by consequences that traveled across generations and distances to arrive at places no one could have predicted. From the moment of origin, the serpent died in the river of Izumo. The sword came out of its tail. The sword went to the sun goddess. The sun goddess gave it to her grandson. The grandson descended from the sky. His descendant's aunt kept the sword. She gave it to a young man who wept. The young man cut grass with it in Sagami. The grass cutting gave the sword its name. The sword is in Atsuta Zingu now. The empress bound stones to her body. She crossed the sea. The kingdom submitted. A man came from Kudara with books. The books made writing possible. The writing made the Kojiki possible. The Kojiki carries the story of the serpent. The serpent's sword is in the story that the sword's cutting made possible. This is not mysticism. This is simply what it means to take the long view, to follow the thread, to understand that the things that seem most separate are in fact connected by paths that become visible only when you look backward far enough. The Kojiki was looking backward. That was its purpose, to look backward as far as the tradition could reach and trace the paths from there to here, from the cracking of the egg to the living emperor, from the first stirring in the universe to the person who was ruling now, from the serpent in the river to the sword in the shrine, all of it connected, all of it one thing, Hachiman, the god at the corner of the street. More shrines to Hachiman in Japan than to any other deity. More people who walk past one on their way to work than any other shrine. More prayers at more ordinary hours of ordinary days than any other god. And he is Ojin, and Ojin's mother crossed the sea, and her husband doubted the god, and the god offered the land to the one not yet born, and the one not yet born became the god who is at the corner of every street. Doubt was the beginning of it, the doubt of Shuai Tenno, who looked at the sea and saw no land, was the beginning of everything that came after. If he had not doubted, the god would not have needed someone who did not doubt. If he had not doubted, Jingu Kogo might not have crossed the sea. If she had not crossed, Ojin might not have been what he became. If Ojin had not been what he became, Hachiman might not be. At the corner of the street, the doubt that ended one life was the condition of possibility for everything that followed. The Kojiki does not say this. It simply tells the story in order. But the story in order is the argument, the lower volume. The Kojiki has a third volume. The lower volume, the volume that follows Ojin Tenno through the rest of the emperors, down to the emperor who was alive when the Kojiki was compiled. The lower volume is the most genealogical of the three. It has fewer stories, more names, more lists of wives and children, more of the careful accountancy of the line, but it has some stories, and those stories, even in the lower volume, even in the most chronicle-like part of the Kojiki, have the quality that all the stories have, the quality of being about something, more than the events, about what people did when the situation required more than was ordinary, about what the gods did when the humans were not enough, about the relationship between the divine and the human that runs through every page of all three volumes. The lower volume ends with the emperor who was alive when Onoya Sumaro wrote down what Hieda no Are had been carrying in memory, the emperor who commissioned the work, who said, "The old records are in danger, the oral tradition is at risk, write it down." And so it was written down. This moment matters, not just because it produced the Kojiki, but because of what it says about the people who produced it. They understood that the stories could be lost. They understood that the oral tradition, however strong, however carefully maintained, was vulnerable to the same things that everything human is vulnerable to: the death of the person who knew the most, the failure of transmission from one generation to the next, the gradual drift of versions away from whatever the original was. They decided that the stakes were too high to leave it to chance, that the stories of who Japan was, and where it came from, and what the gods had done, and what the heroes had done, and what the emperors had done, were worth the effort of writing down. So the effort was made. Hieda no Are, who had memorized the records on the order of an earlier emperor, sat with Onoya Sumaro and recited, and Onoya Sumaro wrote. He wrote in classical Chinese with Japanese pronunciation notes, added for the names and poems that could not be captured in Chinese characters alone. He wrote for months. He produced the 3 volumes. He presented them to the Empress. And here we are, 1300 years later. The stories are still here. The words are still here. The names are still here. Yamato Takeru died at Nobono and was buried at Shiratori, and the white bird flew south, and the stories are still here. The serpent was killed in the river of Izumo, and the sword came out of its tail, and the sword is in Atsuta, and the stories are still here. Izanagi washed his face in the sea, and the sun and the moon and the storm were born, and the sun is still rising, and the stories are still here. This is what writing does. This is what the Kojiki did, that the oral tradition could not quite do. It made the stories as durable as the landscape they describe, as durable as the mountains, as durable as the shrines, as durable as the spring at the foot of Ibukiyama, where a dying hero stood and drank cold water and tried to be steady. The spring is still there, the mountain is still there, the shrine is still there, with the dark at its center, and the sword in the dark, and the certainty of its presence in the understanding of the people who pass the shrine and stop and press their hands together and bow their heads. They do not need to have read the Kojiki to understand that something is there. The something is there, whether they have read it or not, whether they know the story of the serpent, or the story of the aunt, or the story of the grass cutting. The something is there. It has been there. For longer than memory, it will be there. After memory again. This is what the Kojiki preserves. Not just the events, the presence, the fact of the presence, the knowledge that behind the shrine there is a story, and behind the story there is another story, and behind that one another, all the way back to the serpent, and the sword, and the age before the sword had a name. The egg cracked. The world began. The stories are still here. Part 12. What remains? There is a kind of story that does not end when the story ends. Not because the events continue. The events stop. The people die. The battles are over. The swords are placed in shrines, and the tombs are sealed, and the birds have flown to wherever birds fly, when they are carrying what birds carry, in the Kojiki's understanding. But the meaning continues. The relevance continues. The question the story was asking continues to be asked. The Kojiki's question is something like this: what is the relationship between the human and the divine? How does a person receive what the gods are trying to give? How does an emperor establish the right to rule? How does a son do what his father asks, when what his father asks is too much? How does a woman make the crossing when the crossing needs to be made? These questions are not answered in any final way. The Kojiki does not answer them. It tells stories that illuminate them. It puts people in situations where the questions become urgent, and then shows what those people did and what happened to them. But it does not say, here is the answer. Here is how to receive the divine. Here is how to be a good emperor. Here is how to face the end with grace. It shows and then moves on. It trusts the reader with the work of understanding. This is one of the reasons the Kojiki has been studied for 1300 years, not because it answers things, because it shows things clearly enough that you can keep looking at them and keep finding new angles. Yamato Takeru, he is still being studied, still being staged, still being turned into films and manga and novels and plays and all the forms that stories take when they are alive enough to keep being told. Why? Not because he was triumphant. He was not triumphant. He died in the middle of things. Not because he was good. He killed his brother. He called the sea small. He left the sword because he was true. True in the sense of being recognizable. True in the sense of being the kind of person who actually exists, who is too much for their circumstances, who is too strong for their family, who loves with the full force of everything they are and loses what they love and keeps going anyway until they cannot go anymore. We know this person. We have been this person. We have loved this person. We have watched this person from a distance and felt the particular combination of admiration and grief that the Kojiki's telling of him produces. The white bird is for all of them. Jingu Kogo, she is still studied, still debated, whether she was historical, whether the campaign happened, whether the stones were literal or metaphorical, but the image is clear: a pregnant woman binding cold stones to her body and leading a fleet across the sea because her dead husband's campaign needed completing, and she was the one who was there. The question she poses is simpler than the questions about her historicity. The question she poses is, what do you do when the person who was supposed to do it is gone? And her answer, the answer the Kojiki gives in her name, is that you do it yourself. You prepare properly. You ask for help from the right sources. You make the crossing. This is not presented as extraordinary in the Kojiki. It is presented as what happened. This is what she did. This is how it went. But the fact that it happened does not make it ordinary. It makes it the record of an actual thing that an actual person did when the situation required it. The sword is still in Atsuta. This seems like the right place to rest with the sword, the thing that connects the serpent in the river of Izumo to the shrine in the city of Nagoya, to the word for the eastern part of Japan, to the woman who went into the sea, to everything that followed. The sword is in the dark. It is not shown. It has not been shown for longer than most things last, but it is known to be there, and the knowledge of its presence is part of what the shrine means, part of what the city means, part of what it means to be in the place where these things happened. Certain things are more powerful in the dark. Certain truths are more true when they are held rather than displayed. The Kojiki understood this. The shrine understands this. The dark maintains it. The egg cracked. This is still the beginning that the Kojiki goes back to, again and again, the before, the state of the universe, before it chose to be a universe with Japan in it. The egg cracked, the sky rose, the earth sank. The first gods came into being, they built the world. The world became Japan. Japan became the emperors. The emperors became the present. The present became us. All of it is in the Kojiki. All of it connected. The serpent and the sword and the princess and the woman in the sea and the white bird and the shrine in the dark city and the god at the corner of the street. Let it rest now. The stories have been told. The connections have been named. The web has been shown. From one angle, there are other angles. There are always other angles. The Kojiki is deep enough that you can approach it from any direction and find something you had not found before. But for now, for this particular telling, for this version of the long, quiet story that runs from the first stirring in the universe to the shrine on the corner of your street, let it rest. The world was made. The heroes came. The songs were sung. The birds flew where they needed to go. And you are here, in the long continuity of it, somewhere in the chain that runs from the egg to the present, carrying in you whatever you carry, doing whatever it is you are here to do. The world was made by things that happened before you. The shrine at the corner of your street was placed there by decisions made before you were born. The name of the place you live in was given by someone who stood in that place and felt something and said a word. You are in the middle of all of that, not at the beginning, not at the end, in the long middle, the part of the story that is not yet written, the part that is still being lived. This is what the Kojiki was written for, not just to preserve the past, but to give the people of the present a sense of the depth behind them, the sense that the place they were standing had been stood in before by people whose names could be traced back through the generations, all the way to the gods. You have that depth behind you. Every human being has that depth behind them. The particular depth varies. The particular stories vary, but the depth is real. The chain is real. The world that was made before you arrived in it is real. Rest. Part 13. The Road East. The Eastern Road is long, not long in the way that any road is long when you measure it in distance, long in the way that matters more, which is in what happens on it, in what the road asks of the person walking it, in the accumulation of things that are given and taken over the course of the going. Yamato Takeru left Issei with the sword and the bag and the warning. He went east. The eastern road in the Kojiki's time was not the road we know now. There was no great highway. There were paths, older paths, paths that followed the coast and went through the mountain passes and crossed the rivers at the places where rivers could be crossed. He was not an army. He was one person, the same person who had gone to Kumaso alone, the same person who had found Yamato Takeru alone. This is part of the quality of Yamato Takeru that the Kojiki insists on. He went alone, or nearly alone, without the armies that an emperor's campaign would normally require, without the infrastructure of conquest, just the sword and the bag, and the force that could not be contained by any ordinary circumstances. He passed through Totoumi, the province of the distant sea, the province where the coast bends westward and the mountains come down close to the water, and the road runs between rock and sea with no room for error. He passed through it, the way he passed through everything, moving forward, dealing with what needed to be dealt with, leaving the things that had been difficult behind him and moving toward the things that would be difficult next. He passed through Totoumi and into Suruga, and it was in Suruga that the fire happened, the field, the dry grass, the man who invited him in, the fire from all sides. The Kojiki describes this moment with the same directness it uses for everything. He was surrounded. He used the sword. He used the fire. He was not burned. But the moment carries more than its events. The moment says something about what it means to face a situation that was designed to kill you. A situation where the person who invited you in intended your death and had prepared for it carefully and had the advantage of knowing what they had planned, and you did not. The bag. Yamato-hime had said, "When things are most dangerous, open the bag." This was most dangerous. He opened the bag. Inside was fire, the fire striking stones, the possibility of his own fire, his own direction, his own counter to what had been set against him. The bag was the wisdom of the ant, the knowledge of the keeper of the shrine, the understanding that certain things that seem simple carry within them the possibility of surviving, the worst that can happen. He survived because she had prepared him. He survived because she had given him what he needed. For a moment she could not have described specifically, but could feel the shape of the way certain people can feel the shape of what is coming without knowing its details. From Suruga, he moved to Sagami. We have already been here. We have already watched the fire, and the sea, and Ototachibana hime stepping out of the boat. But consider the sequence of it. He survived the fire. Then he faced the sea. Two elements, two of the most powerful things in the natural world, fire and water. Fire he met with fire. The bag gave him that. Water he met with loss. There was no bag for that. There was no counterfire for that. What the sea required was not his strength, or his weapons, or the things his aunt had given him. What the sea required was someone else's willingness to go into it. He could not make that offering himself. The sea demanded something he could not give, and Ototachibana Hime gave it. The fire was conquered by force. The sea was pacified by love, or by something that operates the way love operates when it reaches its fullest expression, which is the willingness to become the thing that the other person needs. From Sagami he went north into the mountains of Kai, through the mountain passes where the air is thin and cold, even in summer, through the forests where the trees are very old and the paths between them are darker than the paths of the lowland. He made a poem at Kai. He said something about the mountain, and about Narukami, the rolling thunder, and about the way the night sounds when you are in the mountains, and the thunder moves through the peaks, and the sound of it is not the flat single crack of thunder over open plains, but something more complex, more enveloping, rolling from one side to the other and back again. He was paying attention, even in the campaign, even in the middle of the going, from one thing to the next. He was listening to the thunder in the mountains and putting it into words. This is the other side of him, the side that made the first poem and the last poems and the poems in between, the side that was always listening to the world around him and finding words for what it sounded like. He went into Shinano, the mountain province, the province that is now called Nagano, the long field, but was then called Shinano, the land of the silkworm. The mountains of Shinano are among the highest in the central island. The passes through them are real passes, high and cold, where the snow can come, even in seasons that are not winter, and the wind is always the wind from somewhere colder than where you are. He crossed them. He went through the pass at the top of the mountain and looked down at the land on the other side, and the land was still Japan, still the islands, still the country his ancestors had made by stirring the sea with a jeweled spear, but it was a part of it he had not seen before, a part of it that was new to him, the east beyond the mountains, opening out, the great plain that would become the most populous part of Japan in every century that followed. He came down from the mountains. He continued east. He went through Mino and into Owari, and in Owari he found Miyazuhime, and he stayed. The rest that came before the last mistake. This is how the Kojiki structures it. the long campaign, the fire and the sea, and the mountains, and the gods subduing, and the people persuading, and then a rest, a house in Owari, a woman who was waiting, food and warmth and stillness, and then the word about the mountain, and the decision to go, and the sword left on the wall. The rest makes the mistake worse. If he had gone directly from the campaign to the mountain, if there had been no pause, no warmth, no woman who was glad to see him, no normalcy to slip back into, the mistake might be more forgivable. But the pause happened. The normalcy happened. He settled briefly into something like the ordinary life that other people lived, and then he left it to go to the mountain without the sword. The pride that had always been there found its moment in the pause. It said, "You survived everything. You survived the fire and the sea and the mountains. You are still here. You do not need the sword." And that was the last time the pride was right about anything. The cold came down from Ibukiyama. The god of the mountain did not need to fight him the way the people of Kumaso had fought him, or the way Izumo Takeru had needed to be tricked. The god of the mountain simply let him come up without the sword, and then let the cold do what cold does to a person who no longer has. What was protecting them? This is the mountain god's patience. The mountain does not fight back. The mountain simply is what it is. It is cold at the top. It has always been cold at the top. Anyone who goes up without preparation will feel the cold when that person is already weakened by the pride that makes them think. They do not need preparation. The cold does the rest. Yamato Takeru came down from the mountain, changed, not in the way that people come down, from difficult experiences, having learned something in the way that people come down, from experiences that have taken something that cannot be restored. He came down, he found the spring, he drank, he steadied himself, he walked with a staff, he made his way toward home, and at Nobono on the coast, with the sea visible, and Yamato somewhere behind the mountains, to the west, he ran out of going. The poems at the end, there are 3 of them. The Kojiki gives him 3 poems at the end of his life. The first is the poem about Yamato. O Yamato, the folded mountains, the most beautiful place. The second is a poem about his sword, the sword he left with Miyazuhime. He says, "O my sword, you are leaning on the brushwood. You are left alone. Oh, my sword." He is thinking about the sword in the last hours of his life, with the folded mountains of home in his mind. He is also thinking about the sword, the thing he left, the thing he should not have left, the thing that is somewhere in Owari, leaning against a wall, while he is here dying without it. Not regret exactly, something more like the simple acknowledgement of the specific shape of what happened. The sword is there. He is here. The distance between them is what it is. The third poem is about a crane. He says, I would rather be a crane. I would rather have the crane's long life. He knew. He understood what was happening. He was dying, and he knew it. And he said, I would rather be the bird. I would rather have the long life. And then he died, and the bird rose. Perhaps the crane is both things, the longing for the long life, and the long life itself, the wish and its fulfillment, the thing you wanted, given to you at last, in the form that was left to give it in. He is still flying. This is the way to understand. The white bird at the end, not as a consolation, not as the Kojiki saying, don't worry, he is fine, as the truth of what happened, the soul that was too large for the body it was in, finding a form that could hold its size. The white bird, large and luminous, flying south, flying toward Yamato, flying toward the folded mountains, going home. This is part 2 of the Kojiki, the age of the heroes, the age when the line from the gods was still close enough to the surface that a person could contain the force of it in ways that were extraordinary and devastating and beautiful. The age before the line was diluted to the point where the emperors lived and ruled and died in the ordinary way of human things. The age of Yamato Takeru, the age of Jingu Kogo, the age when the world was still close enough to its divine origins that the divine could come through a person in ways that changed everything. Part 3 will take us further into the centuries that followed, into the stories that accumulated as the line moved forward through time, into the age when the gods were further from the surface, when the emperors were more human than divine, when the stories shifted from the extraordinary to the complicated, from heroes who were too strong for the world to people who were simply trying to navigate the world they were in, but the thread still runs. The line from Amaterasu to the living emperor, the line from the sword in the serpent's tail to the sword in the dark shrine, the line from the first poem that Susanoo made in Izumo about the many-fenced palace, to every poem that has been made in Japanese in the 13 centuries since. The thread still runs, and you are somewhere on it, living in the world that was made by these events, breathing the air of the islands that were born from the salt, dripping off a jeweled spear. The world is old, the stories are older, you are somewhere in the long middle of something that started before anyone was keeping track and will continue after the keeping track stops. But for now, the white bird is enough. The white bird is always enough. Part 14, The Long Night. The night is long, in the old Japanese understanding, not because the hours are different. The hours are what they are. The night in Japan is no longer than any other night at the same latitude, but in the old stories, in the songs of the Manyoshu, and in the poems of the Kojiki, and in the understanding that runs beneath both, the night has a quality of waiting, of the things that happen in the dark, that do not happen in the light, of the space between one day and the next, where the gods walk, and the dead are present, and the world is more fully what it is than it can be in the ordinary light. Yamato Takeru made his poems at night, not all of them, but the ones at the end, the ones at Nobono, with the folded mountains to the west, and the sea to the south, and the darkness around him, and whatever light there was, coming from the stars. The night was the time for saying what could not be said in the ordinary way, the time for the poem that came out of the person before the person had decided to say it. This is the tradition that the Kojiki is part of, the tradition of the night poem, the waka, the short poem of 31 syllables that the Japanese had been making since before the Kojiki was written, and have been making ever since. The Kojiki is full of poems. Every important moment in the age of the gods and the age of the heroes is marked by a poem. The first poem was Susanoo's poem about the many-fenced palace, love poem written in Izumo after the serpent was dead and the sword was in Amaterasu's hands, and Kushinada Hime had been returned from her comb shape. The many fences of love, the poem that came out of the destruction and found something worth building in the rubble. And the last poems in Yamato Takeru's story are the poems about home, about the folded mountains, about the sword leaning in the brushwood, about the wish to be a bird. Between the first poem and the last ones, there is the whole middle of the story, the serpent and the sword and the fire and the sea, the years of campaign, the things given and taken, and the poems mark the beginning and the ending of the most important arcs. The Manyoshu has 130 poems about the seventh night, about Tanabata, about Orihime and Hikoboshi waiting on either side of the river of heaven. 130 poems about one night, about waiting, about the one night in the year when the waiting ends and the river can be crossed. This is the tradition Yamato Takeru is part of, the tradition that takes the most painful and the most beautiful things and makes them into the small-shaped forms that can be carried. A poem is a thing you can carry. 31 syllables. The weight of that is nothing. You can put it in your memory and take it with you everywhere. And what it carries inside it is the whole weight of the moment it was made in. The weight of the folded mountains, the weight of the sword left behind, the weight of the wish for the long life, all of that in 31 syllables, light enough to carry, heavy enough to hold, everything it needs to hold. Rest now. The night is long. The stories are told. The swords are in their shrines. The birds are where they need to be. The folded mountains of Yamato are still there, blue-gray in the evening, the way mountains look when the light is leaving and they are settling into the particular patience of things that have been there for longer than memory and will be there long after everything that happened today has joined the long archive of things that happened. You are somewhere in that, in the long story, in the middle of it. The egg cracked. The world began. The white bird flew. Sleep. Kojiki, Records of Ancient Matters, Part 3. The world was made. Now someone had to run it. There is a kind of goodness that makes everything harder. Not the goodness of the obvious saint, not the goodness that announces itself, not the goodness that expects recognition and receives it, the harder kind, the goodness of a person who simply will not allow themselves to benefit from something that was not clearly theirs to take, the goodness that creates difficulty, not through selfishness, but through the refusal to be selfish at the moment when selfishness would make things simpler. This is the goodness that caused 3 years of empty throne. When Ojin Tenno died, the emperor who had come from the crossing, the man who would become Hachiman, the god at the corner of every street, there was the question of who would succeed him. He had sons, several sons, and the son who was the obvious choice, the one designated, the crown prince, was Ujinowaki Ratsuko, and Ujinowaki Ratsuko did not want to be emperor. This is not unusual in the Kojiki. The Kojiki has several people who do not want what they are being given, who resist the honor, who find reasons to decline. But what makes this case particular is that the person next in line, the brother, Usazaki no Mikoto, who would become Nintoku Tenno, also did not want to take what his brother was not taking. 2 brothers, 2 people who believed that the other deserved it more, both of them insisting, neither of them yielding. The fish was the symbol of it. During the 3 years, when neither brother would sit on the throne, when Ojin Tenno had died, and the succession had not been settled, a fisherman came with an offering, a gift of fish, fresh fish, the kind of offering you bring to a new emperor to express loyalty. He went first to Ujinowaki Ratsuko. The crown prince said, "I am not the emperor. Bring it to my brother in Naniwa." The fisherman went to Naniwa. Usazaki no Mikoto said, "I am not the emperor. Bring it to my brother in Uzi." The fisherman went back to Uzi, back and forth, until the fish was no longer fresh, until the fish had rotted in the hands of a man who was trying to bring an offering to someone who would accept it. The Kojiki records this story with a kind of dry understanding. It says, there is a proverb that arose from this, a proverb about getting what you put in motion. Back on yourself. The fishermen went back and forth, because both brothers were too good, and the fish rotted, because both brothers were too good, and the proverb came, from the rotted fish, the throne sat empty for 3 years. Then Ujinowaki Ratsuko resolved it, in the only way, that a person with this kind of goodness can resolve an impossible situation. He said, I understand now that my brother will not relent, and if I continue to live and continue to refuse, I am a burden to the world. I am keeping the throne empty by my existence. He was a young man. He was not old. He was not ill. He was simply too good for the situation he was in. He died. The Kojiki says he decided that the decision was his, that the way he resolved the impossibility he was in was to remove himself from it. His brother came running. He had heard what was happening. He ran to Uzi to be with his brother to try to prevent it. He arrived too late. He sat with his brother's body. He called his name 3 times. He said, wake up, wake up, wake up. Ujinowaki Ratsuko woke. For a moment, he looked at his brother. He said, I know your purpose in coming, but this is fate. No one can stop it. When I see our father, I will tell him how many times you tried to give me what was mine. I will tell him everything you did. Then he gave his brother a gift, a sister, an unmarried sister, a person he could add to his household, a small offering, at the end of an impossible impasse, and then he died for good. Usazaki no Mikoto became Nintoku Tenno, the 16th emperor, the one called Nintoku, which means something like virtuous and able, the one who is called the Holy Emperor Hijiri no Mikado, in the tradition that gave him the highest honor available. He earned it, not because of conquest, not because of military campaigns, or territorial expansion, or the defeat of powerful enemies, because of smoke. There is a hill in the province of Kawachi, the province to the east of Naniwa, from which, on a clear day, you can see the valley, and the rice paddies, and the houses clustered along the roads, and the smoke rising from the cooking fires, or not rising. Nintoku Tenno climbed that hill. In the early years of his reign, he looked out over the valley. He was looking for smoke, the smoke of the cooking fires, the smoke that means people are warm, people have food, people are in their houses, preparing meals. He saw very little smoke. This is the moment. This is the moment that defines him, in the Kojiki's telling. Not a battle, not a divine encounter, a man on a hill, looking at how little smoke was rising from the valley, and understanding what it meant. It meant the people were poor, poor enough that they could not afford to cook meals, that the cooking fires were not lit, that the ordinary daily act of preparing food was not happening at the scale it should be. He came down from the hill, He went back to the palace, and he stopped collecting taxes for 3 years. 3 years with no taxes, no labor corvée, no demands on the people for the construction of palaces, or the maintenance of roads, or any of the other things that the state ordinarily requires from the people it governs. He let them keep everything. For 3 years, he let them recover. The palace was not maintained. This is also recorded. The Kojiki notes it carefully. The walls of the palace crumbled. The thatch of the roof rotted. When it rained, the rain came through the roof. The emperor and his household moved from room to room to stay dry. They wore their clothes until they wore out. They did not replace them. The palace of the 16th emperor looked, after 3 years, like a place that had been abandoned. His wife asked him about it. She said, "Why do you call this prosperous? Look at the palace. Look at the roof. Look at the walls. Is this prosperity?" He said, "The emperor exists for the people. The people are the foundation. When the people are poor, I am poor. When the people are rich, I am rich. The smoke is rising now. The people are cooking. They are warm. They have food. This is prosperity. After 3 years, the people themselves rebuilt the palace. They came without being asked. They came with their tools and their labor, and they rebuilt the walls, and they rethatched the roof, and they built it better than it had been before. This is the Kojiki's picture of the ideal emperor, not the conquering hero, not the divine descendant, exercising the authority of the gods, the man on the hill, looking at the smoke, deciding that the smoke matters more than the roof. Part 2. Iwanohime no Mikoto. She was not a mild woman. The Kojiki is quite clear about this. Iwanohime no Mikoto, the empress of Nintoku Tenno, was a woman of strong feeling that did not soften or become more manageable with time, strong feeling that expressed itself in ways that were direct and sometimes dramatic and occasionally catastrophic for the people on the receiving end. She loved her husband. This is also clear. The strength of the feeling that expressed itself as jealousy was the same strength as the feeling that was being threatened. You cannot be jealous about something you do not love. The size of the jealousy was the size of the love. Nintoku Tenno was not a faithful husband. This is not surprising. In the Kojiki's world, the emperors are not expected to limit themselves to one woman. The genealogies of the Kojiki are full of multiple wives and multiple sets of children by multiple mothers. This is simply how things worked. But knowing how things worked did not make Iwanohime accept how things worked. The first story is about Kurohime. Kurohime was a woman from Kibi, a province to the west of Yamato, a woman of particular beauty, a woman whose reputation had reached the palace in the way that such reputations travel, through messengers and rumors, and the particular attention that beautiful women receive from people who think it is their business to report such things. To those in power, Nintoku Tenno summoned her. He brought her to the palace. He made her one of his consorts. Iwanohime found out. What followed was not subtle. Iwanohime went to where Kurohime was, and everything she did was designed to make Kurohime's position in the palace completely untenable. The Kojiki does not give the details with the same precision it gives to battles and divine encounters. It says simply that Iwanohime was not welcoming to Kurohime, that Kurohime's position became impossible, that eventually Kurohime had no choice but to leave. She went back to Kibi. She went home. She left the palace because staying had become impossible. Nintoku Tenno, when he learned she had gone, followed her. He traveled to Kibi. He went to find her. This is also not subtle. The emperor following his departed consort to her home province is a statement. It says, I am willing to do what it takes. I am willing to make the journey. I am willing to show publicly that I want this person to be in my life. He found her. He spent time with her family. He was charming, as the Kojiki suggests he often was. He and Kurohime sang poems at each other on the shore. She sang, "The wind blows the clouds apart. The way we are being separated. I will not forget you." He sang back, "Who is that going toward Yamato? Who is that, my secret one?" He came home without her. She stayed in Kibi. The Kojiki does not tell us what became of her after. She sang her poem on the shore and faded from the record. Iwanohime knew what had happened. When Nintoku Tenno returned from Kibi, Iwanohime refused to see him. She would not come out. She would not speak to him. The doors were closed between her and her husband, and they stayed closed. He tried to reach her in the way that the Kojiki's men always try to reach the women who will not be reached directly. He sang to her. He composed poems. He stood outside her door and sent words in. She composed poems back, not forgiving ones. The Kojiki gives us her poems, and they are sharp. They ask, "Whose husband is that?" Going back to Yamato, they say, "People are looking at you and knowing what you did." The poems went back and forth. The door stayed closed. Then came the episode with the Nagi tree. Iwanohime went to the shrine of Sumiyoshi. She went there to perform a rite, a purification, the kind of ritual that a person performs when they need to set something right, or mark a change, or bring themselves back into alignment with the sacred. While she was gone, Nintoku Tenno took another woman into the palace. Her name was Yatanohime, a princess, a noble woman. He brought her in. He established her in the palace. He sent her poems. This is the one that broke something permanently. Iwanohime came back from Sumiyoshi. She came to the shore at Naniwa. She heard what had happened. She would not get off the boat. She sat in the boat at the shore and refused to land. She would not come into the capital. She would not come home. Nintoku Tenno came to the shore. He tried to speak to her. He sent his ministers to speak to her. She would not hear them. Eventually she left. She turned the boat around and went somewhere else. She went to the province of Ki, and she stayed there, and she did not come back. The Kojiki gives us the poems from this separation. Nintoku Tenno sent poems after her. He compared himself to a nagi leaf floating on the water, going wherever the current takes it, unable to direct itself. Iwanohime wrote back. She wrote about the nagi tree at the shrine of Sumiyoshi. She said she had seen it, she had been near it, and everyone around it seemed to know something she hadn't known yet. The Kojiki presents these poems without commentary. It does not say who was right. It does not say whether the anger was justified or the behavior was wrong. It gives the poems. It lets the reader hear. Two people in an impossible situation, sending words back and forth, across water. She did not come back. She stayed in Ki. She built a palace there. She lived there. The Kojiki records that Nintoku Tenno visited her once. He traveled to Ki. He came to the palace she had made for herself. She would not receive him completely. She sent food out to him, a token, a gesture that acknowledged his presence without undoing the separation she had chosen. He ate the food. He composed a poem about the fish in it. The poem was about the particular fish that had been sent to him, the fish of those waters, and how they tasted of the place. She wrote back, a poem about the fish, too, about catching them and offering them, about what it means to give something to someone you are not going to go to. The exchange of poems about fish is one of the small, perfect moments in the lower volume of the Kojiki. Two people who loved each other and had wounded each other and could not repair the wound and could not stop reaching across it with words. Poems about fish sent between a woman in her self-imposed exile and the man who had driven her there and could not stop trying to reach her. Iwanohime died in Ki. She died away from the palace, away from Naniwa, in the province she had chosen, over the life she had left. Nintoku Tenno came to her when she died. He came to bring her back. He had her brought back to Yamato and buried there. The Kojiki gives her this last acknowledgement that even though she had been away, even though she had chosen not to return, she was brought back to the place where she should be and placed there, and her name was given to the tomb, and the tomb is there. Iwanohime no Mikoto, the great empress, the woman of strong feeling, the one who would not stay. She is in the Kojiki, more fully than most women, not because she was mild, because she was not. Part 3. The Holy Emperor. Nintoku Tenno ruled for a long time. The Kojiki gives him 83 years on the throne, which is the kind of number that tells you the Kojiki is not operating in ordinary historical time. 83 years is a reign that spans generations, a reign that starts when a man is young and ends when everyone who knew him as young has been dead for decades. The number is less important than what it represents. What it represents is continuity, the sense that the time of Nintoku Tenno was a long time, an era, a period that had its own character and its own accumulation of events, enough to fill the memory with stories that were still being told when the Kojiki was compiled. There were other stories beyond Iwanohime, beyond the smoke on the hill. There was Midorinohime, the bird princess, a woman Nintoku Tenno wanted, a woman who refused. He sent a messenger. The messenger was Hayabusa Wakenomiko, the Falcon Prince, a young man supposed to deliver the imperial request and bring back the acceptance. The Falcon Prince delivered the message. Midorinohime heard it, and then she looked at the messenger, and she chose the messenger. This is the kind of story the Kojiki tells without flinching. The woman who was summoned looked at the man sent to summon her and made a different choice. She said no to the emperor. She said yes to the messenger. They ran. There was nowhere in the islands. That was truly beyond the emperor's reach. But they ran anyway. The Falcon Prince and the Bird Princess, moving through the provinces, trying to get far enough away that the problem would resolve itself. Nintoku Tenno was not furious in the way that some emperors in the Kojiki are furious. The Kojiki does not give him a rage-filled pursuit. It gives him something quieter, the particular frustration of a man who had everything and could not get this one thing. They were eventually found. They were eventually caught. The story ends badly for the Falcon Prince, but the Kojiki gives Midorinohime the same dignity it gives Iwanohime, the dignity of a woman who knew what she wanted and chose it, even when the cost was high, even when the choice put someone else in danger. The other side of Nintoku Tenno, he is the Holy Emperor, the man who watched the smoke, the man who let the palace rot so the people could eat, and he is also the man who could not stay faithful, who kept bringing women into the palace, who drove Iwanohime to exile, who caused the Falcon Prince to lose everything. Both are true. The Kojiki does not choose between them. It does not say he was the Holy Emperor, and therefore the other things don't matter, or it does not say the other things happened, and therefore the Holy Emperor story is false. It holds them together, the man who watched the smoke and the man who could not stop, wanting what he wanted. This is the Kojiki's understanding of what human beings are, even the holiest ones, even the ones who have genuine greatness. They are also the other thing, the smaller thing, the thing that does not fit the greatness. Nintoku Tenno is not diminished by the Kojiki's honesty. If anything, he is made more real, more present, more the kind of person you can actually imagine, standing on a hill and looking at smoke and making the decision to wait, because he is also the kind of person who could not stay faithful, and people who cannot stay faithful are people we know. They are real. They are here. They look at smoke sometimes, and they do extraordinary things. The tomb, Nintoku Tenno's tomb, is the largest burial mound in Japan. Not the most famous, not the most visited, The largest, it is in Sakai, in the province of Izumi, south of Osaka, a keyhole-shaped mound, the shape that the great tombs of the ancient emperors take, a circle joined to a trapezoid like a round mirror with a handle. The numbers are not modest. The mound is nearly half a kilometer long. The area it covers, including the moats that surround it, is larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. This is the tomb of the man who let his own palace rot, so the people could keep their taxes. The contradiction is real, and the Kojiki does not explain it. The man who chose poverty for himself, while ruling, was buried in the largest construction in the history of the islands, but the tomb was built after, built by the people, built by the descendants of the people who had been allowed to keep their harvests and cook their food and let the smoke rise from their fires. This is the Kojiki's understanding of the relationship between the emperor and the people. Not that the emperor is above the people, not that the people exist for the emperor, that the people remember, that the people who were allowed to be warm built the largest tomb in Japan for the man who allowed it, that the relationship runs both ways, that what you give comes back to you in forms you did not predict and could not have planned. The smoke on the hill, this is the image, the one that defines the reign, not the tomb, not the battles, not even Iwanohime and her exile, a man on a hill, looking at what is not there, looking at the absence of smoke, and understanding what the absence means. This is what governance is, in the Kojiki's understanding. The ability to look at what is not there, and understand what it means. The willingness to act on that understanding, even when the action costs you. The roof can rot. The roof can be rebuilt. The people cannot be rebuilt. The people are the foundation. Nintoku Tenno understood this. He climbed the hill. He saw the absence of smoke. He came down. He stopped the taxes. He ate in a cold palace, while the people ate in warm houses, and he called this prosperity. The Holy Emperor, Hijiri no Mikado. The word Hiziri is old. It carries in it the idea of someone who has separated themselves from what is ordinary, who has gone beyond the ordinary human preoccupations, who operates in a register that is closer to the sacred than the merely functional. Nintoku Tenno did not separate himself. He did the opposite. He connected himself more deeply than most emperors to the ordinary life of the people. He governed. He watched the smoke. He lived without heat, so others could have it. And this is what made him Hiziri. Not separation, connection, the willingness to feel what the people felt, the willingness to be cold when they were cold, to be poor when they were poor. This understanding of holiness runs through the lower volume in different forms. It is the holiness of the person who climbs the hill, the holiness of the act of looking, the holiness of understanding what the looking reveals, not a holiness that removes you from the world, a holiness that takes you into the world more fully, into the particular lives of the particular people who are living in the world right now. The smoke is the measure, not the palace, not the army, not the territory. The smoke, whether it is rising, whether the people are warm, whether the ordinary day is possible for the ordinary person. This is the measure. This is what Nintoku Tenno understood. This is why he is called holy. The largest tomb in Japan, the smallest roof, both are his. Both are true. Part 4. The Emperors of the Middle Period, between Nintoku Tenno and Yuryaku Tenno, the last emperor the Kojiki gives. A full story too. There are several generations. Richu Tenno, Hanzei Tenno, Ingyo Tenno, Anko Tenno. Their names, their wives, their children, the careful genealogy, that is the spine of the lower volume. But between the names, there are stories, not the great arching stories, of the upper and middle volumes, not the stories of the creation of the world, or the sun hiding in the cave, or the white bird flying home. Smaller stories, human stories, stories about people who found themselves in difficult positions and made choices that the Kojiki thought worth recording. The story of Okusaka no Miko and the Secret Prince in the reign of Ingyo Tenno, the 19th emperor. There was a prince who loved a woman. The emperor also wanted. The prince was Okusaka no Miko. The woman was Oshinumi no Waka Hirume. Okusaka no Miko wanted her for himself, but she was being offered to the emperor, and in the world the Kojiki describes, you did not simply take what the emperor was also reaching for. So the prince did something clever. He did something that would later be used against him. He gave the woman a gift, a belt, a beautiful belt, a gift that acknowledged what was happening without crossing the line into open competition. Someone told the emperor about the belt, not as it was, as it wasn't. They said Okusaka no Miko had given the woman a love gift, a declaration, a claim. The emperor was told that the prince was rivals with him, that the prince had presumed. This is the oldest kind of story, the story of the person in the middle, the person who tells the emperor something that is not quite true, but is not quite false either, that is shaped to produce a specific reaction. That is the kind of thing that someone says when they want to other people to destroy each other. Ingyo Tenno believed it. Okusaka no Miko was killed. The woman was taken to the palace anyway. The person who had told the lie was found out eventually, was punished eventually. The truth was established eventually, but Okusaka no Miko was already dead. The truth came too late, for the person it most needed to reach. The Kojiki records this in the register it uses for the moments when the world fails the person who was trying to do something reasonable, without comment, without the moral drawn. It happened. This is what happened. The prince gave a belt. Someone lied about the belt. The prince died. Kinmei Tenno and the light under the door. Actually, this is not the story of Kinmei Tenno. The Kojiki is moving toward the end of what it will tell in detail. The lower volume becomes sparser as it approaches the moment when the Kojiki was compiled. The stories that are told briefly. A reign gets a paragraph, an event gets a sentence. The genealogy takes more space than the episodes, but there is Anko Tenno, the 20th emperor, and his death is one of the episodes. The Kojiki gives in some detail. Anko Tenno was asleep. The Kojiki is specific about this. He was asleep under a tree. A child found him. The child was a prince, the son of a man. Anko Tenno had killed. The child found the emperor asleep and stood over him, and the child had a reason to want what was not his to want. The Kojiki says the child wept. The child stood over the sleeping emperor and wept because what the child felt was too large for the child, because the situation the child was standing in was one that no child should be standing in. The tears fell on the emperor. He woke. He looked up at the child. He saw the tears. He asked why. The child told him. The child said, "My sleeves are wet from the dew. The sleeves are wet and I am cold." Anko Tenno looked at the child. He believed the answer. He went back to sleep. He should not have gone back to sleep. The child had more in the heart than wet sleeves. The child had the grief and the anger that children carry when they are made to carry things that are too heavy for children. And the emperor went back to sleep. The Kojiki says what happened next, says it plainly, in the way it always says the things it has to say. The successors after Anko Tenno came 3 brothers who fought each other for succession. Karuno o Iratsuko, Yasushiro no o Iratsuko, o Hatsuse no Wakatakeru no Miko. The one who won was O Hase no Wakatakeru no Miko. Nan became Yuryaku Tenno, the 21st emperor. The last one the Kojiki tells fully. He won the succession, the way successions were sometimes won in this period, not through the orderly designation of an heir by a dying emperor, through the elimination of the competition. He was violent. The Kojiki knows this. It does not conceal it. He killed his brothers. He killed rivals. He killed people who stood between him and the throne. He was also, the Kojiki says, strong. Not strong in the way of Yamato Takeru, who was strong in a way that exceeded his container, but strong in the way of someone who was capable of the full range of what is possible, the range that includes destruction and also includes the particular acts of care and attention that are sometimes the other face of that same strength. This is the generation before Yuryaku Tenno, the generation of the brothers fighting, of the man asleep under the tree. of the child with wet sleeves, who was not only wet from dew. The lower volume of the Kojiki is not the volume of heroes, it is the volume of succession, of the difficult, ordinary work, of deciding who comes next. In a world where the question of who comes next is the question everything else depends on, the gods argued about it, the land paid for it. That was the story of the upper volume. The middle volume added the heroes. The lower volume shows the settling, the long, slow work of establishing which family, which line, which particular branch of the divine descent would carry the responsibility forward. It is not always a beautiful process. The Kojiki does not pretend it is. It records the wet sleeves and the man who went back to sleep. It records the brothers who killed each other for the throne. It records it all, because the record is the point, the unbroken chain, from the first gods to the living emperor, even the broken parts of the chain, even the moments when the chain was held together by something other than virtue. The chain is still the chain, the long middle between Nintoku Tenno and Yuryaku Tenno. There are 5 emperors: Richu Tenno, Hanzei Tenno, Ingyo Tenno, Anko Tenno, and the brothers who fought each other before Yuryaku Tenno emerged. Each of them had a reign. Each reign had events. Some of those events, the Kojiki records in brief. Some are given only the genealogy, the wives and the children, the length of the reign. Richu Tenno, the 17th emperor, was the son of Nintoku Tenno. He had Hanzei Tenno as his brother. His reign was troubled from the start by the ambitions of a brother who was willing to use violence to get what he wanted. The Kojiki gives us a glimpse of what it cost Richu Tenno to deal with this, the effort, the political maneuvering, the particular difficulty of being the emperor when someone in your own family does not accept your authority. Hanzei Tenno came after him, and Ingyo Tenno after that, each carrying the line forward, each adding their names to the long list. That is the Kojiki's backbone. Ingyo Tenno had a quality. The Kojiki notes specifically, he was concerned with truth. He was concerned with knowing who was actually of noble blood and who was claiming to be, without the claim being real. He had a method for determining this. He required the people to put their hands in boiling water. The innocent would be unharmed. The ones who were lying about their lineage would be revealed by the burning. The Kojiki presents this without the commentary a modern reader might expect. It simply says, this was how the truth was found. This was the method. The method tells us something about what the period required. The truth about lineage was so important. The stakes of false claims so high that extreme measures were considered appropriate, because the lineage was everything. The lineage determined your position. your right to participate in governance, your family's place in the order. The question of who had what blood was not an abstract question, it was the question that everything else depended on, and Ingyo Tenno was an emperor who wanted to know. The actual answer, not the claimed answer, the actual one. The chain continues through the boiling water, through the brothers who fought, through the man asleep under the tree, through all of it. The chain continues. Part 5. Yuryaku Tenno. The first poem in the Kojiki is a love poem. Susanoo made it standing in Izumo after the serpent was dead and the palace was being built, and the woman he had kept safe as a comb in his hair had been returned to herself. He made the poem about fences, the many fences of love, the desire to build walls around the person you love. The last extended poem in the Kojiki is also a love poem, and it is spoken by Yuryaku Tenno, the 21st emperor, the one who killed his brothers, the one whose name means something like heroic strategy, the one the Kojiki describes as having the qualities of both power and violence. This pairing is not accidental. The Kojiki begins and ends its great poetic moments with love. The first poem and the last poem, the storm god and the violent emperor, two people on opposite ends of the spectrum of force, and both of them in the moment of the poem reaching towards someone with words. The poem of Yuryaku Tenno comes from a moment on a mountain. He was on the mountain of Katsuragi, hunting. He saw a young woman. She was in the fields. She was working. She had a basket for gathering greens, and she was gathering them with the concentration of someone who is doing an ordinary thing and not expecting the day to be anything other than ordinary. Yuryaku Tenno saw her. He said, "Who are you? What is your family? What is your name?" She said her name was Akashikome, the daughter of the lord of the district, a woman of good family, but not of imperial family, a woman in a field on a mountain who had not expected this. He said, "There is no one comparable to you here. There is no one as fine. When I go back to the palace, I will send for you. Wait for me." She bowed. She waited. He sent for her. He was not quick about it. Time passed. The Kojiki does not specify how much time, but enough time. That waiting was not easy. Enough time that a woman in a field might wonder whether the words spoken on the mountain were words that would be kept. He sent for her. She came. When she arrived, Yuryaku Tenno made the poem. He spoke it to her directly. The Kojiki gives it to us, and the translators have worked at it for centuries, and what it says at its heart is something like this: I planted spring greens on the little mountain. Now I do not know How many nights have passed since I planted them? The girl of the Komori mountain, who was working in the fields, who was working without stopping. How many nights have passed since I saw you? He is counting the nights. He is saying, I lost track of how long it has been. The time passed, and I was aware of the passing, and the thing I was waiting for was you. She answered him. She said something that means, you are the king of this great land, like the spring greens you planted, the nights I have waited, the many nights. They had been waiting for each other, both of them counting, both of them aware of the time between the mountain and the arrival. This is how the Kojiki ends, its last detailed emperor story. Not with conquest, not with the expansion of borders, not with the final pacification of the last resistant people, with an exchange of poems about counting nights, with a man who had killed his brothers, and a woman who gathered greens, finding each other through the patience of waiting and the language of counting. The Kojiki is doing something deliberate here, something that echoes the first poem and the last. The world it describes is a world of force and consequence, of divine power and human frailty, of gods who hide in caves, and emperors who let their roofs rot, and princes who die because someone lied about a belt. But the thing that brackets it all, the thing at the beginning and the end, is not the force or the consequence. It is the poem. It is the reach across the space between two people, with words, the acknowledgement that someone else is there, is real, is worth the making of the poem. Yuryaku Tenno's other stories, the Kojiki gives him more than the poem. It gives him episodes that show the range of his nature. There is the story of the mountain on Katsuragi. He was hunting again. He met a god who looked like him, who dressed like him, who carried the same kind of tools. Yuryaku Tenno demanded to know who this person was. He said, in this land there is no god but me. Who are you? The god said his name, Okuninushi no Kami, the god of the single word, the god of speech, the deity who lives in the power of the single correct utterance. The emperor threatened, the god withdrew. The encounter left Yuryaku Tenno uneasy. Later he made offerings to the god. He recognized that what he had done was not wise, that the god on the mountain was not to be threatened, that the single word, correctly spoken, had more force than any amount of imperial authority. He made the offerings. The god was appeased. This is a story about the limits of power, about the emperor whose reign was defined by the willingness to use force, meeting the deity who embodies the power of the precise word, and having to acknowledge that the word is not less powerful. The silkworm. In the reign of Yuryaku Tenno, the Kojiki tells us, the practice of sericulture was advanced. Silk, the cultivation of silkworms, the weaving of silk cloth. This is not a story, it is a note, a small annotation in the record, but it matters. Silk was coming from the continent, silk and the people who knew how to make it, the connections that Jingu Kogo had established, the connections that Ojin Tenno had deepened through the welcome of the man from Kudara, who brought the books, were producing results. The silk was real, the weaving was real, the knowledge crossing the sea and becoming part of Japanese life was real. The Kojiki records this. In the reign of Yuryaku Tenno, the violent emperor, the poem maker, the one who threatened the god and then made offerings. In his time, the silk was coming, the knowledge was arriving, the world was changing in ways that had nothing to do with force. The end approaches. After Yuryaku Tenno, the Kojiki's lower volume continues for several more emperors, but the level of detail drops. The stories become shorter. The genealogies become longer. The Kojiki is approaching, the moment that is close enough to the present of its compilation, that the records are still fresh, that the living people could verify what is written, that the story begins to intersect with what people remember rather than what people recite. The age of myth ends. The age of legend ends. The age of the detailed story ends. What remains is the list, the careful, necessary, essential list, the names and the dates, and the successions and the lineages that prove the thing the Kojiki was made to prove, that the line is unbroken, that it runs from the first stirring in the universe to here, to now, to the person who commissioned this work. The line is unbroken. This is the argument. This is what the Kojiki is. An argument in the form of a story that says, here is where it began. Here is every step from there to here. Here is the proof that the person sitting on the throne has the right to sit on the throne, not by conquest, not by agreement, not by the consent of the governed, or the will of a parliament, or any of the other sources of authority that the world has developed, by descent, by the unbroken line, from Izanagi's left eye to the living emperor, the sun, the moon, the storm, and all the generations since. The line is unbroken. The Kojiki says so, and the Kojiki was written so that the saying would survive. Part 6. What the lower volume knows. The lower volume of the Kojiki knows something the upper volume does not. The upper volume knows everything, or at least it knows the things that happened before memory, before writing in the age when the gods walked, the same ground as the wind, and every event was a divine event, and every person was a divine person, or descended from one, close enough that the distinction barely mattered. The upper volume has the freedom of the age before accountability, the freedom of myth, the freedom to say, this is how it was, without anyone present. Who can say, it was not quite like that? The lower volume does not have this freedom. The lower volume is about people who were not gods, people who lived within living memory, people whose descendants were still alive when the Kojiki was compiled, people whose graves could be visited, whose shrines could be seen, whose names were still spoken by the families that carried them. The lower volume knows that it is being watched, that what it says will be compared to what people remember, that the Kojiki's credibility depends on its accuracy here, in the way it does not quite depend on its accuracy about the age of the gods, where no one is left to contradict. This changes the quality of the writing. The upper volume has grandeur, the creation of the world, the gods who made the islands, the sun hiding in the cave, the storm god finding the sword. These are large events told in large strokes. The lower volume has detail, names of women, names of the women's families, names of the children, whose daughter married whose son, which province the family came from, which shrine was established in whose reign. This is not less important than the grandeur. It is differently important. The grandeur tells you what Japan is. The detail tells you who Japan is. The specific people, the specific families, the specific connections that make the ruling class, and not some other collection of people, the families. The lower volume is full of families, not just the imperial family, the families that surrounded the imperial family, the families that provided wives, the families that held the administrative positions, the families that performed the sacred rituals, the families that maintained the weapons, the families that kept the horses. Every time the Kojiki says, this woman was the daughter of that man, who was the head of such a family, it is making a political statement. It is saying, this family matters. This family has been close to the center for this long. This family's contribution is part of the record. The Kojiki is not just a mythology, it is a court document. It is a record of who has standing and what that standing is based on. It is the genealogical foundation of the social order. When Onoya Sumaro sat down with Hieda no Are's recitations and began to write, he was not only writing stories for the entertainment of the Empress, he was writing the legitimacy of every major clan in the archipelago, the names that carry history. Some of the names in the lower volume are the names of places you can visit today. The province of Kawachi is now the eastern part of Osaka. The palace sites of the ancient emperors are in the area around Narato, Osaka. The tomb of Nintoku Tenno is accessible by train from Osaka Station. the names of the ancient districts have become the names of modern cities. The roads that the emperors traveled have become the routes that trains follow. The mountains that the Kojiki mentions are still the mountains they were. The rivers still run to the same sea. This is one of the things that Japan has done that not every country does. It has maintained continuity between the ancient names and the living landscape. The names in the Kojiki are not the names of a dead civilization. They are the names of places that are inhabited now, where people go to work, where children go to school, where the trains run, and the convenience stores stay open through the night. The ancient and the current occupy the same geography. They are layered. The ancient is underneath. The current is on top. But the ancient is still there, still present, still named. What the poems know, the lower volume has fewer poems than the upper and middle volumes, but the poems it has are different in quality. The poems of the upper volume have the distance of myth. The poem of Susanoo about the fences is beautiful in the way that something very old and very carefully preserved is beautiful. You are aware of the age. You are aware of the distance between the poem and you. The poems of the middle volume are the poems of heroes. The death poems of Yamato Takeru, the longing for the folded mountains, the wish to be a crane. These are the poems of extreme circumstance, of the person at the end of their strength, finding one more thing to say. The poems of the lower volume are the poems of ordinary people in extraordinary situations, or extraordinary people in ordinary situations. Iwanohime's poems about the nagi tree and the husband who did not come home. Yuryaku Tenno's poem about counting the nights since the girl in the field. These poems are close. They are not the distance of myth. They are the proximity of human feeling, the feeling you have when someone you love has been away too long, the feeling you have when you are waiting, and the waiting has become more than waiting. This is what the lower volume knows. It knows that the story is not only about the extraordinary, not only about the gods and the heroes and the divine descents and the white birds. It knows that the story is also about this, the person at the door who will not open, the fish going back and forth between two brothers who will not accept it, the child standing over the sleeping man, claiming that his sleeves are wet from dew, the woman in the field, waiting the many nights. The Kojiki holds all of it, the cosmic and the intimate, the age before time and the night after the argument, the first gods and the last detailed emperor, the creation of the islands, and the exchange of poems about fish. This is why it has been read for 1,300 years, not because it answers everything, because it contains everything, because the range of it is the range of human experience, the range from the very first to the very ordinary, and both are given the same respect. Both are written down, both are preserved. The lower volume knows this better than any other part, because the lower volume is where the story becomes the most like the story we are living. The story we are living also has its genealogies, its lists of names, its careful accountancy of who came from whom. The story we are living also has its moments of the ordinary made meaningful. The smoke on the hill, the fish sent back and forth, the poem slipped under the door. The lower volume knows that this is where the reader lives, not in the age of the gods, not in the age of the heroes, in the age of the ordinary work, in the age of the governance, in the age of the smoke, and the lower volume holds space for that. It says, your age is also in the record, your work is also the thread, your smoke is also the measure. The Kojiki was written for you, not only for the Empress, not only for the court, for the person who would one day receive the story and find in it something that resonated with the ordinary, extraordinary work of living in the world that was made. Part 7. The Succession Wars. The lower volume of the Kojiki is partly a record of what happens when the line is unclear, when the emperor dies without having made unambiguous who should come next, when there are multiple sons by multiple mothers, and each son has supporters, and each supporter has reasons, and the reasons are incompatible. This happened more than once in the generations between Nintoku Tenno and Yuryaku Tenno. It happened in the succession after Ingyo Tenno, the 19th emperor. His death left multiple heirs, and the multiple heirs did what multiple heirs in the Kojiki tend to do. When there is no clear resolution, they reached for the same thing. They could not both have it. One of them was Yuryaku Tenno, and Yuryaku Tenno was the one who was willing to do what the others were not willing to do. Kinmei Tenno's ascension, and the brothers before him. But before Yuryaku Tenno, there were the 3 brothers who competed for the throne. After Enko Tenno, the 3rd of them was Ohatsu Senowaka Takeru no Miko, the future Yuryaku Tenno. I was not the eldest. He was not the most senior, but he was the most willing to act. He killed the first brother. He killed the second brother. He took the throne. The Kojiki records this plainly. No drama beyond the fact. No extended account of the conflict. Just the sequence. The brothers. The deaths. The succession. This is how it sometimes went. The Kojiki knows this. The Kojiki was compiled in the reign of an empress. Who understood this? The court that received the Kojiki was not naive about what the succession of emperors sometimes required. The Kojiki does not celebrate this. It does not condemn it. It records it. The line continues. This is what matters to the Kojiki's argument, not the virtue of each step, the continuity of the line, the women behind the succession. There is another way to read the succession struggles of the lower volume, not as the competition between brothers, but as the competition between their mothers. Each son had a mother, each mother had a family, each family had interests. When the father emperor died, the question of who would succeed was also the question of which mother's family would hold the greatest influence over the court. The mothers are not invisible in the Kojiki. Their families are named, their origins are specified. The record knows that the emperor's mother determines in part the emperor's relationship to the powerful families whose cooperation the emperor needs. Iwanohime understood this. This is part of why her jealousy was more than personal. When another woman entered the palace, it was not only the emperor's heart that was at stake. It was the future. It was the question of which child would be the heir, and therefore which family would stand behind that heir, and therefore which family would hold power when the next succession came. Iwanohime's anger was reasonable, not only as the feeling of a woman who was being displaced, but as the calculation of a person who understood the stakes. The palace at Naniwa. Nintoku Tenno built his palace at Naniwa, the place that is now Osaka, the place at the mouth of rivers, where the land meets the sea, where ships come in, and goods are transferred, and the movement between the islands and the continent has always been managed. Naniwa has been important for as long as Japan has been Japan, longer probably. The geography of the place made it important before anyone thought to call it anything. The rivers coming down from the mountains, the sea opening to the west, the delta that is rich and navigable and capable of supporting the kind of concentrated population that makes a capital possible. Nintoku Tenno chose it, or chose to stay there since his father Ojin Tenno had also been associated with that area. The palace at Naniwa was the political center of the most important period in the early history of the islands, the period when Japan was becoming Japan, when the connections to the continent were deepening, when the writing and the silk and the new things were arriving and being absorbed and changing the shape of what was possible. All of this was happening in the time of Nintoku Tenno. All of this was happening in the palace whose roof was rotting while the emperor waited for the smoke to rise, the long view, to read the lower volume of the Kojiki in the light of the upper volume is to understand something about how Japan understood itself. The upper volume is the why Japan exists, why the islands were made, why the sun is in the sky, why the sword is in the shrine. The middle volume is the how the empire was established, how the East and the West were brought into the order, how the heroes died, and what their deaths meant. The lower volume is the what the established empire actually was, what the daily work of governing looked like, what happened when the succession was unclear, what the women felt when the emperor was unfaithful, what the view from the hill looked like when the smoke was not rising. Together they make a complete picture, or as complete a picture as a single text can make. The why without the what is myth with no application. The what without the why is history with no meaning. The Kojiki gives both. It says why and then it shows what. It connects the divine to the human through the middle volume's heroes, and lets the lower volume show what the human looks like up close. Up close, the human looks like this. It looks like a fish going back and forth between two brothers who will not accept it. It looks like a woman who will not open her door. It looks like a child saying, "His sleeves are wet from dew." It looks like a man on a hill, looking for smoke. It looks like a poem about counting the nights. This is what the human looks like when you are close enough to see it. Not the gods and the white birds, not the serpent and the sword, the fish, the door, the smoke, the poem. All of it is in the Kojiki. All of it is Japan. All of it is the story of a place trying to understand itself through the record of what happened in it and what it meant. The place where succession is decided. In the lower volume, the succession is decided in ways that are sometimes orderly and sometimes not. The brothers who yielded to each other for 3 years, the brothers who killed each other for the same prize, both happened. Both are in the record. The Kojiki does not choose between them. As the model, it records both. It records Ujinowaki Ratsuko, yielding with grace, calling his brother a sage, giving away what was his. It records Yuryaku Tenno, taking what he wanted, through the elimination of alternatives. Both men became emperor. Both reigns are in the record. Both contributed something to the story of the line. The Kojiki's point is not which method is better. The Kojiki's point is that the line continued, that what was past, that the thread, however it was held from one hand to the next, was not broken. The thread is the argument. The continuity is the proof. The unbroken line, from the first stirring to the living moment, is what the Kojiki was made to demonstrate, and it demonstrates it through the story of brothers who yielded, through the story of brothers who fought, through the rotting roof and the world's largest tomb, through the closed door and the poem about the fish. All of it the thread, all of it the unbroken line. Part 8. The Poetry of the Lower Volume. The Kojiki has been called a book of poems held together by prose. This is not entirely accurate. The prose carries real weight. The genealogies and the narratives and the place name explanations are not simply the glue between the poems. They are essential to what the Kojiki is, but the poems are where the feeling is. The poems are where the Kojiki stops being a record and becomes an expression, where the chronicler's voice yields to the character's voice, where what actually happened becomes less important than what it felt like to be inside it. The Kojiki has more than 100 poems. Some scholars count them differently, depending on how you define a poem in the Kojiki's context, but roughly 100, spread across the 3 volumes, from Susanoo's poem about the fences to Yuryaku Tenno's poem about counting the knights. The form. The poems in the Kojiki are not in the form that Japanese poetry will later take. The classical waka, the 31-syllable poem, that becomes the dominant form, for 1,000 years is close to the Kojiki's poems, but not identical. The Kojiki's poems are sometimes longer, sometimes structured differently. They carry in them the marks of a tradition that is still finding its form, still discovering what the poem, in Japanese, can be. By the time of the Manyoshu, compiled in the century after the Kojiki, the waka form is more settled. The 31 syllables, the pivot word, the image that doubles, the feeling that is too large for the image to contain, but is contained by it anyway. The Kojiki's poems are the predecessors, the rougher versions, the versions that are still learning what they are trying to do. But in the roughness, there is also a directness, a quality of the statement, made before the conventions of the form required certain things to be said in certain ways. Iwanohime's poems, she makes several. The one about the nagi tree, she says she went to the shore of Sumiyoshi and saw the nagi tree's leaves lying in many layers on the shore. The nagi tree is sacred. Its leaves do not wither and fall separately, but stay on the branch and fall together. When they fall, she uses this image to say something about her situation, about the hope that things that are meant to be together will be together, about the question of whether she and her husband are like the nagi leaves or like leaves that fall separately. She does not answer the question. The poem asks it. That is the poem's job, not to resolve, to sharpen, to make the feeling precise enough that the listener understands exactly where the sharpness is. She also makes the poem about coming back from Ki. She went to Ki. She was away from the palace. She had chosen to be away. When she came back, she came to Naniwa by boat. She made a poem about the boat. about the waves, about the journey, about what it felt like to be returning to a place you had left in anger and were returning to, not because the anger was gone, but because you were returning anyway. The return is its own feeling, not the same as staying, not the same as leaving. The particular feeling of going back to the thing you had walked away from, knowing that walking away did not resolve it, and going back will not resolve it either. But that going back is still what you are doing. Nintoku Tenno's poems. He makes the poem about the Nagi leaf. He compares himself to the leaf, floating on the current, going wherever the water takes it. This is a self-deprecating poem. He is the emperor. He could, in theory, stop the current. He could take action. He could choose a direction. But the poem says he is the leaf, not the water, not the force that determines the direction, the thing that is moved by it. This is the emperor who watched the smoke and decided to let the palace rot, the man who saw that the right action was sometimes the action of not acting, of not demanding, of letting things be what they were, rather than forcing them into a shape that suited him. He says he is the Nagi leaf. He says the current is taking him. He says he cannot direct himself to the place he wants to go. It is an honest poem. It says, I am in a situation I cannot control. I am in a current that is carrying me. The place I want to be is where the current is not going. The exchange, when Iwanohime and Nintoku Tenno make poems to each other, the Kojiki presents them in sequence. First his poem, then her poem, then his again, then hers. This is the form of the exchange poem, the kakei, the conversation in verse. What is remarkable about this exchange is that both poems are preserved, not just his, not just the emperor's, hers too. The woman who was angry, who would not open the door, whose poems were sharp, in the way that Iwanohime was sharp. The Kojiki preserved them both. This is a statement about what the Kojiki valued, not only the emperor's perspective, not only the official version, the exchange, the conversation, both sides of it, both sides of the door. Yuryaku Tenno's poem again, the poem about the spring greens, the poem about the mountain, the poem about the nights. What makes this poem remarkable is not its artistry. The poems of the Manyoshu and the later tradition are more technically accomplished. The pivot words are sharper. The imagery is more layered. The conventions are more fully developed. What makes Yuryaku Tenno's poem remarkable is who is making it. This is the violent emperor, the one who killed his brothers, the one who threatened the god on the mountain, the one whose reign was defined by the willingness to do what was necessary and the willingness to define necessary broadly. And this man is standing in a field, saying to a woman he has just met, I planted spring greens. How many nights has it been? The violence and the tenderness in the same person. The man who took what he needed by force, reaching toward a woman with a poem about waiting. The Kojiki holds this. It holds the contradiction of what people are, the capacity for destruction and the capacity for the quiet poem about counting nights, both in the same person, both real, both true. The poems are the proof. If the Kojiki only told us what the emperors did, we would have a chronicle, a list of events, a genealogy. The poems tell us what the emperors felt, or what the tradition believed they felt, or what the feeling was that was associated with their names by the people who preserved the stories. Either way, the poems are the evidence that these were people, not just positions, not just names in a list, people who wanted things and felt things and reached for them with words when direct action was not enough. The nagi leaf, the spring greens, the nights, the smoke, the fish, all of it, feeling, all of it, Japan, reaching toward itself with words. Part 9. The World Beyond the Islands. The Kojiki is not only about Japan. This seems like a strange thing to say about the founding text of Japanese civilization, the book that traces the divine origin of the Japanese islands and the Japanese emperor and everything that makes Japan what Japan is. But the Kojiki knows that Japan is not alone. It knows there is a continent. It knows there are kingdoms to the west. It knows that things have been coming from those kingdoms since before the Kojiki was written. The Kojiki records the arrivals, not with great detail, not with the attention it gives to the domestic politics of the imperial court, but it notes them. It says, in this reign, this happened, these people came, these things arrived. The Silk people, in the reign of Ojin Tenno, the Kojiki says, people came from the continent who knew how to weave, how to work with silk, how to do the things that produced the cloth that had been coming from the West as tribute and trade, but that Japan could not yet make itself. These people settled, they established families, their descendants became part of the court system. They were given the responsibility of maintaining the craft they had brought with them. This is the pattern, the arrival, the establishment, the integration, Japan absorbing what came to it and making it Japanese, the craft becoming a Japanese craft, the people becoming Japanese people, their knowledge becoming Japanese knowledge. This has been happening since the beginning of the Kojiki's history. The Kojiki itself began from something that came from the continent, the writing system, the characters, the ability to write at all. The Kojiki is a Japanese text written in a Chinese script that had been adapted for Japanese sounds. The whole text is the product of the meeting between Japan and the continent, the meeting that had been going on since the age of Jingu Kogo and Ojin Kudara no Kuni, the kingdom of Kudara on the western peninsula, appears several times. In the lower volume, it sends tribute, it sends people, it sends objects, a horse, a sword, a mirror, things that were valuable, and that the sending of them acknowledged the relationship between the kingdoms. Kudara no Kuni is now part of Korea. The relationship between the Japanese islands and the Korean peninsula in this period was more complex and more connected than later history sometimes acknowledges. People moved between them, things moved between them, ideas moved between them. The Kojiki knows this. The lower volume records the arrivals from the peninsula as ordinary events, expected, part of the ongoing traffic of goods and people and knowledge, that the sea between them did not prevent. The horse. There is a specific horse in the lower volume, sent from a kingdom to the west, a gift, a diplomatic gesture. The horse arrived. The Kojiki notes it, not with much ceremony. The horse arrived and that was that. But the horse matters, because the horse is a reminder that the history of Japan in this period is not the history of an isolated island nation. The horse came from the continent. The silk came from the continent. The writing came from the continent. The Buddhism that would come in the next century would come from the continent. All the things that would define what Japan was and is came from somewhere else and were made Japanese in the making and the doing and the generations of being here. This is not a diminishment. It is a description of how cultures work, how they always have, how the boundaries between them are more permeable than the boundaries suggest. The ships, the sea between the Japanese islands and the continent is not a barrier, it is a road. This is how it has always been, in the thinking of the people who lived on both sides of it. The sea is what you cross, not what stops you. Ships have been crossing that water for as long as there have been ships, for as long as there have been people. Who could build something that floated, and who had a reason to go? The Kojiki's world is a maritime world. The islands are surrounded by water. The water connects them to each other and to everything beyond. Jingu Kogo crossed the sea. The fish came under her ships. The kingdom submitted. Ojin was born on the way back. The child who became the god at the corner was born over the water. The sea is not a boundary in the Kojiki. It is a medium for the things that cross it, and the people who cross them. and the knowledge that arrives when the crossing is complete. What came and what stayed, the things that came from the continent and stayed, the silk, the writing, the horses, the mirrors and swords, the people who knew the crafts, but also the things that came and were changed. The writing system was Chinese. Japan took it and adapted it. The man-yogana, the way of writing Japanese sounds in Chinese characters, then the hiragana, then the katakana. The Japanese writing system grew from the Chinese the way a plant grows from a seed, related to the origin, but not the same as it, something new. This is the Japanese achievement of this period, not the rejection of what came from outside, not the uncritical acceptance of it, the transformation, the making of something new from the meeting of what was here and what arrived. The Kojiki itself is this achievement, a Japanese story, told in an adapted Chinese writing system that had been transformed to carry Japanese sounds and Japanese words. The Kojiki is the product of the crossing, the product of Jingu Kogo's ships, and Ojin Tenno's welcome, and the man from Kudara and his books. All of it flows into this, the text in your hands, the words in this voice, the story of where Japan came from, told in the language that was possible only because of everything that came before it. The world beyond the islands is in the Kojiki, not as an outsider, not as a foreign element, as part of the story, as part of what Japan is. The continent gave things, Japan received them, Japan transformed them, Japan made them part of itself. The islands are surrounded by water. The water is full of roads. The roads have been traveled since before the islands were called Japan, and what traveled them made Japan what it is. The roads are still there, the sea between the islands, and the continent is the same sea, the same water, the same crossing. Ships still cross it, people still cross it, ideas still cross it. The traffic of the human world, moving between places, connecting what is here to what is there, continues. The Kojiki recorded the first crossings, or the crossings that were first, in the memory of the people who compiled it. The crossing of Jingu Kogo, the arrival of the man from Kudara with his books, the silk workers, the horse. What arrived then is now Japanese. What was foreign has been absorbed and transformed and made part of the living tradition. The characters that came from China became the writing system of Japan. The Buddhism that came from India through China and Korea became Japanese Buddhism. The silk techniques became the silk tradition of Japan. Transformation, not rejection, not uncritical acceptance. The third thing, the making of something new. From the encounter, this is what Japan has done, again and again. in the age the Kojiki records, and in every age since. Take what comes across the water, hold it, transform it, make it yours. The islands are still here, the water is still here, the roads are still open, and what travels them still has the possibility of becoming something that could not have existed without the crossing. Part 10. The Women of the Lower Volume. The lower volume has more women than the upper or middle volumes, not more named women. The genealogies of all three volumes are full of women's names, but more women whose inner lives are given space, more women who are not only the mother of this son or the wife of that emperor, but people with their own perspectives, their own desires, their own ways of responding to the situations they were put in. Iwanohime is the central example, but she is not the only one. Kurohime from Kibi, she arrived at the palace because the emperor wanted her. She was beautiful, and the emperor heard about it and summoned her, and she came. The Kojiki does not tell us what Kurohime wanted. It does not ask. The question is not part of the record. What the record preserves is what happened to her, and what she said when it was clear she had to go. She had to go because Iwanohime made her position impossible. She went back to Kibi. She returned to her family. She went home. And at the shore, when Nintoku Tenno came after her, she made a poem. She said, "The wind comes and scatters the clouds that were together are separated." She was saying, "I do not want to forget you. I will not forget you, even though I am going, even though the wind is separating us. The way the wind separates clouds." This is the poem of a woman who had no choice in most of what happened to her, who was summoned, who was driven away, who was followed, who was at the shore with the emperor, and had to say goodbye again. And her poem is not about what was done to her. It is about what she felt. The wind, the clouds, the not forgetting Midorinohime, the woman who refused, who said no, who looked at the messenger and chose the messenger over the emperor. The Kojiki gives her the least space. Of the women in this section, her story is brief, what she did and what followed. But what she did was remarkable. In the world of the Kojiki, she was offered to the emperor. She turned the emperor down. She chose what she wanted instead of what she was being given. The cost was high. The cost for everyone involved was high. The Kojiki records the cost, but it also records the choice. It records that she made it, that the choice was made, that the woman who was being offered looked at the situation and did something other than what was expected. Oshinumi no Wakahirume, the woman that Okusaka Nomiko loved, the woman he gave the belt to, the woman whose name is connected to the story, of the belt and the lie. She was brought to the emperor anyway. After Okusakanomiko's death, the emperor did not let the lie's consequences prevent him from taking what he had wanted. The Kojiki notes this. It notes it without comment. The woman who was the center of someone's devotion and the object of someone's lie ended up in the palace. Her feelings are not recorded. The Kojiki does not ask, but the fact that she is named, that her name appears in the record, means she is not invisible. She is there. Her presence acknowledges that she was a person in the story, not only a reason for the story. Akashikome, the woman in the field, the woman Yuryaku Tenno saw on the mountain of Katsuragi. She was gathering greens. She was doing ordinary work. She was not expecting to be seen by the emperor. He asked her name. She gave it. He told her to wait. She waited. This is what the record says. She waited. The poem preserves the waiting, the many nights. She also made a poem when he finally sent for her, and she came, and he spoke the poem about the spring greens. She answered. She said, "You are the great lord of this land. I have waited the many nights, the way the spring greens wait to be gathered." This poem is gracious. It does not say, "Why did you take so long?" It does not say the waiting was difficult. It says, "The waiting is what was required, and you are worth the waiting. And I am here now." This is the art of the poem, the art of saying what needs to be said in the form that serves the moment and the relationship. She waited. He noticed. She acknowledged both. The poem moved the story forward. The women the Kojiki preserves. They are not all the same. They do not all respond the same way. They are not all gracious. They are not all defiant. They are not all tragic. Iwanohime was strong and did not forgive. Kurohime was gentle and remembered. Midorinohime refused and paid the price. Akashikome waited and answered with grace. The Kojiki did not intend, probably, to create a record of the range of women's responses to the world they were in, but it did, because the women were there, because they spoke, because their poems were remembered, because the tradition that preserved the Kojiki preserved their words along with the emperor's. The record is richer for them, not as illustrations of the emperor's lives, but as themselves, people in a specific time, responding in specific ways to specific situations. Their poems are still here. The women who spoke them are still here in their speaking. The court women, the women of the Kojiki's lower volume, are also the ancestors of the women who will make the next great tradition of Japanese literature. In 2 or 3 centuries, the women of the Heian court will produce the Genzi Monogatari and the Makura no Soshi and the Tosaniki and all the other texts that define the classical tradition. They will do this partly because of the Kojiki, because the Kojiki had preserved the poems of Iwanohime and the poems of others like her, because the tradition of women making poems and having those poems preserved was established in the age. The Kojiki records, the line from Iwanohime to Murasaki Shikibu is longer than 1,000 years, but it is a line. The tradition of the woman's poem, the tradition of the woman's voice in the literature of Japan, it began here, in the lower volume, in the poems made, at the closed door, at the shore, in the field. The door, Iwanohime's door, it is the central image of her story, not the shrine, not the exile, not the tomb, the door she would not open, the door between her and her husband, the door that the poems went through when nothing else could. In Japanese literature, the door is a recurring image, the space between, the place where the inside meets the outside, the place where the decision to open or not to open is made. Iwanohime kept hers closed. This was a choice with consequences, a choice that shaped the rest of her life and the record of her life. She kept the door closed. She let the poems through. She answered the poems. She did not open the door. This distinction is important. The poems could pass. The words could pass. The feeling could pass. But not the person. Not the physical presence. Not the closing of the distance. The door was the boundary. She maintained. The poems were the evidence that something was still alive on the other side of the boundary, and the Kojiki kept both, the door and the poems, the closed door and the reaching through it, both true, both preserved, both necessary to the story of Iwanohime no Mikoto. Part 11. The end of the record. The Kojiki ends quietly, not with a declaration, not with a final poem, not with a scene that gathers everything up and places it in the light of a single concluding moment. It ends with a genealogy, the last emperor in the record, his wives, his children, the careful accounting of the line, and then it stops. This is appropriate. This is exactly right. The Kojiki is not a story with a conclusion. It is a record with an endpoint that was determined by the moment of its compilation. It stops where it stops, because Onoya Sumaro stopped writing, because the record caught up to the living moment, because the story had reached the present, the frame. Onoya Sumaro wrote a preface. It is one of the most important pieces of writing in the Kojiki. He explains what the Kojiki is. He says the Emperor Tenmu was concerned that the old records were being corrupted, that the versions being told in different families were diverging from each other, that the true account of the origins was at risk. He says, the emperor ordered Iwanohime to memorize the old records, to hold them in a single person's memory, to prevent the divergence, by making one authoritative version. Then the Emperor Tenmu died, before the records could be written down. Decades passed. The Empress Genmei came to the throne. She ordered that the records finally be written, that what Iwanohime had memorized be set down permanently. Onoya Sumaro did the writing. He wrote in 4 months, January to September, of what would later be called 712 CE. He presented the text to the Empress, and the Kojiki existed for the first time in writing, where it could survive. The survival. The Kojiki survived. This is not as obvious as it sounds. Many texts from ancient Japan did not. The fires and the floods and the wars and the simple decay of time took most of what was written. In the first centuries of Japanese literacy, the Kojiki survived because people kept copying it. One person copied it for another. One family kept a copy. One monastery kept a copy. The copies diverged slightly. The scholars compared them. The scholars are still comparing them. The study of the Kojiki is still an active scholarly field, still producing new interpretations, still finding things in the text that previous readings had missed. This is the life of the text, the 1300 years of the Kojiki being read and studied and translated and performed and made into films and manga and plays and referenced in advertising and cited in political speeches and memorized by school children and argued about by scholars and simply read quietly by people who wanted to know where Japan came from, the text and the present. The Kojiki was written to serve a political purpose, to establish the legitimacy of the imperial line, to say, this is where the emperor comes from. This is the unbroken chain. This is why the throne belongs to this person and not another. It served that purpose. The imperial line it documents is still the imperial line of Japan. The emperor of Japan today is the descendant, according to tradition, of the gods described in the Kojiki. The enthronement ceremonies still use the 3 sacred treasures, the mirror, the jewel, the sword, but the Kojiki has become more than that. It has become the story Japan tells itself about itself, not only the story of the throne, the story of the land, the story of why the cherry blossoms fall, the story of why the peach keeps evil away, the story of why there is a shrine at the corner, the story of why the East is called the East. The political purpose was the occasion of the text, but the text outgrew the occasion. The text became what Japan needed it to be, which turned out to be more than what it was made for. Reading the Kojiki now To read the Kojiki now is to read something old in the way that very old things are old. Not old like a newspaper from last year, not old like a book from the previous century, old like a rock, old like a shrine, old like the mountain that was there. Before anyone came to name it, the Kojiki carries in it the smell of the age. Before writing, before the characters, before the careful archiving, the smell of the story told at night by firelight to people who leaned in to hear the part about the serpent, or the part about the cave, or the part about the peach tree at the slope of the underworld. Those people are gone. The fire is out. The night that story was first told is many thousand nights ago, but the story is still here, in the text, in this voice, in the quiet of whatever place you are in right now. The quiet. The Kojiki was compiled in the 8th century. It describes events from the age before time is counted to the first few centuries of the Common Era. It was told in the oral tradition for longer than it has been written, and now it is here, in this voice, in this language, in a form that the people who first told it could not have imagined. A voice in a machine, a story in a file, a text that can be heard anywhere there is a device and a signal. The form has changed. The content is the same. The serpent, the sword, the smoke, the door, the fish, the white bird, the things that the Kojiki preserves, because they were worth preserving, because they said something true about what it means to be human in the particular place that is Japan, in the particular time that includes all the time from the cracking of the cosmic egg to this moment, which is also that time, which is also the story, which is also you, in whatever quiet place you are listening from. The world was made. Now someone had to run it, and they did, generation after generation, with varying amounts of skill and virtue and wisdom, with the occasional moment of grace, like the smoke on the hill, with the occasional moment of failure, like the sword left behind. They ran the world. They are still running it. You are part of the running. The Kojiki knows this about you, not you specifically, but the you that comes after, the person who would one day receive this story, the person on the other side of the text. Onoya Sumaro wrote it for the Empress, and for the people after the Empress, and for the people after them, and eventually for you. He could not have imagined the form in which you would receive it, the voice in the device, the story in the air, the words traveling without paper, without brush, without the physical object of the scroll or the book, but the words are the same words, or close to them, or in the spirit of them, the same story, the same images, the same thread. from the egg to here. The thread is in your hands now, or in your ears, in the part of you that receives stories and holds them. Hold it gently. The thread is old. It has been held by many hands. Before yours, it will be held by many hands. After, your part in the holding is your part, no more and no less. Rest now. Part 12. What Nintoku Tenno left behind. The largest tomb in Japan. People visit it. They go to Sakai, south of Osaka, and they stand at the edge of the moat and look at the shape of the mound and try to understand what they are looking at. From the ground, it does not look like much. It looks like a hill, a large, wooded, oddly shaped hill, in the middle of a city. The moats that surround it give it an island quality, the sense of something, set apart from its surroundings, protected by water. From the air, it is different. From the air, the keyhole shape is clear. The round part and the trapezoidal part, the shape that the great tombs of the old emperors always take. No one knows for certain why this shape was chosen. The scholars have theories. The shape may have had ritual significance. The shape may have been practical. The shape may have been simply the shape that was used, the way certain shapes become the shapes of their era, without anyone deciding it explicitly. What is certain is that the scale was intentional. The largest tomb in Japan was built for someone who was considered the most important emperor to be buried, or the most important person to memorialize. The largest expression of the culture's capacity to build large things was deployed for this person, the smoke and the tomb. The Kojiki's story of Nintoku Tenno has two aspects that seem to contradict each other. The story of the smoke is a story of restraint, the emperor who chose poverty for himself, who let the palace rot, who measured prosperity, not by what he had, but by what the people had. The tomb is a story of scale, the largest burial mound in human history by area, the labor of many years, the expression of power through the massive deployment of earth and stone and water, the same person, the same reign, both true. The Kojiki records the smoke, the historians record the tomb. Together they give us a picture of an emperor who contained both, the impulse to restrain and the impulse to build on the largest possible scale. Perhaps the restraint in life made the scale in death possible. The people who benefited from the 3 years of no taxes were the same people, or the descendants of the same people, who built the tomb. The smoke on the hill came first. The tomb came after. The restraint made the scale available. Or perhaps it is simpler. Perhaps the same quality that could see the smoke and understand its meaning could also understand what scale of memorial was appropriate for the person who had seen it. The city above the tomb. Sakai is a city, a real city, with streets and shops and schools and the ordinary infrastructure of a modern Japanese city, and in the middle of it is the largest burial mound in the history of the world. People drive past it, they walk past it, their children go to school a few blocks from it. The tomb is part of the landscape in the way that old things become part of landscapes, familiar, present, not always noticed, but it is always there, under the trees, in the moats, holding within it, whatever it holds. The emperor who watched the smoke, the emperor who let the roof rot, the emperor who said, "The people's prosperity is my prosperity," in his tomb, in his city, in the landscape that was once the rice paddies of the province from which he watched the smoke, the persistence of things. This is something the lower volume knows, that the upper volume does not quite know. In the same way, things persist. The events of the upper volume are so far in the past that their persistence is the persistence of myth. The serpent is gone. The cave is a story. The spear is a concept. The events of the lower volume are close enough that their persistence is physical. The tomb is there. The shrine is there. The place name is there. The province where Kurohime was born still exists. The coast where she made her poem is still the coast. The mountain where Yuryaku Tenno met the woman in the field is still a mountain. People still walk on it. The persistence of the lower volume is the persistence of geography, of the places where things happened, still being the places where things happened. You can go. You can stand in those places. You can look at the same view, the same mountains, the same water, not the same sky exactly, but the same kind of sky, the sky that was there when the poems were made, the same and not the same. This is the quality of historical places, the same and not the same geography, different people, different structures, different sounds, different smells, but underneath, the same shape, the same relationship between the land and the water, the same slope of the mountain, the same position of the shrine. When you stand in the place where something happened, you are not in the moment it happened. You are in the present, which is different, but you are also in a relationship with the past, a physical relationship, the same ground, the same geography, the connection that place provides between what was and what is. The Kojiki is partly a guide to these connections. It tells you where things happened. It gives you the name of the place. It says, here is where the smoke was seen. Here is where the poem was made. Here is where the door was closed, and the places are still there. under different names sometimes, under different buildings, but still there, still the geography that shaped the events. Nintoku Tenno and the present. His tomb is a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 2019, the largest burial mound in the world, by area, was named a World Heritage Site in the year that is, 1207 years after the Kojiki was compiled. The man who watched the smoke from a hill in Kawachi, who let the palace roof rot while the people recovered their harvests, who said the people's warmth is my warmth, whose tomb was built by the people he had kept warm, is now recognized by the international community as having left behind one of the most significant material legacies in human history, the largest, the world's largest. What he left behind is the world's largest by the measure of area, and what the Kojiki says about him is about the smoke. The smoke is the story. The tomb is the context. The smoke is what he understood. The tomb is what the people built to remember what he understood. The smoke, it is rising now, somewhere in the city that surrounds the tomb, somewhere in the country that was made by all the people, whose names are in the Kojiki, and whose descendants are alive right now. The smoke is rising. The fires are lit. The food is being prepared. This is prosperity. This is what it looks like. The smoke rising everywhere. Part 13. The closing of Part 3. 3 volumes. The upper volume, the age of the gods, the egg, the spear, the islands, the cave, the serpent, the sword, the descent, the first emperor, the middle volume, the age of the heroes, the prince too strong for his world, the fire and the sea, the white bird, the woman who crossed the water, the lower volume, the age of governance, the smoke on the hill, the door that would not open, the poem about the spring greens, the tomb that is the world's largest. 3 volumes, 1 story, what the 3 volumes say together. The upper volume says, here is where everything came from. Here is the before. Here is why the world is the way it is. The middle volume says, here is what it costs to be great. Here is the hero. Here is the hero's limit. Here is the white bird that flies when the hero can no longer walk. The lower volume says, here is what happens after. Here is the ordinary, extraordinary work of maintaining what the gods made and the heroes established. Together they say, this is Japan, from the before to the after, from the gods to the governors, from the cosmic egg to the smoke rising from the kitchens. The Kojiki's argument. The Kojiki was compiled with a purpose. Its purpose was to establish the legitimacy of the imperial line, but its argument, the argument it makes, by simply existing, by containing what it contains, is larger than that purpose. Its argument is that Japan has a continuous story, a story that goes back to before stories were written, a story that has been told and preserved by the people who lived it, and the people who remembered it, and the people who finally wrote it down. A continuous story, unbroken, from the first stirring of the universe to the living moment. This is not only a political argument, it is a cultural argument, an identity argument, the argument that the people who live in these islands are the people of this story, that the story is theirs, that they are in it, the inheritance. To read the Kojiki is to receive an inheritance, not a financial one, not a material one, a story inheritance, the inheritance of knowing where the story started and what happened in it, and how it came to include this moment, the inheritance of the smoke on the hill, the inheritance of the white bird, the inheritance of the sword in the dark shrine, the inheritance of the poem at the closed door, the inheritance of the spring greens, and the many nights you carry this, whether you know you carry it or not. The story is in the landscape, the story is in the names, the story is in the practices that are still practiced without always knowing why. The peach at the festival, the mirror in the innermost place, the shrine at the corner, the cherry blossoms falling, all of it is in the Kojiki. All of it traces back to the decisions and the events and the moments that the Kojiki preserves, the way it was told. Before it was written, the Kojiki was spoken. Someone spoke it to someone in a room, around a fire, or in the open air, or in one of the places where people gathered to remember things together. The speaking was the keeping, as long as someone spoke it, and someone listened, and the listener remembered, and later spoke it again. The story was alive. Iwanohime held it all, in one person's memory, a whole mythology, a whole genealogy, a whole literature, in one person. Then Onoya Sumaro wrote it down, and the writing took over, the work of keeping. The writing could hold it, without the person needing to hold it. The writing could be copied, could be stored, could be sent, could survive the death of the holder. The transition from speaking to writing is one of the great transitions of human culture. The Kojiki is a record of that transition. It is the text that was made at the moment when Japan was making that transition, the spoken into the written, the remembered into the preserved, and now the written is being spoken again. The text is being read aloud. The cycle is complete. Speaking, writing, speaking again. The same story, different forms, the same essential act of one person reaching toward another with words about where we came from and what happened here. and why it matters. The next volume, Part 3, ends here, but the story does not end here. After Yuryaku Tenno, the Kojiki's last detailed emperor, the line continues. The emperors continue. The country continues. The Buddhism arrives. The capitals move. The great clans rise and fall. The poetry tradition deepens. The stories multiply. The writing becomes more sophisticated. The culture accumulates. What cultures accumulate? Over centuries of being alive and changing and absorbing and transforming. All of this is not in the Kojiki. The Kojiki stops. It stops at the moment of its compilation. It stops where the memory has been turned into writing, but the story it tells is the foundation of everything that comes after. The stories that the Heian poets told, the stories that the medieval warriors lived, the stories that the modern country remembers, all of it built on this: the egg, the spear, the islands, the smoke on the hill, the spring greens. Sleep now. Part 3 is done. The world was made. Someone ran it. It is still being run. You are part of the running, part of the story, part of the long continuity that has been going on since the egg cracked and the sky rose and the first gods came into being. The smoke is rising somewhere. The fires are lit. The food is warm. Sleep. Part 14. The long night of the lower volume. There is a particular quality to the end of a long story, not the end of a short story. A short story ends, and you feel the shape of it, clean and complete, the whole thing in one view. The end of a long story is different. You have been inside it for a long time. You know its rooms. You know which corridors lead where. You know the smell of the different parts of it. And when it ends, the ending is not the same as the ending of a short story. It is more like arriving at the end of a long road that you have been walking for a long time. You have been walking, and now you have stopped, but you are still in the landscape, still surrounded by the things you saw on the road. The Kojiki is this kind of story, a long road, a long walk through a landscape that is always the same landscape. The islands of Japan, from the age of the gods to the early centuries of the emperors, and now we have reached the end of the road, or the end of this part of it, the lower volume, the age of governance, the smoke and the door, and the spring greens, what you carry when you leave. At the end of a long story, you carry things. You carry the images that settled in you as you went, that established themselves in the part of the mind that keeps things, not because you decided to keep them, but because they arrived and stayed. The egg cracking open, the sky rising, the gods coming into being, in the space between. the two figures on the floating bridge, lowering a spear into the dark water below, the first island forming from the dripping brine, the sun hiding in the cave, the 8 million gods in the dark, the one who danced, the laughter, the light coming back, the white bird over the waiting people, the white bird flying south, the white bird flying home, the man on the hill, the absent smoke, the decision, the door, the poems through the door, the fish going back and forth, the spring greens on the mountain, the many nights. These are the images, the ones that settled, the ones you carry when you leave the road, the feeling, and the feeling that runs through the Kojiki is not the feeling you might expect from a founding myth. It is not triumphalism, not the declaration of superiority, not the claim that this people is better than other people, or this land is more sacred than other lands. The feeling is something quieter. It is the feeling of continuity, the feeling that runs between the first gods and the last detailed emperor, like a thread that has been held by every person in the story in turn, the thread that connects the egg to the smoke, the thread that runs from Susanoo's poem about the fences to Yuryaku Tenno's poem about the spring greens, the thread that is the unbroken sense that what happened before is part of what is happening now, that the story is one story, that you are in it, the particular. The Kojiki is full of particular things, not general things, particular ones. The tooth of the comb that Izanagi broke off to make a light in Yomi, the chopsticks that Susanoo saw floating in the river, the comb in which Kushinada Hime was kept safe while the sake was brewed, the bag that Yamato Hime gave her nephew, the fire striking stones in it, the fish in the exchange of poems between Iwanohime and Nintoku Tenno, the spring greens that Yuryaku Tenno planted on the mountain. These are particular things, specific things, things that could not be exchanged for other things without the story being different. This is one of the signs of a story told by people who were there, or who were told by people who were there, or who inherited the telling from people who cared enough to keep the particular details. The particular details survive because they matter, because the story feels wrong without them, because the tooth of the comb is not a torch, the bag is not a sword, the spring greens are not something else. The Kojiki is particular. This is one of its greatest qualities, its willingness to be specific, to give the names, to give the objects, to say exactly this, not approximately that. The quiet, the lower volume is quiet, not silent. It has its stories, it has its poems, it has its moments of sharp feeling, and its genealogies of names. but compared to the upper volume's grandeur and the middle volume's heroism, the lower volume is quiet. This is appropriate. This is right. The quiet is the quality of the work. That is done after the heroic age, the quiet of the person who comes after the hero and has to figure out how to live in the world. The hero left behind. The hero made it possible. The ordinary people who came after made it actual, made it the living daily reality of a country with smoke rising from its kitchens. The quiet is the sound of the ordinary work, the work that does not get white birds, and does not get epic poems, and does not get to be the thing that everyone remembers, the work of governing, the work of keeping, the work of running the world. That was made. You are doing this work, whatever your version of it is. The ordinary work, the work that does not announce itself as heroic, but that is essential to everything continuing. The Kojiki knows this. The lower volume knows this. The smoke on the hill knows this. The smoke is the sign of the ordinary work, the fire that was lit, the meal that is being prepared, the ordinary day continuing, and when there is smoke, the emperor was satisfied, the emperor who let his palace rot to make the smoke possible was satisfied. When the smoke came, your smoke, your fire, your ordinary day, these are the things the Kojiki was made for, not to glorify the extraordinary, to give context to the ordinary, to say, here is where the ordinary comes from, here is the story that contains it, here is the chain that runs from the egg to the smoke. Sleep. The Kojiki is done for tonight. The lower volume is quiet. The smoke is rising somewhere. You are in the story. You have always been in the story. The story includes you. Sleep. The smoke will still be rising when you wake. The fire that was lit at the beginning of the world, when Izanagi and Izanami first walked around the pillar, is still burning. It burns in every kitchen, in every hearth, in every small light that someone keeps lit through the long night. The fire is old. You are part of its continuity. Your warmth is part of the smoke that the emperor on the hill was looking for. Sleep. Be warm. Let the smoke rise.